Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to Council Chambers. Today, our invocation will be given by Pastor Tao Gardenhire with Tolosa Midway Baptist Church. Pastor? Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Guajardo and City Council members for making this prayer an opportunity. And I come to you in the name of this very city. Let's pray. Dear Father, thank you for these leaders. All authority has been given to you, but you have placed each one of these leaders in these positions as well. And I just pray that we honor them and respect them. Even if we disagree on things, let's behave in a way that's admirable to you, Father. I pray that, Father, that I basically come to you, Father, as a broken and sinful man in a city of broken and sinful people. Father, I beseech thee, O Lord, God of heaven, the great and awesome God. I pray for the blessings of repentance, revival, and rain. I pray we all turn from our sin and seek you, Father God, and that you lead us to your Son, Jesus Christ, to confess our sins that he paid for with his very own life. And I pray that we continue in revival. Jesus loves you. He died for all of us, and he wants our heart. So I pray all of us to become followers of Jesus Christ by heeding his very word. And I pray for rain, not because we deserve it, because we ask you, Father, because we're asking you for it. And we want to glorify you, Father, and show the world who you are and how much you love us. I ask this in the name above all name, the name that's been given all authority in heaven and earth, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Sarah Wynn. She is a senior at Veterans Memorial High School, placed third in the nation for medical coding professionals of America's National Leadership Conference. And she's one of 6 students at CCISD as a finalist Buck Days Leadership Scholarship Program.
Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now join me in saying the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Now for a moment of silence. You may be seated.
Thank you, Sarah. Good luck in your studies. Thank you. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Antu.
Here.
Gail Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxton.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, that takes us to Section E, and that is our City Manager's comments, update, and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the Council and the community. Before we begin today's City Manager's report on the recommended budget calendar for the 2027 budget, I would like to take this moment to update the City Council and the community, especially the North Beach community, on a grant that the city's Parks and Rec Department recently applied for. And so we heard a little bit about this last week in our North Beach Tourism meeting. And last fall in November, the Parks Department submitted an emergency grant application to the Texas General Land Office for North Beach. And the grant was for the beach renourishment, for North Beach renourishment. The grant amount was $6.5 million. That was the request in our grant application. And the project will address beach erosion in this area and renourish about 3,500 feet of beach that has been eroded over time on the shoreline. The limits are from Surfside Park all the way down to the USS Lexington, so a big portion of the beach. So I'm happy today to tell the council and the community that late last week, city staff received notice that the grant has been awarded to us. Not only has it been awarded, but it's been awarded in the full amount of $6.5 million. So that's tremendous.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right.
That is awesome.
And so this is great news. The GLO will lead the project, so this will be a project that they'll manage. We'll be in a supporting role, which is another good thing. It takes a little bit of work off our plate. We will, though, coordinate with the community and with the GLO and the council to coordinate scheduling so we don't have too much impact on our tourism and the residents that live there that use the beach just about every day. So this afternoon at 1 o'clock, I'm going to depart from here just for a few minutes to go across the street. The GLO will have a check presentation for our project and a few others, and the GLO will be there, and I'll be joined with Robert and Sergio, and Jonathan will be there as well to take a picture and just do a ceremonial check acceptance. It'll just be a few minutes, and I'll be back at the council chambers after that. So great news. I want to thank Parks for doing this. It's taken a lot of effort on their part. I know we received a lot of emails over the past couple of months wanting updates, and they provided good updates, and it's just a process that we had to go through. But the good news is we've been awarded, and work will begin soon on that beautiful section of our city. So, yeah, so thank you all.
Great news.
And then secondly, now I would like to have Amy Cowley, our Director of Management and Budget, come up to the podium. She is going to share a presentation on City Council on our budget calendar for fiscal year 27. It seems a little early, given that February is still here, but the budget process is almost a year-round process nowadays. Hearing council input, we have scheduled a lot of community engagement on the front end, and Amy's going to go over that with you. We also have a budget fiscal policy review with the council and a goal-setting session with the council before we get much into the budget development process in the June-July timeframe. So we've heard what you said last year. We've heard what the community said. This calendar reflects those changes, and Amy's going to go over that with us now this morning.
Thank you, sir. Mayor and City Council, thank you for having me. I'm Amy Cowley, Director of Management and Budget. Just a quick overview of what we'll be discussing, the FY27 proposed budget development calendar, and I have a graphical representation of what that looks like that will also show a comparison to the development timeline we followed last fiscal year. There's a lot of words on this slide, but hopefully you can see this pretty clearly. So we're starting to prepare our financial forecast and reestimates for the current fiscal year. And so the next item on our calendar would be to bring forward to you our financial policies for consideration. And then at the end of March, a financial forecast briefing. Following that financial forecast briefing and the adoption or the approval of the financial policies, we would release an online community budget survey similar to the one that we did last year. And then concurrently with that, we would also conduct community input sessions. So it would happen in April of this planning season. Last year, it happened later in the year, and so we heard feedback from you that we would like to collect that information earlier. The goal here is that we're able to hear from our community members in April, put that data together, along with our financial forecast, and have that for you for our budget goal setting session in May. And that would lay the groundwork for us to begin our in-depth discussions with departments, with the city manager and the executive leadership team to develop the proposed budget and bring that to you at the end of July. After the proposed budget is delivered to you in July, we would then continue to conduct the city council budget workshops that we've done in prior years, as well as the community input sessions in August. So in this proposed calendar, we have 2 iterations of these community input sessions. We have input in April as well as input in August after the proposed budget. And then following our schedule for adopting the budget in time for our fiscal year to begin October 1st, we would have the first reading on the budget September 1st and the second reading on September 8th. This graphic summarizes those key dates and timelines. The first half are either items that are new to this timeline or are moved earlier in the year. And so today we're presenting that timeline to you. And then in March, we would approve the financial policies. This is several months earlier than we have done in prior years. And also in March, we would have the financial forecast briefing. The online community survey, we did that for the first time last year, and it was done in the middle of our budget development in the summer. So this time we would be doing that much earlier in April, concurrent with new community input sessions in April. And I'll stand by for any questions, comments.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you very much to including the input sessions a lot earlier than August or July, how we have in the past. But can you give us an estimate as to where we are now so we know? Because, I mean, we've had conversations, or our city manager has told us that we already are in a deficit. Is that still the prognosis?
I really do need the time between now and March 31st to bring you something more definite. Mm-hmm. So what's also happening right now is we have our annual comprehensive financial report that's being concluded with the finance department, and that will give us final ending numbers for FY25, which lets us know how we ended that year compared to what we had forecasted or thought. And that is where we start for our forecast in the coming years. Okay. We're also working on a reestimate for the current year. So our departments, it's been months, right, that they developed their budget for FY26, and now they have almost 4 months, or they have 4 months of actual data that they can utilize to update their estimate for this year. So once we have final numbers for 25 and that estimate for 26, I can present to you a more definite picture. I will say, when you look at our economy, when you look at our sales tax collections, our hot tax, we're not seeing significant changes.
Well, that's good. Okay, well, one of the things we want to make sure is that we, keep up with our street repairs. I know that's, one of our top 2 goals at least. So thank you again.
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you, Amy.
Amy, thank you for the presentation.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And just to repeat or reiterate, so it'll be the end of March that we'll have that. It's kind of seen as the beginning of the budget. It'll give us a financial perspective. Do we have a shortfall, or are we looking better than we have the past couple of years for this October? So that'll be good. Like as Amy said, that we track sales tax revenue monthly, and we're meeting each monthly's budgeted amount, a little bit over. So the sales tax is a good indicator of the overall economy. So it's holding its own, I would say. We've done some pretty significant reductions in operations in the past 2-3 fiscal years. So hopefully we're at a point where we'll have a kind of a zero change budget, so to speak. And we do know that we have to, Ernie and I and budget team and others will meet to try to come up with some recommendations for streets. We know that with the elimination of the street user fee a few years ago, and drawing down on fund balances, that it's going to be tighter this year, but we're going to bring you a recommendation. We told you about the issue, but our job is to try to bring some solutions, and so we'll be working on that as well. Because as you can see in the community, the council about 5 to 7 years ago made streets a top priority, and by making it a top priority, you can see the results in our community, which is better than what we used to be in terms of streets. There's still a lot of work to do, obviously. That's why I want to try to keep that funding at that amount. So that'll be all part of the budget process. Good. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
Great, thank you, Peter. We're going to move on to section G, our board committee appointments. Rebecca. Well, we have 15 minutes.
Mayor and Council, the reinvestment zone number 7, it's the London Area Board. They have one vacancy representing the London Area Taxpayer Property Owner category. That's what the one position we'll be filling today.
Okay, so
And there's one applicant who is Nicholas Rhodes.
and that is for the at-large, community at-large, is that what it's?
It is for the London Area Taxpayer Property Owner position. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would anyone like to nominate? Well, we only have one.
Yeah.
So we have a motion
Motion
and
to
a
appoint.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Mayor, you can't take an action unless you have some type
I'm
of
sorry,
public
that's
comment
right.
first.
Yes, I'm sorry. He's right.
Unless we have,
We have to have public comment first. So since
yes.
we didn't have public comment at the beginning,
thank you,
we should have
Miles.
asked.
Okay, would anyone like to make comment on the board and committee appointments that we are discussing? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, just a few more steps, please. Additionally, on January 28th, Nueces County appointed Rob Leon and Jaime Garcia to the board, and they are replacing Judge Scott and Commissioner Gonzalez. So these appointments require council confirmation. So would the council Commissioner confirm? Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
And council members, there are 2 open positions on the board because Del Mar College has decided not to participate in the TERS. And there are currently 7 council members serving on the board, and that's excluding council members Campos and Roy. So if you wish, it's just optional, you may appoint council members Campos and Roy to the board if they're interested in that.
Sure. Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Councilman Roy and Councilwoman Campos to the TER 7 board.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We still have about 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and go to the consent agenda. We'll pull items and then come back and start public comment. So are there any requests from council members to pull any item for discussion, items 3 through 17?
Yes. 5, 12, and 15.
Item 5, 12, and 15. Anything else, or any other item?
Mayor, we're going to postpone or we'll pull and put on next agenda item number 17.
Item 17?
Yeah, so we won't consider it today,
Okay.
but we'll put it on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any other items? 14?
Pull 17, the next meeting.
Any requests from the public to pull an item for public comment at this time? Okay, there being no one, we'll close that public comment. I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 5, 12, 14, and 15.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address the rules of decorum. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum of civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. We will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and shouting blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've always allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreements disagreement. But I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. So we're here to do the people's work, and let's proceed in that good spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item itself. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. At this time, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens above for your viewing.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. And the reason we ask for that is because that is what the council policy states, to state your name first and the city in which, well, your name, actually. In-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes, and non-residents up to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. So with that, today we have a total of 67 public commenters. That includes WebEx and phone. And we will start today with Armand Alex. Mr. Alex.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Armand Alex. I'm a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi, born and raised. My parents met and dated in the Hillcrest, Washington Coles neighborhoods in the late 90s. Last September, just months ago, and after years of organizing and sustained public pressure, this council voted to terminate the contract with Kiewit for the Inner Harbor desalination plant. One of the central reasons cited being the cost. The price was too high. Now, months later, we are being asked to consider reopening the trash can to pull out the same project, this time through an industry-led coalition promising a dramatically lower price. Has the brine discharge impact on our bay changed? Has the long-term maintenance burden changed? Has the energy intensity of desalination changed? And has the location changed? This decision is not just a line item in your agenda, it is a signal about who this city believes deserves protection and who this city believes can be sacrificed, Black residents. And this vote, how interesting that it also takes place during Black History Month. And if any of you claim to respect Black history, like that big banner in the middle of the rotunda there, then respect Black lives right now. Respect Black neighborhoods right now. Respect the people of Hillcrest right now. Do not contract a group of people to design a new noose and then call it a ribbon cutting. Because that is what this looks like to communities who have carried the weight of this city's progress, a tightening loop, more decisions made about them, without them, long-term harm dressed up as opportunity. Because when a project's price suddenly drops by hundreds of millions of dollars, that's not innovation. That is either cost shifting, we definitely know it's corner cutting, or a future liability that will be deferred onto us taxpayers. This city has a nasty pattern. Heavy industry demands infrastructure, the public absorbs that particular cost, communities like Hillcrest absorb the impact, and then residents are told that this is all for economic progress. But for who? But progress that poisons the Bay is not progress. Progress that displaces Black families is not progress. And progress that subsidizes industrial expansion while residents face rising bills is not progress. The people already proved that we can win. And if this council tries to drag this back from the grave again, then we will meet them there with the same power that buried it the first time. Because we understand something incredibly clearly. The future is not something that politicians build over citizens' heads or residents' heads. It is something that the people build. This council needs to finally ditch desal, vote no on any contracts. Please vote wisely.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Bradley Bartleson.
Good afternoon. I have a presentation up there. There we go. Next slide, please. Okay, physics and finance should lead our decisions. Today, we still don't know.
You state your name and
Brad Bartleson,
city, please.
District 5, Corpus Christi. We still don't know if an inner harbor desal would kill our fisheries, the central question. We don't know the spatial variation, temporal variation, stratification effects. Once your fish is dead, it doesn't come back to life a bit later when conditions return to normal. Experts said we should discharge into the Gulf. We also have to consider trigger points. So 1 PPT at 35 is different than at 38. Are you on the edge of dying? You have to look at the entire food chain. At any point in that chain dies, the rest die. Next slide. So we don't know. TCEQ permit was on strictly the inner harbor itself, no bay analysis, no temporal analysis, and a bulk determination. Next slide. So temporal, short-term cycling. So examine this, that at the maxima and minima of the tide, we get low flow. During that time, we're going to get recirculation around the the desal plant, intaking and outtaking, not much flow. So at that time, we're going to be pulling from there, from the power plant, putting that into Nueces Bay. So that'll have a high increase in salinity going in there for that period of time. So have this short-term cycling. What's the impact of that in that area? And that dot shown on the right could be that high zone. Next slide. So long-term accumulation, then what happens over the long term? Do we get residual accumulation at the bottom and dead zones where the fish are? Next slide. So temporally, long-term, over the years, we also have the stratification. Again, the denser hypersaline sits at the bottom. That's where the fish lay their eggs. So is that going to result? Next slide. So bad news is we should have done this decades ago before we got started because these tools have been available. We have the technology. But if we were to proceed today without knowing these results, how irresponsible. We'd be risking wasted money, wasted time, precious time, and no water. Next slide. But recently, I think you all heard at a meeting about the premier site of Barney Davis. We've known about this. We've got available power. A lot of power needs, 30 megawatts are needed. They have it there. This is expandable to our needs. So what if 5 years from now, all of a sudden you say, well, we need 50, not 30, and we get this huge money we already spent, and we're going to have to do it again. And that's a better deal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Marita Forrest.
Merida Forest, District 5. Thank you to our city council members who have listened and responded to community concerns. We truly do appreciate you. Today, I ask you to please protect our water and our neighborhoods. Vote no or table the Inner Harbor Desal Plant contract with CC Desal Partners until the far-field modeling for the Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and the ship channel is complete and reviewed. The proposed Inner Harbor Desal Plant is experimental and risky. It threatens our bay, marine life, fishing industry, and our ecosystems. It impacts the health of the Hillcrest residents. Ship channels are poor locations due to the long-term brine dead zone risks. Offshore intake and discharge is essential. Now let's talk about cost. The cost is high. $979 million for just 27.6 MGD. That's at that 92% capacity. Then it's an additional $13.80 per month increase, or $166 per year added to our residential water bill for this plan alone. Now, remember, we already have 3 planned projects in the works. Those increases for Brackish RO is a $3.38 increase. Evangeline is a $9.07 increase. Harbor Island Desal is a $19.01 increase. So for those projects, it's already $31.46 per month, or $377 increase per year for us residents. So if you pass the Inner Harbor, residents will face a whopping total of $45.26 monthly increase. That's $543 per year to our water bill. We cannot afford that. This project serves industry demand, not residential need. Adding Inner Harbor Desal to a water supply is overkill. I would like to see the math. I'd like to see the math for the cost breakdown, electricity cost, operating and maintenance costs, and the price per 1,000 gallons for residents. And some other concerns I have are, please use a third-party operator. How much design elements were cut to meet the budget? Will there be real-time water quality monitoring in the Inner Harbor Bay, Nueces Bay, and the Corpus Christi Bay? Will PFA Forever Chemicals be tested for? And what happens if CC Poly goes online and production must be curtailed? That's a lot of residents' ratepayer money and on these costs to our water bill. So I do ask you to please prioritize the most reliable option. And we won't know that until the far-field modeling is completed and reviewed by the committee. So please vote no or table item 18 until then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forrest. Patricia Anderson.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Gail Anderson, and I live in Corpus Christi District 2. I would like to address Inner Harbor. Let's start with 2, maybe 3 things that we can all agree on. One is we cannot print money like our federal government, so we must choose our projects wisely and get the most bang for our buck. 2, I think we can all agree Inner Harbor is a long-term, solution and will not help curtailment. Let's not rush into another bad decision. 3, I think it's important to remember we have choices. When Corpus Christi first started looking at desal, Barney Davis was the first choice for engineers because desal projects are typically co-located next to a power plant like Carlsbad and Tampa Bay. Granted, the new cost of Inner Harbor has been reduced, but that doesn't change the underlying issues that make Inner Harbor a bad choice to start with. Inner Harbor is the worst location because it's a dead leg adjacent to 2 very fragile bay systems. It's illogical to expect the discharge of 30 to 50 million gallons of hypersaline effluent into the Inner Harbor would not have any detrimental impact. Even the Persian Gulf has dead zones. So what happens when you tip the scales on a fragile bay system? You have red algae blooms and fish kills. This is not something you can afford to get wrong. The bayfront is a huge attraction for both citizens and tourists alike. There are 26 petrochemical industrial businesses located in the harbor along with international shipping. The water is filled with high suspended solids, contaminants, and PFAS. What percentage of the time will we be shut down because of spills or high salinity? Based on the Perth desal plant, I calculated we could have 291 tons of sludge removal per month. What is that going to do to our landfill, and was that included in the cost? Inner Harbor is not scalable. There's no upside. In summary, 1, we need the far-field study to determine environmental impact. 2, let's compare the pros and cons of Inner Harbor to Barney Davis. And 3, how much water do we need? If it's greater than 30 million gallons per day, then Inner Harbor is not the answer. Inner Harbor is not the answer for social, economic, or environmental reasons. We have a better choice. Let's vote wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Scott Lewis.
Hello, I'm Scott Lewis, 216 Champions Drive, Rockport, Texas. Hello, esteemed mayor and council members. My name's Scott Lewis, and I'm here to speak in favor of Inner Harbor desalination. I'm less than 2 years from retirement and plan on staying in the coastal bend, as my children and grandchildren also call this area home. But we need a clean, reliable, dependable source of water for that to happen. I've been in the coastal bend since 2003 and want you all to know we've loved the coastal bend long before that. And it was an easy decision to move my family here, as my wife was stationed at Naval Air Station Beeville, and I was stationed at Naval Air Station Kingsville while in the Navy. Our desire is for our children and grandchildren to have the same opportunities we've had to make a good living, build a business, and raise a family in the coastal bend. And our only concern is a clean and reliable water source, which Inner Harbor Desal will bring. My next chapter of life is rapidly approaching. And while I am retiring, I want not only my wife and I, but my family and all 800 plus of my employees to have the same wonderful opportunities to thrive in this beautiful area. I ask the mayor and council members to help by doing the right thing now by getting ahead of a clean and reliable water solution by supporting the ready and available Inner Harbor Desal. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. John Hanslick.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. John Hanslick, District 5. I'm a proud Corpus Christi native and local business owner. My company relies heavily on industry here in the coastal bend, and in 2025, I employed more than 80 men and women, generating nearly $4 million in payroll. But those numbers represent more than economic activity. They represent families. Families that shop here, buy homes here, raise their families here. And like every family in our community, they depend on something fundamental, a reliable supply of water. Water security is not a partition issue. It is not an industry versus residents issue. It is a community issue. Our citizens need it, our hospitals need it, our small businesses need it, and yes, local industry needs it too. Because industry helps fund the very tax base that supports our schools, public safety, and infrastructure. The hard truth is this: Corpus Christi water challenges are not something we can conserve our way out of. Conservation matters, and we should always be responsible stewards, but surface and groundwater sources have proven unreliable during extended drought conditions. We cannot gamble our economic future or our community's stability on rainfall. We need a long-term, drought-proof solution. The Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Plant is the only major water project that is funded, fully permitted, and ready to move forward. It is not theoretical. It is not years away from approval. It is actionable now. Delaying action only increases risk to jobs, risk to future investment, and risk to the long-term prosperity of the coastal bend. As a business owner, I plan for the future. I mitigate risk. I make investments that ensure stability and growth. I believe our city must do the same. I respectfully urge you to vote yes on the Inner Harbor desal project and take a decisive step towards securing a strong, resilient, and prosperous future for Corpus Christi and the entire coastal Bend region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henslick. Wendy Herman.
Hello, my name is Wendy Herman, and I am a resident of District 4, and I am also the president of the Associated Builders and Contractors Texas Coastal Bend chapter. Our chapter represents nearly 200 of the largest commercial and industrial construction companies and their suppliers here in the Coastal Bend. We are the people who build the plants, the hospitals, and the schools in this community, and our member companies collectively employ tens of thousands of South Texans. I want to begin by sharing several facts that I know to be true. One, I know that industry pays its fair share to the water for the water it uses. I know that it's true for years that industry has paid an additional surcharge on top of their regular water rates in anticipation of bringing desalination and other long-term water solutions to this region, and it has amassed over $30 million in that fund. I also know that industry continues to be a strong partner to the citizens of Corpus Christi by agreeing to transition to reclaimed wastewater and thereby freeing up more potable water for the residents. And perhaps most importantly, when I speak to my members, I know that their greatest concern is the threat of curtailment due to the lack of water. Curtailment simply does not mean reducing output. These industrial facilities cannot be switched off like a light switch. The processes cannot be paused until our water situation sorts itself out. These processes and the people that do them will likely move to another region in this country. Curtailment would lead to devastating permanent job losses and would have a catastrophic economic impact, not only on our region, but on our country. I'm not here solely as a representative of the construction community. This issue is deeply personal to me. My son is a journeyman electrician, and until December of 2025, he lived and worked right here in Corpus Christi with him and his wife both. But due to the slow work, due to water insecurity, he was forced to leave Corpus Christi and accept a job in Houston. And so now he, his wife, and my future grandbabies live in Pasadena, Texas. This story will repeat itself over and over again if we do not secure a dependable water supply. Our graduates and our young skilled workers will leave, and they will find different homes and different opportunities for their families elsewhere. The talent drain on this community will be felt for generations to come. Today, you have an opportunity to change that trajectory by voting in favor of the Inner Harbor Desalination Project, and you can help secure the water supply for our community that it desperately needs. Finally, I know that my members are not faceless monsters. They are the working men and women of this community who, some of them took a risk, and they started a company, and they employ the vast majority of the folks who buy the houses and the cars and eat in the restaurants and see the theaters and the shops here in this town. And I respectfully ask you to be brave enough to do everything in your power to secure the water we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Amanda Breland.
Amanda Breland, District 1. Okay, I've had a lot of coffee, so let's see how this goes. Once again, I am here during my lunch break because this council refuses to implement public comment procedures that benefit the working class. While it is great that y'all extended the time for out-of-town residents, moving public comment time from 5:30 Tuesdays to 12 p.m. is idiotic. The time should have been moved to 5:30 on Mondays. That way we have time to give our comment, and then y'all can vote on Tuesdays. Another thing I'd like to point out is the inconsistencies in which y'all enforce your public comment policies. I can't help but to notice that when white men come up here and curse and cause a ruckus, they seem to be met with understanding. Council members even point out that they're just upset. They just want to be heard, you know? So we should hear them out. When women, specifically brown women, come up here and do something similar, the response is, lock her up, you know? Speaking from personal experience. So y'all have a lot of improvement to make on those. I'd also like to speak on this council's lack of action when it comes to ICE presence in the city. Other mayors and councils across the nation are standing up to these federally funded thugs and fighting against this fascist regime. And here in Corpus Christi, all you hear are crickets, if that. I urge y'all to stand up and do something to protect and prevent all residents of this community, regardless of their status, from harm. Lastly, I'd like to urge y'all to vote no on the desalination plant. Y'all already know what the issues are. And the fact that this is just for industry is clear and has been said multiple times to multiple people. It's not gonna benefit residents. It's not gonna benefit regular working class people. So yeah, I'd like to dedicate the last few seconds of my time to the people who have been murdered by ICE in this nation, and to the people who are suffering genocide in Palestine right now. So,
Thank you, Ms. Breland.
my time's not up.
Oh, I thought you were done.
Mayor, she's not speaking at this point, then the comment is no longer city-related. So,
Ms. Breland, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Breland. Ruth Camarillo Smith. Thank you, Ms. Breland.
My name is Ruth Camarillo Smith. I reside at 1629 Windy Oaks Drive in Aransas Pass. I'm here today as a mother and a concerned citizen. I would like to address the incident involving Officer Manuel Hernandez and my son. The situation has had serious lasting consequences for my son and for our entire family. It has created a deep sense of insecurity that no family should ever have to experience in their own community. I'm requesting that this matter be addressed, formally acknowledged, and not ignored. No resident should have to live with fear or uncertainty following an encounter with those entrusted to protect us. Public trust depends on accountability, transparency, and the fair treatment of every resident. When those principles are shaken, confidence in our institutions is shaken as well. We cannot simply stand by while nothing is done. This matter deserves serious review, meaningful attention, and appropriate action. And I urge every one of you, if you have not viewed the video, please view it and make determination and judgment for yourself, and see if those actions were humane. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Camarillo Smith. I'm sorry, sir, or whoever was clapping, I just saw him, but there's no clapping, and that's the decorum rules. Thank you, sir. Nelda Martinez. Mayor Nelda Martinez.
Good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you for your service. I know it's a big sacrifice, and you certainly are appreciated. Also want to say how much...
Can you state your name and city, please? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you so much for keeping me in line, City Secretary. God knows I can use all the help I can get. Nelda Martinez, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 4. I appreciated you all moving forward with your last vote regarding desalination and going with Oxiona. I'm sorry I was not here, but I was ill. And so, again, having all the decision-making and all of the due diligence and all of the homework that you all have been doing, I'm glad you're at this point. And I'm hoping that you do move forward today with a yes vote on desalination. Time is of the essence. I do think you should incorporate your decision together with the Farfield study. I think that's very important part of this decision-making process, and to incorporate that as you move forward today with your yes vote, that you make it contingent upon the completion and the acceptance of the information on the environmental impact that will come from the the far-field study. So, given that, just know that it's important, the work that you have done in diversification of our water supply, but the groundwater wells, as we well know, are not long-term solutions. Rain is what comes in between droughts, and they have to be recharged. They're not drought-proof. Desalination, as we planned many years back, it is long-term, drought-resistant, and something we can own, our own asset, and have control over the water rates. So please vote yes today on the Inner Harbor desalination, and again, make it contingent upon the completion of the far-field study on that information, because you will, even though we don't have that now, we will get that soon, whether it be in March or in April. We still have plenty of time as you move forward simultaneously working to get to our next step with Acciona on the completion of the Inner Harbor desalination plant. Thank you all again, and God bless all of you and our families.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. We keep forgetting how much debt we've been put into with city staff. Again, to remind the community and you all, we are at $1.6 billion in debt as a government. $1.6 billion with a B dollars in debt. $343 million was accumulated last year. So when you have old council members and old mayors coming up here pleading the case for desal, it's irrelevant, because we are in this position because of them. The far-field modeling is not complete. This vote is premature, 100% premature. It is beyond the thought process of a local governing body that refuses to listen to its constituents. Like, when you don't listen to constituents, then you have a vote like you did in November of 2023, where 70% of this community came out to vote against a pie-in-the-sky $1 million convention center hotel. We voted against that. 70% of this community voted against that. We have brains in this community. Our community members are smarter than your water department, and that is obvious. The games that are being played on the Far-Field Modeling Committee and the Water Conservation Committee is complete unprofessional and asinine, wasting community members' time on these committees that have proven to be a joke. We want the far-field modeling before we move forward on this vote today. I would like to thank the people that are listening to the community and taking the time to do the research and haven't dug their heels in the ground and that are supporting this community. That's what you're supposed to do. That is your job, to listen to us, the majority. We are the majority. When you hear people coming up here and saying, oh, well, we have homes, we buy homes here, we eat here, guess what? That's only 4% of people here, only 4%. The rest of us, we eat here too. We live here too. We buy homes here too. And I have a plethora of pictures of packed RV parks in Odom, in Sinton, in Gregory, full of RVs. And that is proof that these people are not moving here. This experimental plant is neither clean, nor reliable, nor dependable, because when you all have gone to go visit Carlsbad and Tampa Bay desal plants, they were not functioning. Let's make sure the community knows that. They were not working. So these are not dependable, and they're not reliable, nor are they clean, because the far-field modeling that the port did prove that. Thank you, and have the day you deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Encarnacion Cerna.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Encarnacion Serna, Chon by short. I am a retired process engineer with more than 50 years of industry experience, including 3.5 years working for the Do Little, Do Nothing Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Sir, can you state your city, please?
Oh, yes. I live in Portland, Texas, 105 Lost Creek Drive. My telephone number is 361-903-5774. Don't ask me to spell my name, Mayor, because then we lose my 3 minutes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am here to say that in the proposed desalination projects by the City of Corpus Christi and the Port of Corpus Christi Authority, these people, everybody promoting desalination plants, have proposed and done this with a very profound ignorance of economic, socioeconomic considerations, standard engineering practices, and with a significant, substantial disregard for the environmental considerations that had to be made. Allow me to read to you a letter that I sent to the Corpus Christi City Council about a week ago. In this letter, this is what I say. Dear Corpus Christi Council members and city manager, a couple of weeks ago, I went to your council meeting and I asked you for the following information. What will the capital costs be to build and commission the desalination plant at Inner Harbor? I hear numbers here, I hear numbers there. My skills, my experience, my know-how forced me to do my own estimate. I got it. I don't want to give it to you now, but whenever you want it, any of you, you can call me. I gave you the phone number. Now, you need to consider operating and maintenance costs because you got to have revenues. Well, by now, 10 years after you're looking at this project, having spent, Lord only knows how much, 10 million, 12 million, 15 million, you need to tell us that. All you got is sham permits from the TCEQ with fraudulent applications. I read them. I read the applications. That's what I can do. That's what I do for the community. Nobody pays me anything, so I'm not on anybody's pocket. So what will the annual operating and maintenance costs be? Electricity, chemicals, filters, membranes. I know desalination by reverse osmosis. I never built one this big. I wouldn't do that. You couldn't pay me enough money to do that. What will the funding mechanisms be? Who's gonna? I got many, many more, so it's written in here because you owe.
Thank you, Mr. Serna. Jenny Cross?
All this information.
Jenny Cross?
I am sorry?
Oh, no, I'm calling the next person, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Jenny Cross, is she here? Okay. Jeremy Rogers? Is Jeremy, yes.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Jeremy Rogers, District 3. The water is important. Where are we going to get water from? There's water everywhere, not a drop to drink. I don't know the way. I don't want to be like Tehran in Iran and just run out of water and our whole city collapses. We need water, but I don't think we're ready, and we need to do more research. And we need to take care of the brown and black people in our community. We don't need to bulldoze them over to make this happen. We need to worry about the fish. We need to worry about the birds. We need to worry about the people who have no houses. We need water, but let's do it the right way. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Alejandro Chavera. Is Alejandro Chavera with us? Oh, go ahead.
My name is Alejandro Chavera, Corpus Christi, Texas. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, and the people. I came last week and I talked about one resource that we can use right now, and that are fog nets. Fog nets capture fog and rain. We could use these along the lake. Farmers could use these. I mean, industry could use these, and they could capture water without using any mechanism and storing it right below where they're capturing them, or maybe at a lower elevation. This is something that we actually should be looking at. Other countries are using this. Other cities are using this in California. And there's another technology, it's called atmospheric water harvesting. This technology we should really look at. This will completely eliminate desal. Completely. It doesn't harm the environment. Other countries are using this for years. This is a natural process that's happening outside right now as we speak. There is evaporation that is sometimes reaches up to maybe 40 or 50 feet that we could be harvesting. I mean, how come nobody's look at this? One more thing I wanted to talk about real quick. We can stop wrong rate drivers. If we employ the same thing that was used in drive-ins to keep people from going through exits, we could do the same thing here. What's the worst that could happen? They shred all their tires, they stop right there on the spot. What does it do? To keep people from getting killed. Just a while ago driving over here, I saw somebody driving on the wrong way, on a one-way. The cars had to stop. Hey, so why do they have to buy brand new tires? Stop them right there. There is technology for this. There is a way that if there's an emergency, you could actually disengage this technology and let them go through. But the thing is to stop this. And one last thing, we are wasting water in our drainage systems. The word drainage doesn't mean it has to go out someplace. We can actually store that drainage water, sell it to the industry. You're right. I mean, there's a lot of other things that we are not doing. If the thing is to keep the river flowing, fog nets are the thing. If you're going to drill for water, you're going to have to drill 10 or 15 miles. If not, you're going to destroy the coastline. Farmers won't be able to get crops, nothing. So drilling along the water is along the river is the wrong thing to do, because when you take that water out, what do you think replaces it? The salt water.
Thank you, Mr. Chavera. Joshua Krim.
I'm Joshua Krim from Flower Bluff. I just want to say that, you know, with desalination, the salt content of our water is what causes the rain, because the sun evaporates the ocean, and if the salt is too high in content, we won't get the rain anymore. So by flooding the ocean with salt, sticking it back out there like that and taking out the water, it could actually stop the Gulf Stream from flowing the way it does. And on the fact of Hillcrest, I'd like to speak about that too, because y'all need to do these people right. You know, y'all promised them a new pool. That's fine. We don't have the water for the pool right now. You know, we need to do something else for them. Why don't we just take that money and we'll put it into a safety spot and do something nice for their community. Maybe like fix up some of those abandoned houses, you know, for new families to move into. Anything just to take care of these people, because they had to sacrifice a lot in order to build that bridge. And the people that built the bridge, they need to get paid. So we need to get that all worked out so everybody can get paid and everybody can be happy, right? There's other routes we could probably go with the desal. If we don't stick the salt back in the water, maybe we could ship it up north and use it for the roads when the ice is over or something like that. You know, there's different avenues we can take, but we can't be screwing up our environment, you know, and it's all about community and environment, because if we don't have rain, then we have no choice. We're you know, no good, you know, and we're begging for rain now. We need to stop messing up what God originally put here, and I'm sure He'll provide for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Marilena Garza?
Marilena Garza, District 1. I'm also the Democratic Precinct Chair for Precinct 1 for Nueces County. I am also the Communication Chair for the Nueces County Democratic Party here. I am also one of 2 representatives for the Congressional District 27, representing on the Democratic Executive Committee, or the SDEC, and I am here representing the Nueces County Democratic Party, and what has been passed out in front of council has been an official statement that the Nueces County Democratic Party had posted Monday, August 18th, 2025, and it reads, on July 31st, 2023, the Nueces County Democratic Executive Committee voted unanimous to pass a resolution in support of environmental sustainability initiatives. The Democratic Party of Nueces County is committed to promoting sustainable progress and environmental stewardship. Nationally, the Democratic Party upholds scientific consensus. Environmental stewardship aligns with core democratic values, including social responsibility, equality, and justice. We stand against environmental injustices and advocate for inclusive solutions that benefit all members of our community. In our convention in 2024, we further updated our stance in regards to a resolution against the desalination plant in Hillcrest community in Corpus Christi, Texas. Be it resolved that the construction and operation of a desal plant in the Hillcrest community be strongly opposed due to the potential devastation it could cause to the environment. We urge policymakers, local authorities, and relative stakeholders to consider alternative solutions for addressing water scarcity in the region that prioritize environmental conservation, sustainability, and the well-being of local communities. May this resolution serve as a call to action to promote responsible decision-making and sustainable practices that preserve the natural beauty and ecological integrity of the Corpus Christi Bay for generations to come. It is the opinion of the Nueces County Democratic Party to vote against item 18. Do what's right.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Deanna King? Yes, ma'am. What item would that be? 18, yes, ma'am. Jenny Cross?
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I'm Jenny Cross. I'm here representing the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. First, I'd like to apologize for my lateness today. Bob Hall Pier grand opening is kind of a big deal around my house. I know you've heard from a lot of folks already today. I just want to start by thanking you for your willingness to revisit and advance the Inner Harbor desalination project. I know you know how important a drought-proof water supply is to all the businesses in this community and the surrounding communities. So with that, I just want to encourage you to move forward, and thank you again for your thoughtful leadership, your commitment to responsible spending, and your focus on securing a drought-proof water source for this community.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Blanca Parkinson?
Before I begin, I just want to note that I'm going to pose some questions that the council needs to pose to the city manager and to the new experts. They're rhetorical in nature. We know the answers. You all need to ask these so you can stop looking silly. Do not interrupt me. Okay. Blanca Parkinson, District 1. I'm here like I was in 2021, in 2022, in 2023, in 2024, in 2025, and now today in 26 to oppose the Hillcrest desal plant. I would like for you, now that you have had to learn and come on board and understand and conceptualize the quantities that you all are trying to secure for industry, and now that you understand what 1 million gallons of water a day are, I would like for you to conceptualize 51.47 million gallons of high salinity brine and sludge blended, because they are not going to truck it out, into that bay day in, day out for the life of that plant, right next to the intake structure. Which brings me to my next point. About a year ago, on March 25th, 2025, to be exact, Chris Benjamin, the Australian guy with GHD, was here, and he said that they were doing a far-field model, that it's part of the process, he said it in Australian accent, part of the process in order to build the plant. You cannot move forward without that. He said it was a holistic approach. It was a Danish Hydraulic Institute model that should have been done in June, and they were here until September. So these people coming here and saying to move forward concurrently with it's completely ignorant. You cannot do that. They stated here, where I stand, you must do this as part of the engineering process. And they said, thanks, but no thanks to Fries and Nichols. We have to do it not to save the bay, not for the fish, to see if this plant is going to work. So we know you don't care about us, and you've failed us. We're in failure mode now. But you're gonna let your industries down when that plant doesn't work. And we're trying to help you all. The questions that you all need to be asking, whoever the expert is this year, Ardura, Acciona, we don't know, why are you not doing the far-field modeling included? Are you going to include it? Because we have had experts here now who said they have to do that. It's part of the process. It's a holistic system. They have to test, the water has to reach equilibrium. So there is a lot of ignorance here. There's a lot of people who come in here and say things that are just, like Mr. Serna said, profoundly ignorant. And you all look so silly, sitting here not paying attention to people who have read it, who know. People who know. It's that plain and simple. So, in addition to that, we keep hearing that this plant is fully funded. This plant is not fully funded. That governor can hiss and do whatever he does. We have 2 loans that we have to pay back with interest, every red cent, for a thing that's not going to work. Vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Fatima Guerra Rashidi.
Fatima Rashidi, District 1. Thank you for giving a bit of your time to listen to our voices today. At a previous council meeting a while back, I was very sad to hear one of you unapologetically admit that your obligation is to provide water for outsiders, the big industrial companies, because they are Corpus Christi's partners. What about us? Big industrial companies take over half of our daily water supply. What about us? Because big industry takes most of our water, you decide to take other people's water outside our city limits. What about them? I would like to think that you love our city and the entire coastal bend. The grants that we receive to fix our eroding beaches is a great thing. That shows you love our city. But your actions supporting outsiders rather than the people who live here, driving people away from their homes, choosing outside industries that ravage our land and water rather than protect them, demonstrate otherwise. Meanwhile, our water is being depleted at this very moment, and we need solutions. The desalination proposal seems like a great idea at first glance. If we don't do our research and read the detrimental impact that the over 10,000 desalination plants around the world have on our oceans. Then, yes, desalination seems like a fantastic idea, an unlimited supply of water. But at what cost to us and to our habitats? People say as long as the brine is dumped way out in the Gulf, far from our bay, then it's fine. But multiply the over 10,000 desalination plants in the world to the 1.5 liters of brine for every liter of drinking water. That's over 37 billion gallons of brine dumped into our oceans, or injected underground every day. I'm not even going to talk about the energy that is needed to run desalination plants. I know that new technology is providing solutions to these problems of creating so much waste and using so much energy. But every time we try to manipulate nature, it fights back. Eventually, Mother Nature will become a monster to defend herself against us. For now, the rain isn't coming. What next? I've said before that big industry helps us sustain our economy, providing jobs, controlling billions of dollars in international trade annually. If only we could drink money. Thank you for your time, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Geda Rashidi. Miriam Geda Rashidi.
Hello, my name is Miriam Gera Rashidi. I'm from Corpus Christi, Texas, District 1. I'd like to thank you again for your time, everything that you do. Again, I may disagree with you on certain things, but I have to reiterate, as I did before, that I really do respect you and all the decisions that you make. They're very, very difficult, and a lot of things are controversial, but I really do appreciate you, okay? That being said, I went on vacation over Christmas to Palm Springs, California, and I was in awe of the beauty and majesty of nature all around me. And it proved without a doubt that there is a God. But when I look around Corpus Christi lately and see the overwhelming view of toxic Refinery Row, I feel the absolute opposite. At a meeting I attended several weeks ago, a man who supported industry and desalination plant had the audacity to address those of us who oppose desal, almost boasting that Corpus Christi is no longer the sparkling city by the sea, because our port is a multi-billion-dollar industry internationally. Is this what we want? To lose our natural beauty? I heard some people call us the toxic Texas Riviera. Another name? We're the sacrificial zone. How embarrassing is that? We are running out of water. I think about this all the time. I have been talking to my daughters about running out of water for almost 2 decades. But we cannot deny that toxic industrial plants are responsible for this loss. I know that our economy strongly relies on industry. And I understand that many families rely on industry for income. And I respect them, and I pray for all of us. We are all in this together. But our water is being sacrificed, and it is unjust. What is outrageous is the idea that the city wants to keep expanding with development when we're running out of water. This makes no sense. A new pool facility was built last summer during our unprecedented drought. This makes no sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rashidi. Zachary Bornstein.
Good afternoon, Council. Zachary Bornstein, District 1. I have a video I'd like to play.
I know you've admitted it's your slide, and I know you're the one who created the slide. I have a very specific question for you. Did you drop that text box, the one that's shown right now, the larger one that obscures the release date and the release number? Did you drop that text box there?
I already told you that I had done that, yes, that there was a
And did you drop the second text box that's now highlighted that again obscures the release date?
Again, it was a formatting issue.
This wasn't an omission. This was somebody obscuring data on a federal slide, right?
Yes.
That's different than an omission, right?
Right.
Okay. That's what makes it criminal as opposed to an accident, right?
And I understand.
Yeah. I know you've admitted. Do you understand that then this, going back to the Peter recording, he talks about a scheme and the narrative, and you've talked about it here too today, that there was a false narrative and a false document, right?
Yes.
And that false narrative and the false document that was presented to the city council and to the Type B board was this FEMA story about recent changes in FEMA rules, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bornstein. Karina Libretto?
Hello, my name is Karina Libretto, District 5, Corpus Christi. Okay, so although not unexpected, I'm disappointed that we are here again to discuss desalination. Back in September, the people of Corpus Christi made it very clear that we do not want a desal plant. The previous decisions made by council to put big industry before the people by allowing them to build and operate without restriction have led us to our current water crisis. Instead of offering viable, sustainable solutions, you are still pushing to build a desal plant, a decision which only makes things worse. Building a plant has several negative impacts, including, but not limited to, direct harm on the residents of the Hillcrest neighborhood, which has been repeatedly neglected and betrayed throughout the history of this city, a drastic increase in energy consumption resulting in increased emissions and worsening air quality for our residents, the creation of concentrated brine that will harm our marine ecosystems once disposed of, as well as the intake systems which can harm microorganisms vital for marine life. The people of Corpus have been doing their part as community members by conserving water and are bearing the burden of this water crisis. However, big industry still faces no penalty when they are using the majority of our water. It is clear by the actions of the council that the health and well-being of our community is not being considered. It is asinine to expect the people of Corpus to foot the bill for a plant that will devastate communities, destroy ecosystems, and only further the crisis that we are currently facing. I know that back in September, council agreed that the initial cost of building the plant was too high. Now these projected costs have only increased. Let's also keep in mind the maintenance, energy, and chemical costs, which will drive up water bills for our residents, having the most impact on already struggling low-income households. Essentially, you're asking the people to pay big industry while they deprive us of water. I think what I described is usually called a scam. You aren't just making decisions about a desal plant. You are making decisions that directly impact our lives. Ask yourselves if you want this to be your legacy, if you want to be known as the people that sold out the community for big industry. We won't forget how you have deprived us if you vote in favor of the desal plant. Hear us today. We say no to desal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Libretto. Melinda De Los Santos?
I have a slide presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Melinda De Los Santos, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 2. Thank you for progressing with the other water projects. Help us make sense of why you continue to push the Inner Harbor desal plant despite all the research and citizen feedback. The cost of Inner Harbor for 30 MGDs does not compare to other projects. The location has major concerns for marine life and Hillcrest residents, and far field modeling has not been performed. Attending various community meetings concerning the water issue, many concerns were voiced. The recurring narrative was City Council is not listening to us. They are going to do what they want. They are tied financially to industry. The environment, the Hillcrest residents, industry, and integrity were important topics. The Hart Institute concluded the intake and discharge sites should be at an offshore location to minimize impacts on biota, habitats, and water quality. Regarding the Hillcrest residents, they have been battling industry for quite a while. It's been said the way we are treating Hillcrest is the way the state is treating Corpus Christi. For example, the Inner Harbor desal plant poses significant risk, potential harm to marine life from concentrated brine discharge, increased pollution, and negative impacts on public health in an already vulnerable community. Regarding industry, we acknowledge industry is a part of a community. However, where is the balance? Does a workforce of less than 10%, including oil, gas, and plus manufacturing, but consuming more than 55% of our water seem balanced? Industrial water consumption practices significantly strain local ecosystems by depleting water resources, which can lead to increased scarcity for both residents and wildlife. The high demand from industry exacerbates drought conditions and threatens the sustainability of the region's water supply, impacting the health of local habitats and communities. Where is our concern for the teachers providing education to our children, healthcare workers providing medical needs to our community, our small business owners, and the farmers? Their services and products benefit our community. So now I ask, what is your definition of integrity? Are you going to submit to pressure from the governor and his staff with their threats of be a leader and back desal plant, fix your water problem our way or we'll cut you off? Or are you going to have integrity like Hays County Judge Ruben Becerra announcing he would seek a moratorium on permits for new industrial developments with high water demands? Please vote no to Inner Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Carrie Meyer.
Carrie Meyer, Corpus Christi, District 1. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the Inner Harbor desalination plant. By the time it gets started, completion of the plant could be a decade away. That's not going to solve our water issues today or this year or next year. The new cost is a projected 25% savings off the previous $1.3 billion estimate. But inflation between now and its completion could substantially raise that price tag that you're now being sold. Take into consideration the inevitable change orders and cost overruns for construction on a project that everyone agrees is an experimental plan that will be the first of its kind for this part of the USA. Is it really fair to ask us to be the guinea pigs on an expensive water source that could be a colossal failure for so many reasons? Is that what this council wants to be remembered for? Cost overruns must be factored into any construction project. Ask your own engineers and your finance department. What was the last project the city undertook that didn't go over its original budget? So let's not fool ourselves into thinking that this 25% cost savings is anything more than a sales gimmick being rolled out to justify a bad plan. Instead of just focusing on the cost and on industry's ever-expanding desire for more water, focus on the big picture, which includes this question. How will this experimental desal plant actually affect public health, the environment, and the local economy? It's very possible that desalinating water in the Inner Harbor will negatively affect water quality in the bay. Yet no economic estimate has ever been calculated to determine the financial impact that would have on our city's number 2 industry, tourism. I own a kayaking business on North Beach, and like many business owners, I rely on a healthy tourism economy for my success. I also rely on a clean bay as I'm guiding kayak tours in the bay, circumnavigating the USS Lexington right at the mouth of the Inner Harbor. I think it's safe to say that the success of all North Beach businesses hinges on a clean bay and that people can swim in and play and sit beside to enjoy themselves. As an affected business owner, I was chosen to sit on the city's Far-Field Study Advisory Committee with an impressive group of experts and scientists. We've had one meeting so far, meaning that we've barely begun to help set the parameters of what the Far-Field Study should examine and what the study should tell our city's decision makers. It's still very early in the game, which means that the true environmental impact on the bay from the Inner Harbor desal plant is unknown. Therefore, council should delay moving forwards today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Beth DeTomo?
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo, council members, city manager Zanoni. My name is Beth DeTomo, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of HEB. We appreciate the opportunity to address the city's continuing water challenges and long-term planning efforts. We strongly support efforts to invest and diversify the city's water sources. Building a resilient and balanced water portfolio is essential to protecting our residents, supporting local industry, and ensuring that the coastal bend continues to grow responsibly. Investing in water infrastructure and expanding reliable water resources is not only essential for businesses like ours, but for the long-term sustainability of the entire community. Water security is critical to public health, economic development, and day-to-day quality of life. As one of the largest retailers serving the coastal bend, we understand how essential reliable utilities are to serving for our customers. Water reliability is not just operational for us, it's also a community issue. Our stores continue to serve thousands of families every single week, and access to safe, dependable water depends on everything from food preparation for us to sanitation to emergency response efforts. At HEB, we are actively monitoring this situation, watching and coordinating across our teams in the state to maintain high standards of service and product quality that our customers expect from us each day. And at the same time, we are committed to being a responsible corporate citizen and supporting thoughtful, forward, future water solutions that benefit the entire community, including conserving where we can responsibly, planning, and supporting long-term infrastructure solutions. As the largest grocer in the coastal bend, we serve customers daily who depend on us for fresh food, pharmacy services, and essential goods. Additionally, our Corpus Christi bakery plant is the oldest and largest of two providers that produce bread and tortillas for the entire network of HEB stores throughout the state of Texas. Reliable water infrastructure directly impacts our ability to maintain sanitation standards, food safety protocols, and uninterrupted service to this community. We sincerely appreciate the work that's being done by each of you and the entire city staff, and we look forward to continued collaboration to ensure that our community remains strong and prepared for the future. Additionally, know that HEB will continue to be committed to community investment and supporting Texans throughout the community. We appreciate the city's leadership on this issue and stand ready to be available and committed to partnering in ways with the city for long-term sustainability and growth. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. DeTomo. Chloe Torres?
Chloe Torres, District 2. I'm here today to join fellow community members in our opposition to the Inner Harbor desal plant and in defense and in solidarity with our neighbors in Hillcrest and all those who have been harmed by the city's actions, past and present. I'm here primarily to speak to the confusion and frustration that many in our community feel, perceive the council to act in contradictory ways. I'm here to make the case that many of the city's actions are actually very consistent, And that's because most of the council is governing on behalf of a class of people who own oil and gas refineries, chemical manufacturing facilities, construction and building supply corporations, land surveying and development firms, a sector of society that I'll refer to as the owning class. It is the owning class who gives most heavily to the majority of the campaigns of this council, and the council in turn legislates on their behalf. And the very worst manifestations of this political relationship converge and come alive in Hillcrest, and as a result have stolen decades of people's hopes, dreams, and lives. Is this relationship that explains how the city and the mayor can post about honoring Black History Month and yet condemn Black residents in our city to years of divestment in quality of life services and infrastructure and put them in direct proximity to heavy industry, which means that they live on average 15 years less than those who live in the south side of our city. And to those corporations, other kind of like owning class folks or representatives of the owning class who are coming today to speak to their fear about not having water, this should actually be a wake-up call to you that the fossil fuel industry will leave you out to dry as well. So you're also in danger along with the rest of our city. I'm here today to say, council, that the only way to move forward in a just, humane way, the only way that I can ever accept, at least, is to acknowledge the harm that the city has caused Hillcrest, accept responsibility for that harm, and accept and act upon the debt of obligation that is owed to Hillcrest by the city. That could start today with you voting no to Inner Harbor and voting yes to construct the Aquatic Center. I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Jake Hernandez. Is Jake Hernandez here with us? Yes. Laramie Fain, and Jake comes back in, we'll jump him right back in. Laramie Fain? Bruce Swatala? Yeah, well, Mr. Swatala, come, then we'll bring you back in. Yes.
Hi, Bruce Watella, Hillcrest, Corpus Christi. Y'all should be paid for your jobs. I ask you to deny the negotiations for a desal plant in my backyard. Probably since the previous millennium, a site has been considered in Hillcrest for desal. In 2003, a permit request was submitted to TCEQ. Yet when the 2015 Hillcrest buyout was presented to homeowners, I recorded, we were told repeatedly, the port has no plans for this property. A lie. The 9th commandment says, you shall not bear false witness. It's a bad idea to spend millions on a plant that is in a stagnant, dead leg, meaning no flow, to get rid of accumulating salt outflow. The location cannot be expanded, and if you want and love industry using water here, my backyard is not your answer. If TCEQ measures too much brine accumulation, they can shut it down, and then where would we be, besides penniless? The Barney Davis location can be expanded and can outflow into the Gulf. Yesterday, Ascension Serna, currently state licensed 50-year process engineer, and worked for TCEQ 3.5 years, said that the commission practices charlatanism. That's defined as pretending or claiming to have more knowledge or skill than they possess. Fraud, quack are also added in the definition. Our marine biology experts from Texas A&M Corpus have all said this is not the place to put a desal plant. My t-shirt says, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. For me and my neighborhood, God bless your wisdom.
Thank you, Mr. Swatila. Jake Hernandez. Yeah.
All right, Jake Hernandez, City Council District 2. I'm a member of the Corpus Christi chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I am also sitting currently on the city's Water Conservation Plan Committee. So yeah, let me just start by taking an opportunity to thank y'all for forming those committees, the Farfield Model and the Water Conservation Plan Committee. I do, however, have a couple gripes, and I think that one being that because item 18 is being moved forward right now, while the Farfield Model Committee is still meeting, still has not gotten any data to review over whether or not this project would even be ecologically viable. So I think it's a misstep to go ahead and move forward with getting a proposal or any sort of paperwork or documentation, because I think it would be a waste to spend city time and resources on this project that we do not know if it's going to be economically or ecologically viable. And that does sound like, that I feel like sounds like a reasonable argument, and a lot of people in the here today would hear that and say, that is correct. We do not know what the impacts of the brine in the Bay are going to look like. Ergo, we should not move forward with getting any sort of proposal right now. And I understand that that makes sense, but we do have to remember that right now, City Council's made it clear that they are going to continue moving forward with trying to secure a large volume water source. And they made that clear even after they tried to reverse their own decision on September 2nd when they voted down the Inner Harbor project originally. So we know that City Council is going to be scrambling to secure a long-term water solution, not just because we are running out of water right now, which we sort of are, but mostly because they answer to people that are not us, not residents. They answer to the business class and to the fossil fuel and oil and gas industries that exist here. And I think that's truthfully shameful. Taking away everything else, taking away the price, taking away the possible ecological impacts of the Inner Harbor desalination plant, I think, again, and I've said this multiple times every time I come up here, that it should be a non-starter that we're going to consider building this in the Hillcrest neighborhood. It's disgraceful, truthfully. And I can't even believe, honestly, that some of y'all would sit up here and consider moving this project forward with the location and with the countless residents who have come up here and asked you to stand up for the black and brown residents in Hillcrest. So please make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Sarah Perez? Sarah Perez. Oh.
Hello. Before I begin, I know you're all dealing with this water crisis, but there are other matters in your city that are also important. My name is Sarah Bettis. I'm a resident of Aransas Pass. I spend 5 to 6 days a week in this city. I want to address something that's been circulating this past week. I knew about this incident when it happened, as Mr. Miller is a son of my close friend. It wasn't until recent that I seen dash cam and body cam footage of what actually happened the morning Mr. Miller was stopped on his way to work by one of the officers patrolling the streets of this city today, Officer Manuel Hernandez. I'm a fierce and vocal advocate and supporter of our law enforcement. I have family in law enforcement. But what I saw and heard was hard to watch. It was infuriating. It made my stomach turn. It made me cry. Hearing the pleas and screams of a young man yanked from their truck and tased near their heart without probable cause for being stopped, and then tased several more times without resisting or fighting back, made me want to throw up. It's clear in the video footage Mr. Miller was not resisting or fighting back when he became the target of Officer Hernandez's poor judgment and gross misuse of force. This incident needs to be reviewed, and we're demanding a review and a removal. To hear this officer make a false report to several other officers and again to his boss, knowing the entire incident is on camera and audio, makes me wonder what's happening when the cameras are turned off. He told untruths to his fellow officers, causing one of them to put themselves and the general public in danger by reaching speeds of 105 miles an hour to get to the incident that he himself escalated and poorly managed. The only thing threatened that morning was Officer Hernandez's ego. What we witnessed is that Officer Hernandez stopped a person without probable cause, although he would lie as to the reason. We all saw it on camera. He escalated, lied, and abused his authority, escalating physical and verbal altercations with those he's entrusted to serve, and chose to make a false report. Jacob was released after being arrested, and all charges dropped without another word. This is someone's life that this officer sought to destroy. We want to know why. Jacob's a man who works hard for his family, is responsible, and a positive contributor to our community. He was on his way to work that morning. It's clear in video and audio footage that he never did what Officer Hernandez reported and charged him with. A police officer's duty has a duty to integrity. It requires unwavering commitment to honesty, ethical, behavioral, and professionalism, both on and off duty. What we witnessed was unethical, unprofessional, dishonest, abhorrent behavior by someone we're supposed to trust, to protect and serve. Many residents of Corpus Christi, it's online, hundreds of thousands, no longer trust your cops or the leadership who reviews these incidents.
Thank you, Ms. Bettis. Thank you, Ms. Bettis. Yeah. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, I just want to make sure that this incident has been brought up to our Chief of Police and it is being reviewed.
Right. Thank you. Laramie. Yeah, Laramie Fain. And then we'll have Elizabeth Mejia.
Laramie Fain, District 2. As we celebrate Black History Month, we reflect on the incredible contributions, resilience, and achievements of Black Americans throughout history. In Corpus Christi, we honor the leaders, trailblazers, and everyday heroes who have shaped our community and continue to inspire future generations. Let's uplift and support one another as we strive for a future of inclusivity and opportunity for all. That was the mayor's statement for Black History Month. 10 days ago, y'all made a proclamation declaring the month of February 2026 as the 100th anniversary of celebrating Black History Month. 14 days later, here we are holding a vote again to move forward on a desalination plant that will further directly harm the residents of Hillcrest. And I really hope that the cruelty of that irony is not lost on any of you. Because you can say that you want to uplift, support, and celebrate Black voices, but without actions that reflect those words, it's just lip service to make yourself sound and feel good. Because the fact of the matter is that you have had Black voices, the people who will be directly impacted by this decision, come and speak to you directly and consistently, leaving no uncertainty that they do not want this. And I don't really understand why that's not enough. I don't understand why that's not enough. I do not understand. But vote how you're going to vote. Be honest with yourselves about who you are. Show us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Fain. Elizabeth Mejia. Elizabeth Mejia. Elida Castillo. Elida Castillo. Wilson Strain.
Wilson Strain, District 5. Everyone that votes in favor of this desalination plant will be brazenly selling out our city and its people to corporations. They are making the very public choice of valuing the obscene profits of a few individuals over the well-being of the vast majority of people. The historical record will make it perfectly clear exactly who sided with humanity and nature and who sided with the parasites and the predatory, ultra-wealthy owning class. At this point, there is no conceivable way for any of you to claim ignorance. Everyone here should be well aware, and ostensibly is well aware, of the potentially disastrous effects of this proposed desalination plant. And I know you hate hearing people complain, but you should actually listen, because the people complaining are trying to help you, or trying to save you from yourselves. You keep trying to get away with this crime in spite of hearing hours of community concerns. And who knows, maybe you can get away with it in the short term. It wouldn't be the first time our government favored corporate greed over democracy. But you should know that ultimately, humanity and its allies will remember, especially when the devastating consequences become impossible to ignore. Stop bullying Hillcrest, and stop caring more about the handful of your rich friends more than the thousands of workers that make them rich and make this city run.
Thank you, Mr. Strain. Sandra Meyer. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Sandra Meyer, Corpus Christi resident. Thank y'all for everything that you do, for listening to all of us. And I'm very honored to be part of a community that so many people care to come out and voice their concerns and to contact y'all privately. I almost didn't want to speak today because I knew the desal was going to be a big issue, but I thought it was fair to let y'all know that after my public comment last week, the auditor's office reached out to me and invited me for a meeting. They spent 2 hours with me, and so I wanted to kind of share. One concern they had is who generated some of my questions, and as each and every one of you know, none of you have given me a single question to ask. I've done this on my own, and I don't get paid anything for it. And so that said, I was very impressed. The auditors were very knowledgeable. We talked about all kinds of things that I'll be even going before the audit committee on. I thought it particularly interesting that Mr. Holland has investigated fraud before. He used to work for a mortgage company back right after the financial crisis and had some great stories to share. So, I mean, they're experienced and knowledgeable. We chose to disagree over the fact that I really felt like they had a conflict of interest and should have recused themselves as soon as the lawsuit was filed. I was a little confused about why in their report that they said it was in November when it was actually September 30th. I was told their work papers had it. They weren't really sure why that happened. They did let me know that they did not feel like they were victimized. They did not feel like they were pushed to submit the report or memo, as they called it, in August in their presentation in September. I was a little concerned, again, to me as a audit person, that it was rushed. I did ask specifically, did the mayor push for it? Because it would kind of make sense that she wanted to get it over and done with, and they assured me no. They did it because that's what they felt comfortable with. From a audit standpoint, we are accustomed to work papers fully supporting our report. Their report was a one-page memo in their 5-page presentation. And so, like I said, it was just, I was very, very confused, and I still am confused. And with the peer review, they really felt like the audits need to be fully supported to where anybody could look at it and come to the same conclusion. And so, I mean, that did not happen. And so that's really, I just wanted to share today, and I will probably be filing a complaint, even though, like I sincerely appreciated their taking the time to talk to me. And I mean, they're nice guys, but they're also knowledgeable, and I just do not understand why they did not recuse themselves or catch their error. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Sandra, or I'm sorry, I think we have Elida Castillo? Yes. There you are.
Hi, good afternoon. Elida Castillo, City of Taft, President of Taft. Here to represent Chispa, Texas, and speak on the Inner Harbor vote. I can empathize with all of y'all. You know, as a community member, as an elected official, it's a very hard decision. You have many people coming here telling you that you need to vote for this project, but we have brought, as part of Chispa, Texas, over 4,000 signatures back in November. People saying don't. Over the years, there have been thousands of people who have signed petitions, postcards, calls, emails, texts to y'all saying, do not vote for this project. When we first started here in 2021, that price tag was $222 million. Then it went up to $535 million. Now we're at $757 million. Now you have projected costs of like $978 million. How often do these projects stay within what their estimated costs are? If you believe that it's going to stay under $1 billion, then I have a bridge to sell y'all, and we have a good example of that with the New Harbor Bridge. They said it was going to cost under $1 billion. It was over $1.2 billion, and it took 10 years to build. Is this a predicament as city council members that you want to put in yourselves in? What is the legacy that you would like to leave behind? What is the promise that you want to make to the citizens of Hillcrest, which many of you met with? All they are asking for is some respect, for you to do the right thing, to not ignore their cries and pleas for support from the city, to not continue disinvesting money in the neighborhood. This is a lot of money that you are putting towards all of these industries who say, well, we are from here, we're gonna do this and this and this and that for y'all, that we do this. If that were the case, if they were benefiting this community in any way, shape, or form, why are we shutting down schools? Why did we shut down hospitals? Why are people moving away from Corpus Christi? Corpus has not experienced a good amount of growth, whereas in Portland, there's 35% growth there. And they are planning for 3,000 new homes. We keep building subdivisions here, and nobody is accounting for the water. This is something that I look at as an elected official as well. What are things that we could do for our community? We need to consider our resources, not just the land, not just the promised jobs, because all of that is just false advertising on the part of the industries. There's been so many people who have come here with data, with facts, with numbers, and if you build this Inner Harbor desal plant or approve this contract, it can be like, oh, well, we don't have to commit to anything. It's just a contract. All we're saying is to pray for Hillcrest and stop praying on Hillcrest.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Sandra Love Sanchez. Sandra Love Sanchez. Adam Rios. Adam Rios. Jason Hale.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Council members, today I'm going to talk about the Inner Harbor agenda item.
Thank you.
The main intent of my comment is that I want the city to spend its resources on the best water projects. To me, that means cost effectiveness, manageable impacts, and reliability. However, I don't think that has been demonstrated yet for the Inner Harbor, in part because of the lack of far-field modeling. The Inner Harbor is an 8-mile long, narrow, dead-end channel that is 20 miles from the Gulf. It already has a desalination plant that will be operating in it soon, CC Polymers, and no one knows for sure whether or not both plants will be able to operate in the Inner Harbor without running into issues that affect cost effectiveness, environmental impacts, or reliability. Now, I'm sure CC Desal Partners is capable of putting together a sound project. However, I don't know if spending $80 million on further development of the Inner Harbor project is the best use of our resources when we still don't know the viability of having 2 desalination plants in the Inner Harbor. To me, that's like committing tons of money on building a new house when you still don't know if the foundation can handle it or if it's in good condition. Plus, y'all have done an amazing job securing new water supplies. You've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on over 100 million gallons a day of new water. Half of that new water is from the Harbor Island project, which is a great seawater desalination project. So our population is projected to grow less than 1% a year for the next 50 years. So how much new water do we actually need? And how will adding even more to that new supply affect ratepayers? Just with groundwater reuse and Harbor Island projects, CCW's budget will triple over the next 10 years. So I looked at CCDP's proposal. I saw a lot of design elements that could be removed in order to stay on budget. I don't think anybody here wants a TMO desal plant that costs us more in the long run just to save some money up front. So my request is that we keep anything that saves us money over the long run that is worth that upfront cost. Also, one of the proposals was to reduce the capacity of the plant. Water Development Board has been pretty strict with us as far as location and modifications to the plant. So one thing I'd like to know is, can we build a desal plant that's less than 30 million gallons a day? Or if we do that, are we gonna get in trouble with the Water Development Board? That's it, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Alejandro Benavides.
Alejandro Benavides, Corpus Christi, District 3. Hi, today I come to you just to kind of let you know that we feel lied to. The last time this was voted on, you guys said we're not going to vote on this before the Fairfield, before all the details are known. You said, don't get worried, we're bringing it back. We're not going to vote on it till after we get everything. But yet, here we are again. And you're trying to vote on something without all the information, and it's going to put us in the same spot that it was last time. And you should have learned from your lessons last time, because it cost us millions of dollars because people don't know how to write contracts properly. So I say save us the money without having to get us into another contract that we don't have the information for. There's hundreds, we have hundreds of community members that have come out. And another reason we feel underrepresented is because we come out in droves. We come out, and even though the time to speak is during the day when most of us are at work, we still come out in larger numbers, and yet you vote against the numbers every single time. The numbers come out and say, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Everybody here, we get what, 4 or 5 people, you should do it. Predatory class is low, it is smaller. So we have mayors, we have former council people coming up. They help put us in this area. They help put us in this situation. They say, do the homework and then, but who gives a grade before the homework's done? The Fairfield project research isn't even completed, and you're expecting a thumbs up and A for it. But who gets that A before their homework is even turned in? So stop asking for that A until the homework is done. You told us this isn't gonna be a yes or a no, it's just to get the information. So come back and get the information. We're not saying yes or no, but we want to know what we should be, what areas there are for us to have our concerns, and you should give us time to be able to read that research and understand it so we can intelligently voice our concerns to the city. I say no desal, please vote no desal. I stand with Hillcrest. I know there's a big rush on it. Trump wants that Venezuela oil refined probably. I don't know what's going on with our refineries, how that oil is gonna change everything. But as I said, the predatory class, the industry is hurting our people. They're giving us cancer. We don't have responsible neighbors in that area, and you keep saying they're our neighbors. But when we're losing years in our lifespan because of what they do, such as the PFAS and PFOS in our waters. I didn't drop that there as a fisherman. So let's not call them good neighbors. They won't even clean it up. Please vote no on desal.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. Beatriz Alvarado.
Beatriz Alvarado, District 1.
I'm here in solidarity with Northside residents to oppose the Hillcrest desalination plant moving forward. Yes, we're in a water crisis, but it's unlike the crisis invoked by y'all to move forward solutions by corporate water customers. The UN announced we're entering the era of global water bankruptcy, and you're aligning yourselves with the culprits of the climate crisis. This crisis is very real for residents, and you're setting us up to absorb the costs of your frantic panic buys to meet industrial demand. We can't afford the Inner Harbor. You've known for a year now how real climate change is and what it's going to look like. You didn't even have the foresight to plan for severe drought, and it killed the Inner Harbor plant. Let it stay dead. It's not going to help us out of this drought. It's frustrating to hear council members say we're not going to conserve our way out of this, while residents are conserving significantly. From 2022, when we first entered stage 1 to 2025, residential water use went down 17%. Water use from large volume users went up 9% last year. We've been in stage 3 all of the entirety of 2025. Corpus Christi residents use 17% of the water sold by Corpus Christi Water, while industry in Nueces and San Patricio use close to 60%, and that's not including industry buying water from other wholesale providers. Cut them off before it's too late. I also want to take this opportunity to let y'all know that the Corpus Christi Water Department is blocking me from monitoring when new large volume users are coming online. We caught the crypto mine on Mackenzie Street when they first came online through water use data that had been provided through a public information request. They're now choosing when to make this data affordable to regular residents. We paid close to $300 for about 60 spreadsheets last year, and now they're trying to charge us close to $3,000 for about 5 sheets. They don't want the public to know who is using most of the water when they're coming on and when they're coming online. This all made me realize how blind y'all are going into this. I heard you asking for simplified data last meeting on when new supplies are coming online and real-time accounting of water use from the current supplies. We all deserve to know. Vote no on Inner Harbor. Don't let them exploit this crisis to get what they want. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Matt Manning?
Good afternoon. Matt Manning, District 2. I graduated law school 14 years ago. In your first year of law school, you take a class called contracts. I am very glad I'm done with that class. But I'll tell you something I learned there that I think is applicable here. It's a principle called conditioned precedent. That means something has to happen before something else happens. Now, put that aside and put it aside with this. As those who are representatives of ours in a Republican form of government, your job is to be fiduciaries for us. Your job is to make prudent decisions for us. Your job is to make the decisions that we cannot make, that you have the authority to make by virtue of our decision to put you in the place where you have the authority. To that end, I tell you this, I think it is a malfeasance and it is a failure of your job as fiduciaries to make as consequential a decision as building Inner Harbor desal without all the information. Ms. Meyer came up here and said that she's a part of the committee that you created, the advisory, and they've met one time. That means they don't have all the data. That means the conditioned precedent to make the prudent decision has not yet been satisfied. Accordingly, it makes sense that what you would do today is vote no on desal, and you keep an eye on the data, and then you try to make the most prudent decision. Here's the reality. I used to have a public job. People are still mad at me at the decisions I made years ago. That's part and parcel with how this works. But one thing I had to tell every victim who sat in my office is that I had looked at every piece of evidence in their case. If I went and tried the case and I lost because I didn't look at all the evidence, that was my fault. If I went and lost the case because the jury didn't vote for me, that was the jury's decision. You may ultimately make a decision that we are not pleased with. We recognize that as part of the problem. And I'll tell you, as an Austin native and now a Corpus Christian, it is unfortunate that Black people always bear the responsibility of progress, particularly in Black History Month. And it's unfortunate that it's the nature of the beast here. Obviously, I'm standing here with my brothers and sisters in Hillcrest. But outside of that, as a citizen, as a part of a Republican government, it is your sworn duty to look at everything before you make a decision as monumental as this. So I would ask you to vote no today, because not only do you not have all the data, not only are the people on your bodies telling you they don't have all the data, but your job is to make a prudent decision as fiduciaries with everything in front of you. It makes no sense to make a decision saying yes and then determine you'll figure out more things on the back end. That isn't how it works in our families. That isn't how it works with how we budget. That isn't how we work with how we make public decisions. So I would ask that you, being fiduciaries for this community, decide to do the right thing, vote no, wait until you have more information, and then if you make a decision that we don't like, you can at least point to having done so with all the information available when you made that decision. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Kent Young? Kent Young? Okay, Jason Followell? Jason Followell? Ajit David? Okay, Mr. Followell?
Good afternoon. So I've come here, I guess, 3 times now and haven't got to finish a complete sentence or a speech because I keep getting interrupted. So disrupting a public meeting goes for you.
Sir, can you state your name and city, please?
Disrupting a public meeting. Okay. So now you're disrupting a public meeting. I'm asking you to stop. If you do it again, you're now hindering.
Sir, per that policy, Council Policy 5G, you need to state your name and city.
Class A misdemeanor.
Sir, your public comment has been terminated.
Can you arrest her?
Sir.
Yes, sir. You did it to me last week.
Go ahead. Miles, you state what?
Can I finish talking?
You state.
Mayor, you.
No, sir, we're going to state to you what decorum has been broken.
I don't care what he says.
I understand that. I understand that, sir.
Mayor, he's.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The commenter.
Rebecca.
The,
No, I know, but cut that.
Mayor, the commenter has failed to follow the rules by not announcing his name at the beginning.
Okay.
The mayor,
Go ahead.
the commenter has used profanity as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Your public comment is over, sir. You're breaking decorum. You very clearly, sir, you have clearly been told, if you didn't hear it, because you were speaking, yes, I am. Sir, I'm asking you to leave. Oh, Lord, we have decorum. I understand that. We have decorum, and you have broken that. Could you, Rebecca, I thought you were going to turn off the microphone. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, my God. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Okay. There is decorum, whether you agree with it or not, ladies and gentlemen. There is decorum. There are rules. It's no, ma'am, and that's part of it. We're not doing that today. There is decorum. That is not asking for much. You walk into your church, do you yell that way? Do you use certain words? No, because there's a decorum. Children have decorum in a classroom. There's decorum anywhere you go. HEB, you have decorum. So we are asking nothing but a basic courtesy for every person sitting right here, anyone sitting next to you. A courtesy of allowing someone to speak, a courtesy of not making noise while someone else is speaking or laughing at them or shooting down whatever comment they make. So, ma'am, we're not doing it. Because if you multiply what you just did, Ms. Parkinson, right now, times 15, we're going to get rid of half the room. Right, and I don't want to do that, but I'm warning you now because we can't. We have 68 people to speak. and they deserve to speak, and they deserve the same attention that you got when you were up here. Now, ma'am, I'm asking you one more time. Thank you. Ajit David.
I have a media file.
Reviewing all of the
hold on.
different depositions and
Please, can you please pause that? Thank you.
Mr. Ramirez was,
Can you hold on? Thank you.
And can you put it from start, please? Thank you.
is apparent from reviewing all of the...
Can you state your name and city?
But not at the same time as that is playing, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think they hear you.
Ajit David, Corpus Christi, District 2. Mayor and Council, good afternoon, and all the community members also today, good afternoon. You can play the video now. Thank you.
Is apparent from reviewing all of the different depositions and statements that Mr. Ramirez was taking responsibility for the presentation of the altered item.
After review of the presentations, deposition testimony, investigative materials, and applicable Texas and federal penal statutes, the PowerPoint slide at issue appears to have been intentionally altered to cover the dates that appear on the government website.
You agree the documents were altered, there's no doubt about that.
The screenshot was definitely altered, yes.
Did it look intentional? Can you, as a police officer, I mean, you look at stuff like this, you can say.
So it would be hard to argue that it was not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, good afternoon again. How did we get here and why? The city manager testified and called this criminal and a scheme to procure taxpayer dollars. He later claimed he got screwed. Why? Because of an intentional bad act. Can you pull up the screen, please, of the presentation? Thank you. The assistant city manager in charge of economic development called it an act of forgery and felony. Why? Because of an intentional bad act. The CEO of the Economic Development Corporation testified it as disingenuous and political. Why? Because of an intentional bad act. The city's own legal team was forced to recuse itself, requiring taxpayers to pay for outside counsel. Why? Because of an intentional bad act. Public records, including a legally binding contract and the related ordinance, was destroyed. Not because of a typo or some kind of oversight, because it was an intentional bad act. Mayor, you are directly connected with every entity I just named. A few months ago, perhaps a few minutes ago, someone had an outburst. They were promptly arrested. So, Mayor, will you unite this council and speak out against this intentional bad act? Or will you reward the intentional bad act with millions in taxpayer dollars? Because if it's the latter, then you, Mayor, become an accomplice of the so-called scheme and this intentional bad act. Mayor, remember, the buck stops with you. The community is watching. We start these meetings with a prayer. There's a reason why students come over here and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. What example are you setting in front of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. I appreciate y'all wanting to support. These are all critical items, or topics, I should say. But please, if you'll, again, respect our decorum. There is no clapping. Thank you. Henry Williams, Reverend Henry Williams.
Mayor, City Council men and women, City Manager, City Secretary, City Attorney, God's blessings to you all. You have heard the voices today. You know, voices that are social in nature,
Reverend Williams, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can you please state your name and city?
Henry Williams, District 1. You know, the voices that we hear continually, the voices of the Hillcrest residents, you know, the voices, indeed, of those who are knowledgeable in the area of environmental matters and so forth. You know, voices, you know, that simply care for the well-being, you know, of human beings. And in this case, the Hillcrest residents. And I am a resident of the Hillcrest neighborhood. I'm president of the Hillcrest Residents Association. And what we desire that you would say no to the Inner Harbor desalination. And you have heard great reasons why. It is not the solution to the water problem of our city. What we must do is come together as a people to find, you know, the right solution to the water problem. And you've heard engineers such as Incarcering and Sona, and you will hear from a man by the name of David Ainsworth, who has a plan, you know, that should work in dealing with the water problem. But I ask today that you would say no when you vote for resurrecting the Inner Harbor desalination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Williams. Robin Cox.
Robin Cox, District 3. This morning I went over some of the topics that we were going to be going over, and I knew some of the responses 3 city council members might say. So I thought about something my dad always said when we're going to the ranch: make sure you wear your cowboy boots. You're going to be stepping in a lot of poop today. So with that note, I looked up in the dictionary, Webster's dictionary, the definition of fraud. Fraud is deceit or trickery, specifically an act of expression or concealment calculated to induce another to part with something of value. Then you go to the definition of ethically wrong, which means not conforming to high moral standards, being morally unacceptable, or violating or accepting rules of conduct. You know, we create a lot of laws, but we punish hardly any of them. Very hard to punish in a criminal court, so that's why we go to a civil court. I'm sure everyone remembers the OJ case. Everybody knew OJ was guilty, but they were only given a little bit of evidence. It wasn't really the jury's fault. They had to go by the evidence they gave. That's why they took it to a civil court where they found OJ guilty. That remained a stain on his life until the day he died. So you don't forget things, and that's why we can't say that a crime was not committed. And why do I bring this back up when it's over? Because it's a mark on our city. We're telling our young kids, you can do something wrong and get away with it. We're setting a precedence, because when there's a little lie, think of the big one right underneath it. And this is our taxpayer money. I think of how hard I work, sometimes till 2 and 3 in the morning. Nobody gives me a couple $1 million. So we need to go back and look at that. And then when I look at the people up here, there's a few Kardashians in it, maybe even a Ron Goldman that stood by, maybe even a Cato that stood by the OJ. Didn't work out too well for them. So when you look at things, we maybe don't worry, we're going to take it back civil, and it'll be a stain on it. And when we come up here and give public comment, we're not coming up here to cause trouble or to get even. I thought about the words of my grandmother. My Oma was the smartest woman that ever lived, and she said, when women don't try and get revenge, they simply return the favor. So that's something we'll do. And a little bit of free advice before I leave. I'm not going to say who it's to, but if you're going on a radio show, You might want to make sure the mic's not on anymore before you talk the cheese bag with somebody, because not a good look. So make sure that mic's off, because when you're talking about fellow council members, it's not the job of the manager, or you're talking about a prior council member, not a good look. You might have been set up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Michael Miller?
Michael Miller, District 2. Just coming back again to share the same concerns that I've always had going on the entire time we've ever discussed the Inner Harbor Desalination Project. I'm not against desalination. I understand that it is going to inevitably be part of a diversified water supply for the city of Corpus Christi. It's just going to happen. However, we are going about this all wrong. Nowhere in the world does any municipality, any country procure water this way with regards to seawater desalination. They go to the private sector builds a plant, they buy the water at a predetermined price, and after about 20 years, then they figure out if they're going to take it over or just let it expire. But at the end of the day, what that does is it diverts the risk from the entity, and in this case, it's the citizens of Corpus Christi. Most major cities like us have separate water departments. Why is that? Because water projects are very risky. We are worried about what our credit rating is going to look like when we defease $220 million, but what is our credit rating going to look like when we take on an additional $1 billion in debt without securing contracts with our major water users for their current demand? That's going to tank our credit. So I'm telling you guys that we need to approach this with extreme caution. And one of the first things that I would do would be to divorce the Corpus Christi water from the city of Corpus Christi so it doesn't affect every road, street, and fire station that we build moving forward. And my other advice would be to seriously look at how much water do we actually need, like Mr. Hale said. Because currently, under my math, if we sign this up based on the $67 million that we've signed up in the well fields, the $50 million that we've reserved at Harbor Island, the $70 million that we're currently getting from Mary Roads Pipeline, that's a total of 217 million gallons per day, which is currently times 2 our current demand. So I understand that there's a sense of urgency to bring on new water projects, but we just can't panic buy everything that walks through the door. And if Acciona and CCD Desal Partners want to modify the arrangement to where they give us a price for the water and we make a determination on whether it makes sense for us, that's a good plan. But ultimately, there's too many fingerprints on this thing. They're relying on the data and the studies provided by various different previous contractors and engineering groups. And there's way too many ways to deflect blame should something go wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Eli McKay.
Hello, Council. Mayor. It's been a minute. Happy to be back with y'all. My name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful uptown Corpus Christi, District 1. I really didn't bring anything prepared to say today. I signed up to speak on the Hillcrest Aquatic Center item. I will say that when I saw it on the agenda as a motion to reconsider, I was very upset, and I had to do some meditating just to calm myself down. And I know that the common citizen probably doesn't know the history of it. They probably don't know that this has been in the works for 10 years or more. They probably don't know that these park projects have been delayed and delayed and delayed. And I don't expect all of you on the council, even those who may be in the back, hopefully listening to what I have to say, to know every detail either. But I hope that you would know that you have a community that does appreciate all of you, whether we agree or not. And we hope that you would reach out to us, reach out to the people that do know the things about specific neighborhoods. And thank you to those that did. So our city manager said last week about the pool, it's a very minimal amount of water in regard to the water that we use as a whole. So if the Hillcrest Aquatic Center used even 160 gallons of water to fill and provide so much happiness and joy to the people who live in the north side, the west side, and uptown, that's the same amount of water that Gulf Coast Growth Ventures will use in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I don't know if y'all follow astrology, but we did just start the year of the fire horse, and that means we're going to have new direction. We're going to be leaving the past behind, and it's going to really expose community and bravery. And I think that today shows that. At least I'm always so moved to hear people like Armand or Chloe or Pastor Williams. Everyone speaks so lovely with love, and that's what our community needs, is love. I just want to close with one thing that people have been singing this song to protest ICE in their communities, and I'm not going to sing to you today, but I am going to sing. It's okay to change your mind. Show us your courage. Leave this behind. It's okay to change your mind, and you can join us. Join us here anytime. Please vote no to Inner Harbor desal.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Frank Ayala?
Hello, my name is Frank Ayala, District 1. I'd like to tell you I admire all of y'all for the work that you do for Corpus Christi. I graduated King High School, and I graduated at the top 92% in the nation in math. So I'm good at math. I am a high-end building contractor. According to the architecture firm of Dykema & Dykema, they call me an elite builder. Now, I've done work for Peter Holt, who is the owner of the San Antonio Spurs. When he lived here in Corpus Christi in 1984, we remodeled his house at 19 Hewitt. Now, my dad and I, we also built big structures in San Antonio. We built a cooler so large you could put 3 football fields inside of it. But now, I, as a builder, can't build anything without a set of plans. That's why I'm here today, because I heard that you may be giving the contract away to somebody and then building the plans. That's like putting the horse behind the carriage. So, and I've listened to some of these people who say that all the ecology reports aren't in. Well, I think it's premature to vote on this desal plant until you have all the information. I think if you're serious about a desal, you need to get a set of plans, then you'll have different bids. You'll get the price you want. When I first heard about this project, the price was $250 million. I saw the location and I saw a picture, not plans, a picture. And my first thinking, that's about the right price for that plant. Anyway, then it started jumping to 500, 800, then $1 billion with no set of plans. There's nobody. Even if you build desal plants for a living, you cannot give somebody a price without a set of plans. So I think that you should not vote on whether you should do this desal plan without all the information. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. David Ainsworth, Senior.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. My name is David Ainsworth, Senior. I born and raised here in Corpus, known as a homeboy. Graduated from Carolina High School in 1978, a.k.a. River Rat. That's what we were called back then. And I just want to take and let y'all know today, again, as last week, that I'm here today not in opposition to any contract, but in support of one shared objective: securing reliable water for Corpus Christi. After visiting with y'all last week, I want to thank Kalen Paxton for asking our city manager if he had ever heard of Puronics. I said it was the first he ever heard about it. Unfortunately, had he answered my phone calls for the last 2 weeks, he would have known about it, but he didn't. So here I am again. I have now emailed every one of you Sunday night from 8 p.m. till 2 a.m. to get all of y'all out a new process of what we're updated to, and I've now texted each one of y'all to know that you got an email. I have not heard from any of you except the mayor, which I saw at the Charity League luncheon last Wednesday. My good friend John Box, who is on the board with me at the CC Powell, and he introduced me to the mayor. She gave me her card and said, we need to talk after Tuesday. Okay, no problem. Haven't heard from anyone else. Sure would appreciate y'all returning your emails or your texts, because we're going to the Capitol tomorrow. Our first meeting in the Capitol is at 10 a.m. I don't plan on leaving the Capitol until we talk to everybody, including the governor, and we're going to move forward. I've got to leave here at 3:30 to get to the Valley for a meeting. We have Friday, I have plans of meeting with Donald Trump at the port, and I'm going to get there. I'm going to take and make it happen. I'm not going away. I've been involved with this here with these guys now for 49 days. The good Lord dropped it in my lap on January the 7th. And I've been running with it ever since. They've showed this to me. It's the real thing. We have a short-term and a long-term solution. I just need someone to listen to us. We can have the short-term water, fresh water, deployed to Corpus Christi in 30 to 60 days, and that is short-term. Long-term, we can supply 120 million gallons a day. Short-term, long-term, within 18 to 24 months on a ship out in the Gulf of Mexico, not touching the Corpus Christi waterways. And it will take and be deployed out there, and that's where the disbursement is going to be. Y'all don't have a plan for the disbursement, and my partners have been texting me while I've been sitting here. Anyhow, there's a lot of salt that needs to be get rid of. Please put this on the table until you have all the facts. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. Christina English?
Christina English, District 1. This council historically has been moved by the prayers of certain communities. So I'm here today to share with you a prayer from Hillcrest from this weekend, spoken by Pastor Rush of Brooks AME.
To the city council, who are leaders, God sees what you're doing. God is watching your leadership. If it don't affect you, it will affect generations behind you. And that means your children and your children's children's. So I'm only saying what God has said. Stop the neglect. Stop taking from people and do the right thing for the people you have been given authority, voted into office to lead, instead of taking all of this under the table stuff that you're getting to do what you're doing. God is watching. God is going to hold you accountable, and it won't be pretty. That's his promise. There's so much corruption in this world. You've laid out the plan. You've made it clear. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Take care of each other. Care for one another. Honor the seniors and the widows in our spaces. And when we don't do that, your heart is not pleased. So I pray, God, that you will change the hearts of this city council and all of them who sit there to represent the people, but yet they're representing themselves. I pray, God, you move on their hearts. They knew it was right in September, not just about the money, but all the other variables that have been presented on why this is not right for this area. The neighborhood has been destroyed. People's lives have been changed. I pray, God, that they will hear the voices of the people. I pray, God, that when they rise tomorrow morning, if it's your will that they do, that they will make the right decision and support this neighborhood. We need you, God. We need your help. We need your intervention. People are tired. People are frustrated. People are hurting. People are confused. And there are many who don't care. But I pray, God, that you will change the environment that's going on in that council. And you will convict them one by one and name by name, so that they make the right decision for this neighborhood. We will continue to fight. We will continue to press on. We will continue to pray for your intervention. And we thank you for how you will give guidance and direction as we continue to move forward. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. English. Tommy Sue Arnold.
Yes, Tommy Sue Arnold, Blunzer, Nueces County. Information indicates your total combined groundwater projects could be up to and over $840 million. Groundwater projects completely outside your city limits. Sinton, threatened by Mr. Cantu, St. Paul, and many areas in San Patricia County, Nueces County, 3 miles and even 8 and 10 miles outside your city limits. Oh, and Robstown, folks, instead of let them eat cake, it's let them drink arsenic. Every single drop is going to your big users and city residents, while those of us surrounding your greedy city are being put in serious jeopardy. Your blatant neglect created your water woes. It wasn't Sinton or San Patricia County. It wasn't Robstown, folks. And it wasn't the rural residents of Nueces County that a councilwoman labeled river people. Y'all have had over 20 years to get your house in order when big industry brought desalination to the table and did nothing. You continued to release excess water from the lake. You sacrificed lake lives. You should work as hard to get legislation change on releases as you are at cramming your water theft down our throat. You should have moved on desalination 20 years ago. Desal water would go to big industry and lake water would go to city residents. Just picture it. Lake Corpus Christi would be full. Lake businesses, recreation, homes, and livelihoods would still be thriving. Outlying cities and rural residents would be just fine, but no, y'all blew off desalination. Y'all chose greed over conservation. When you finally started looking into desal and studied multiple options, you never pulled the trigger. And when you did, you went for the worst model that posed the greatest ecological and environmental threat to our bays and estuaries. So you decided that turning our Nueces River into toxic plumes is quite all right. You decided that sacrificing the whales and livelihoods of other communities is quite all right too. You created the problem yourselves, and your solution? Make it everyone else's problem that surrounds your dry city. This is deliberate manipulation to give you an unfair advantage over others outside your city limits. This is property gerrymandering. Your property rigging does not extend to actions that infringe upon the rights of and property of others. You are jeopardizing the regular people by wheeling and dealing with very rich people and wealthy entities that are selling out for more money. This is big money versus regular people, and it is wrong. Sharing is caring, wheeling and dealing is stealing. And God bless Hillcrest residents.
Thank you. Joe Michael Perez.
My name is Joe Michael Pettis, D5. Guys, I've been hearing a lot about water. It's gotten so bad that I've been hearing it a lot. What brings me out here today? We've been having this conversation for quite some time, 5 years, maybe more. I'm not too sure, but it's been a long time. I think it's time to move on from it. I've been hearing a lot of the people in the back. They don't want it. I hear more no's than yays. The only yays that I hear are the people that have some type of business involved with it. And it's like 5 years later, we've got this far. It's kind of concerning. We have so many splash pads. And then I've been hearing too, also, we have splash pads going up and they're not operational because of water. I've been hearing a lot of car washes operational, and we're in the middle of a water crisis. Crazy. What else have I been hearing? Something about Hillcrest, something about a contract, a new pool went up, but there's no water there either. Crazy. Anyways, long story short, let's give the people what they want. And they want to move on from desal, because if not, November's coming around, and some of you guys may not be sitting in the seat where you're at right now. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Klein.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. I want to make just a couple of comments about item 18. You've heard a lot about this already, but I would just say, as others have said, maybe more eloquently than myself, I think it's really too soon for a contract. The Farfield Model Committee has not had a chance to complete its work yet. The impact to Corpus Christi Bay is unknown because that work has not been completed. So I think it's too soon for a contract. Desalination will not solve our current water problems. It's just too long range of a project. It's not going to help us out in the near term. It's not a solution to our current water problems. It's a solution that's looking at 4, 5, 6, 7 years down the road. Further, I've always had these concerns that the desal plant, if it goes into operation, will further bind Corpus Christi to the oil and gas industry. And I have a real problem with that. I think, I've said this for a number of years now already, that really what we need to do is to diversify our economy. That's best for our community, because otherwise we're going to be at the mercy of the ups and downs of the oil and gas industry, which is notoriously unstable. And so I have concerns about that. I have concerns about the fact that the desal plant is being proposed for Hillcrest. That neighborhood already has been overburdened by the consequences of I-37, the consequences of Harbor Bridge, the Broadway treatment plant as well. And then I have a problem as well. I guess I have a lot of problems today. A problem with the design-build contract. The design-build contract is much more difficult to predict and limit costs. It's also much more difficult to monitor quality control. So I have concerns about that as well. So I'm not sure that this is the correct contract to be even talking about, whether it's now or in another 2 or 3 months. And lastly, I want to make a comment about item number 22 as well, regarding reconsideration of the pool up in the Hillcrest neighborhood also. I think that Corpus Christi has an obligation to replace an asset, this is a pool, that the city destroyed, or that it was destroyed during the construction of the bridge. And so I just think we have a moral compulsion to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Daniels. Linda Daniels. Isabel Ariza. Larry White.
My name is Larry White. I live in District 3 here in Corpus Christi. We are now in a serious water crisis. Unfortunately, misinformation about this crisis is being circulated by those who play on emotion and perception. I'm here to voice facts and logic for your consideration. Because of this water crisis, Corpus Christi is at risk of a lot of people losing their good-paying jobs, along with a serious negative impact to our local economy. I saw a letter to the editor opposing the Inner Harbor Desal Bridge plant because of the toxic discharge and air emissions. This plant produces drinking water. It is not a refinery. It is not a sewage plant. It has no toxic air emissions. Now, the desal plant discharge is toxic only because of the high concentration of sodium chloride, or better known, sea salt that you buy in the grocery store. The Inner Harbor Desalination Plant discharge, and I'm going to put an emphasis on this, is not an environmental problem because of the spargers that disperse the discharge in the ship channel. Now, I went through the report on those spargers and I was impressed and saw how the flows went back into the bay. It's not a problem. And based on my preliminary estimate of the total flow into the bay, groundwater, river, and most importantly, the waste streams, is greater than the fresh water being pulled out of the bay by the desalination plant. The extra flow into the bay is how the returned waste salt gets flushed out to the Gulf of Mexico, which avoids the long-term buildup of salt in the bay. I encourage the council to have a thorough review or analysis of the total flow going into the bay, because that'll tell you how much of these kind of desal plants you can build. I am concerned with the number that they've been talking about. Now we have to proceed with emergency projects, which unfortunately is very expensive because of the neglect of previous city councils. The days of cheap water are gone. We either pay or we go thirsty. We need to vigorously reduce water use. And most importantly, I got to ask, treat all your water customers the same or equally. Don't put one group and treat them all the same. Now, to end on a positive note, I feel good about this. I've seen enough to be hopeful that you, the City Council, will act in the long-term best interest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Gracia.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jen Gracia, District 1. I am a graduate of the University of Texas LBJ Women's Campaign School and also the Texas Partners in Policy Making Program, a statewide leadership program for disability advocacy. I know some of y'all from the campaign trail. So I will always come respectful, and I do believe in the power of advocacy. As I was named Community Advocate 2023, I'm just going to put it out there. Also, I'd like to clearly state that I am here on the disability advocacy realm because there are people that could not physically be here today. There are people that are not able to access either whether it's their phone or their computer or they're working, and these are residents of Hillcrest or the District 1 area. So we had a couple little different postcard parties, and they're respectful. Well, I made sure to look through them. But they're addressed to certain members, and then they're addressed to everyone because they couldn't be here today. We brought you advocacy in paper form. And that still exists. It still exists. I want everyone to know that. We know that advocacy, email, postcard. So if people cannot physically come, we will help and go get those voices across the aisles, across the dais. That's what we want. Two, I'd like to ask to say no to desal in Hillcrest. That's the message today. No desal in Hillcrest. We have options, so let's look at those other options, okay? And also, the pool. Some of that is not Hillcrest. That is Northside, formerly TC Ayers. Again, I mentioned that I'm a Winsell Buckaroo graduate in 8th grade, but we went there to TC Ayers for swimming lessons. So it goes way back. So let's just be clear, that is TC Ayers Northside, not Hillcrest, not Hillcrest. Another thing is, to YouTubers out there, I know we got a lot of trolls because the city council gets trolled all the time. If you can, put a little purple hearts for Hillcrest. And if you want to get with me, I'm Jen the Friend on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. So I think there's some more explaining that needs to be said about the pool. And it's a messaging like, oh, people in Hillcrest, they want the pool. That's something separate and apart, baby. That's something separate and apart. And if you want to follow me on TikTok, I'll definitely provide those receipts. Because I believe in that too. We got to look, where is this coming from? Some of y'all weren't even here when this happened, and I know that. So, and another thing is, that's my time. Thank you. And Purple Hearts for Hillcrest and YouTube comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Evans. Okay. Mrs. Huerta, do we have...
Yes, we have some virtual commenters. The first one is Sean Merritt. Mr. Merritt?
Sean Merritt, District 5. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let's speak plainly about the Inner Harbor desal plan and where the city actually stands. According to the latest reporting, the revised cost for the Inner Harbor plant is about $979 million. Yes, that's lower than earlier projections. Yes, structures were reduced. But let's not pretend that nearly $1 billion is a small adjustment. At the same time, the city has already approved over $400 million in emergency water projects because our reservoirs are critically low. We're trying to avoid a water emergency where supply can't meet demand. The drought is real, the pressure is real. Urgency does not excuse bad structure or bad planning. Corpus Christi uses roughly 100 million gallons of water per day, and over half, about 55% of that goes to industrial users. So when we build a 30 MGD plant that can scale to 50, we need to be honest about who benefits the most. Industry secures supply, residents secure the bill. Now let's talk about the harbor itself. Both the intake and outfall are serious concerns. The Inner Harbor is shallow, turbid, and poorly flushed. Intake pulls in sediments and marine life, increasing stress on the RO system and the ecosystem. Outfall sends concentrated brine back into shallow water where it settles along the bottom, raising salinity and stressing oysters, seagrass, and fish nurseries. There is no brine capture plan. The brine goes back into the bay. Jet diffusion spreads it, but it does not remove industrial contaminants. It simply disperses them. And if this plant scales from 50 or from 30 to 50, that means more discharge, more salt load, and more long-term strain on the harbor. Yes, we need water security. We also need balance, transparency, and common sense. And while we're talking about common sense, let me be clear about something else. I am not against District 1 getting their aquatic center. Communities deserve investment. We have legal obligations to honor our contracts. But we are in a drought. It makes no sense to spend $9 million on an aquatic center while reservoirs are low and residents are under water restrictions. Before we fund new discretionary projects, we need a clear reservoir threshold, a percentage, a target that we must meet before we move forward. Secure the water first, then build the extras. Right now, our focus should be stabilizing supply, protecting residents, and making sure every dollar strengthens long-term water security, not adding more strain to people who are being asked to conserve. And my dog's jumping up, wanted to tell you all hi as well. Thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next is Suraida Nunez James.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Hello? Ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Suraida Nunez James, and I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, District 5. I am also both a marine scientist and a science educator and have been for over 25 years. My husband, also a scientist and dedicated educator, chose to come back to Corpus Christi after our science fellowship. We wanted to come back and start our family here, even though we had other offers outside of the state of Texas. We came back because we love this community. Today, I am here to urge you to vote against the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant, item 18 on the agenda. I want to be clear, this is not an argument or an ask against securing our water future. Drought is real. Our community needs water, but we must be responsible and accountable when we're planning. That is a necessary thing. Also, how and where we build matters, especially when the costs fall disproportionately on the same communities again. The proposed Inner Harbor Desalination Plant, stated to be constructed in the Hillcrest neighborhood, continues the pattern of environmental racism. But it is sadly obvious that environmental racism is not a motivator to stop this from being built, as many only focus on the cost. If so, then understand that these desalination plants, like this one, will bring increased industrial activity that we do not need more of, an energy demand that we cannot afford, chemical use we are not prepared to deal with, and a long-term operational risk that, again, we cannot afford. As a scientist, I know, I've seen the research, I've seen the permit, I've seen what will happen. I studied these bays. The brine discharge will adversely affect our bay ecosystems that many residents, as you have heard from today, rely on for fishing, recreation, and cultural connection. Again, we have heard about all of this so many times, but again, these are the costs that we must continue to consider. I have spoken to many of my colleagues in the environmental field who have been studying these waters for decades. A major point that came for these conversations were, why of all the locations would anyone put this desal plant in the Inner Harbor? Because it is by far the worst place to put it in. We know that this project carries a high price, both for environmental and for human life, long timelines and uncertain funding, while locking the city, especially us, your community, into decades of energy-intensive operations and water rates many will not be able to afford. Even my 14-year-old, many of those who know her, represents her community proudly, not just locally, but also nationally. She shares with policymakers in DC what is happening here in her community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, your time is up. Next is Carolee Leal. Ms. Leal? No? How about James Perkins?
So I actually made it to the meeting.
Sir?
I signed up on WebEx because I wasn't sure I was going to be in.
Oh, okay. Are you okay with that, Mayor? Okay.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you. James Perkins, District 2, Corpus Christi. Yes, I signed up for the WebEx because I was in Brownsville this morning. Kind of had to leave at 1 a.m., so I've been awake for a long time. Sorry if there's any incoherencies in my statement today. I know I am not as eloquent as a speaker as many of the people who've come up here today with their own evidence, with their own math, with their own procedures, but it does appear to me, a regular resident of Corpus Christi, somebody who has lived across the street from Refinery Row, somebody who could walk from their childhood home to the sign that it says Corpus Christi line stops here. I don't know why we call them our neighbors if they don't live in Corpus Christi, if they're not part of Corpus Christi, if they're not paying Corpus Christi taxes. I don't know how we can call them our neighbors if they are affecting people who do live in Corpus Christi negatively, especially, as many people pointed out today, the black and brown residents of Hillcrest, as well as the entire Hillcrest neighborhood. I don't know how we can call these people our neighbors when they are not paying their fair share of the water rates. I pay 95 cents, I believe, for 100 gallons or something like that, as I was reading my bill. They're paying 31 cents for 1,000 gallons because they have drought exceptions, even though we're in a stage 3 crisis. Y'all are worried about, we're worried about operating at a deficit from earlier this morning. If without those drought exceptions, we could have who knows how many more dollars in our account, in the Corpus Christi account, and instead we're letting them do that to us. We're letting them we're worried about them, we're not worried about us. Y'all are worried about them, y'all ain't worried about us. Y'all aren't worried about the people of Corpus Christi. This desalination plant's gonna mess up the bay. This desalination plant's gonna mess up wherever you end up pumping out that salt water, because that amount of salt water, I don't know if you ever added, you're cooking, you ever added too much salt. We don't have enough potatoes to put in the bay. We don't have enough potatoes to put in the harbor to soak that up. We can't fix that if we break that. All we will do is create a husk of what was once a great and beautiful city, a city I've lived in my entire life, a city my entire family has lived in. And we can't afford to leave. A lot of people cannot afford to leave if this city goes under. And if y'all do this, you're guaranteeing that Corpus Christi is going to be tied to the oil and gas industry. You're guaranteeing that Corpus Christi is going to be running out of water constantly. As much as people say, oh, it's going to be drinking water, people say that all the time. Oh, this is going to be for us, and then it turns out it's not for us. It's happened multiple times. It happens in every city. A business comes in, says it'll be great, and then it doesn't turn out that way. And we're not going to be the first ones. We're not going to be the last ones for this to negatively affect how this goes. You're not voting with any information on hand. You're just voting. So table it. I got to get back to work.
Next is Laura Madden. Laura Madden. Okay, Matthew Rankin. Matthew Rankin. All right, Andrea Puyol. Andrea Puyol. Okay, then the last person is, Eileen Trejo Chavez. Eileen Trejo Chavez.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Ms. Chavez, go ahead.
Hi, my name, Eileen Trejo Chavez, District 2. Just wanted to echo what, very upsetting, sorry. Just wanted to echo what everyone's been saying, just how they did in the previous meeting when the desal vote came to the table. I implore the diocese to vote against this desal, to table this measure. You do not have any far-field results. The committee has only met once. You do not have data to support that this will not cause devastating environmental damage to our city. Some of us are just regular folks. We drink the water, we pay the bills, and we expect clean water. We expect the city to deliver clean water to us. We expect investment in our infrastructure. We expect investment in our city so that we can have clean jobs. You keep touting all this stuff about, oh, these high-paying jobs, oh, these high-paying jobs. These are multi-million-dollar industries. There is no reason why they can't afford to curtail water, to invest in water conservation technology, and to also not lay off their workers. If they're threatening to lay off their workers, it's because they're probably going to do it anyway. These CEOs have been on record bragging about how excited they are for AI to come so they can lay off as many people as they want. So when these industry people come in there talking about their jobs, I feel for them. I also implore you to look beyond that, to look beyond the scare tactics, please. and consider the majority of the residents in Corpus Christi. Most of us work regular jobs. If this industry disappears overnight, we are going to be fine. The majority of us are going to be fine. And just as a reminder to the diocese, this is our water. This is the people's water. We deserve clean water. We deserve clean air. The residents of Hillcrest, yeah, they deserve a pool. Okay, this pool has been mandated by law as a reparation for all the things that you've done to that community. And it's not fair that we have to cut back. We can't have a pool when we are not the majority consumers of this water. You have squandered our water for years, and now you're scrambling to get this desalination project online. That is not going to help us in the short term. It's only going to help industry in the long term and make this crisis even worse. Thank you.
Matthew Rankin's here. I managed to unmute myself.
Mr. Rankin, you're online? Okay.
Yeah, had to press *6 apparently.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi, HBO Matt. I guess we got to start back with Constitution 101 and the First Amendment. To answer Eric's questions from last week, thank you for asking them, Eric. Yes, you've been violating Jason's rights. Yes, you've been violating my rights. Yes, you're getting sued. Yes, the city is going to have to pay. And your city attorney is a pretty big part of it. Now, I'm surprised the mayor's doing it again, but she brought up the example of a school and private property. That's called in loco parentis, or private property versus public property. They're not the same. You're not our parents. You can't tell us what to say. There's this little thing called the Constitution. You've got Miles talking about limited public forum. That is the last ditch of all tyrant city attorneys and city councils in this country right now, whenever they pass a rule saying things like you can't record in City Hall. Give you an example. A decade or so ago, city councils were trying to ban recording from the audience. Texas state legislature passed a law saying you can't do that. Anybody can record from wherever they're standing if they're allowed to be there. Then a bunch of city councils started kicking people out for saying naughty words. So, was it 4 or 6 years ago, they changed the Open Meetings Act law again and added that little section of law I've written out to you guys saying you can't stop any critical comment whatsoever unless that comment violates the law. Well, guess what? Profanity doesn't violate the law. Vulgarity doesn't violate the law. Obscenity doesn't violate the law until we get into something really crazy. Got to be fighting words. So every time you shut somebody down for the words that come out of their mouth when they're saying something critical to you, you violated the law. The Class A misdemeanor in Texas, it's a federal felony. I'm sure Miles has told you guys are perfectly safe and nothing can ever happen to you, and only the cops can be held responsible for falsely arresting somebody. Not quite true. But maybe that's why the mayor always waits and tries to kick people out without saying you have to get out, and hopes the cops just do it without her giving them the orders. Maybe she thinks that's protecting her. Maybe that's what Miles told her. I don't know. It's just not good, guys. And it's going to come bite you in the butt. We're coming after the city for this. Change the rules, please. Get rid of your no profanity. Get rid of the no obscenity. Change it to fighting words. Change it to commits disorderly conduct, which is defined by statute and state court and Supreme Court precedent and court cases. Maybe then your rules would be okay. Now, as far as Miles, where the hell do you think you're coming from telling somebody they can't do a moment of silence? Seriously? What?
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
What? Okay.
Okay, is there anybody else online? I understand some people
Can you hear me?
Yes, who is this?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Andrea Puyol.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, Andrea Puyol, District 2. I'm commenting today to say that sorry, I'm in an airport, so sorry if there's any random noises. I'm traveling today. But I'm commenting to say that the council should vote no today on Inner Harbor, what is actually the Hillcrest desalination plant. And as many have said before, it is insanely irresponsible to prove this prior to receiving the information from the far field modeling. That's just plain stupid. So let's be logical and use our heads for 1 second, because acting in the long term best interest of our community would mean curtailment. I'm sorry, but y'all got to face the fact. And after today, if it wasn't already clear, it'll be extremely clear who on this council is for the people and is attempting to actually do their jobs, which is serve the people and not corporations. It will also be very clear who on that dais is just a pawn for industry, making backdoor deals and actively working to make the lives of the working class people of the coastal bend worse. I think it's laughable that the mayor was talking about courtesy earlier when she has never given the neighborhood of the Hillcrest the courtesy of talking about this plant, which is going to take up a huge portion of their neighborhood. So stop selling our water, stop giving away our water that we don't have, stop trying to give away a hypothetical amount of water to new industries. I remember during the vote in September, some of y'all on the dais could not believe that we wanted to throw away all the work and the money and whatever dumb backdoor stuff that y'all kept doing, state funds or whatever. Y'all dug us into this hole, and y'all were shocked that we were willing to be like, yeah, I don't care that we spent so much money on this by this point. We don't want this that bad. Throw it all away. We would rather you throw all of your garbage work away than have this plant. So if you are for this plant, you are either paid for by industry, you do not care about the coastal bend or the people, you are just dumb. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Puyol. Okay, is there anyone else online?
Hello.
Yes, who is this?
This is Kareli Leal, District 3.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Leal.
Thank you. One thing you guys should definitely add some tips on the email that you should press *6 to unmute. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, but today I'm asking you guys to please not go through with bringing back the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant. You all have sat here before and listened to the community tell you about their environmental and public health concerns. And as you see today, there's many people who will not back down when it comes to protecting our community. The job that you were given to protect our community, not slowly tear it down. Hillcrest will not only have to deal with possible displacements, but more pollution. We are on the front line to protect our most valuable resource, which is water. So we ask you to please help us protect our water. The Gulf South has been deemed as a sacrifice zone, but why? Why should we continue to give all our water to industry? The first thing that we need to focus on is about actually making these big industries pay for more robust water conservation projects, and also making them pay their fair share for their water. Because they're not actually paying their fair share for their water. They should have no exemptions. They should be paying the full drought surcharge fee. And if that's something that anyone believes in, check out the fairwateramendment.com. And also it is Black History Month. So what a shame if you decide to further encroach onto Hillcrest. So please vote no. Let's be an example here in the Gulf Coast that we can change the future of this land and put people first over profits. And one thing is, I have a few points I also want to bring up that I do. The gentleman who mentioned the FogNet idea about capturing fog, we should definitely look into that as well. It's a very cool technology, and as you know, we do get a lot of fog. And then this area, you guys should definitely focus on the tourism of this area and focus on its beauty. This is the body of Christ, so we should treat it beautifully. We should treat it nice. We shouldn't be giving all our water to heavy industry. We should be protecting the people first, because that's what Christ would do. And just like another person mentioned, they had gone to California and they thought it was beautiful. Yes, Corpus Christi has that same beauty. This area is so pretty. So we should cherish it. And to any officers who are abusing their power, you need to investigate them and make sure anyone else who is compliant and is also abusing their power or helping them make false reports, they need to be investigated. That is bad practices and conduct of a police officer. And thank you guys. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you, Ms. Leal. Ms. Madden, are you online? Laura Madden? Okay, Mayor, I think those are all the public commenters.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment. The council is going to go into executive session on item 23 per Texas Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. When we return, we will hear items 5, 12, 14, and 15. Those 4 items were pulled from the consent agenda, and then we will move on with the agenda. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume our meeting. If everyone would take their seats, including the city manager. Just kidding. All righty, so we're going to pick up, we're a little off on our agenda. We're going to go back to consent. We had pulled items 5, 12, 14, and 15, so we're going to go through these. Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing a contract with FCC Aqualia USA Corp. For design, procurement, assembly, commissioning, and operation of a containerized brackish water desalination plant. Councilman Cantu, I believe you pulled this one. Your question, Councilman Vaughn, your question or comment? You know, press your light.
I got it now. Okay. We're on 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to state, I did not vote for this the first round, but I'm going to change my vote, and the reason I'm going to change it is because I do not agree with you with doing the wells on the river. You know that, because I'm afraid of what it's going to do out there. But if the city of Corpus Christi is going to do that, then it needs to be good water. And that's what I'm concerned about. And we don't have, and this gives us another plan. It gives us backup. And our residents should have the best quality of water possible. And it just makes our city stronger. So I'm going to change my vote on that. And that's why I pulled it. But I wanted the residents out in the rural areas to know that. But I'm still against drilling out there. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Cantu.
Quick question. Is this is the same item from last week where we didn't get no bids, right?
Right, so this is a multifaceted project with a pump station, conveyance line, and treatment for our second water treatment plant.
Because I got a couple of phone calls from different companies. Because you addressed to the council that you have talked to other companies besides this one company, correct?
So if you recall from last council meeting, what we did is we worked this through Aqualia, that's the name of the company. So they are providing a portion of this project,
Correct.
Which is the brackish RO treatment at Owen Stevens. We vetted the numbers from using Garver, but we only received the one proposal.
So I got 2 phone calls from 2 different companies. One saying they could save us $10 million. Second one said they could save us $18 million. That's a lot of money to save us. Is there any way we could figure that out and table this, or figure out if we could see those other companies' bids?
So, Councilman,
they're ready to submit a proposal to you tomorrow.
We are, and you know this, we're under a tight time frame. Time
Tomorrow.
is not our friend.
Yeah.
And the legal team is working to finalize the contracts. So after approval of this item, we can move forward. It's a very tight delivery schedule.
You guys are not willing to save the taxpayers anywhere from $10 to $18 million?
You know, those are numbers that would have to be verified. What we did is we wanted to make sure we were making prudent decisions.
I'm sure it's better. I'm sure it's the good prices. You know, I mean, I'm just blown away. You know, like, why can't we not save $10 to $18 million?
Well, what we did is we had Garver Engineering verify the pricing, compare it with other projects and other competitors. And the results were that the pricing was very competitive and met all of our requirements.
Do you have those documentation with you?
I do not, no.
Are they available?
Yes.
So I could get in my email in the next hour or so of all those prices you guys got?
Well, it was, now remember, we didn't get pricing for the project. We got one price for the project that was from Aqualia. And what Garver did is they took pricing from other projects that they are working on and compared it to make sure it was in line or even better for similar type projects.
I'm just blown away that we can't wait a week or so to get 2 more proposals that they're ready to give to the city to save the taxpayer money. And you guys just want to just give out this money. I mean, it just blows my mind. And then you expect me to vote for a $1 billion project. I mean,
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Nick, I beat you up on this last week.
with regards to having a price analysis versus a price comparison, right? And honestly, I appreciate how eloquent you speak in terms of trying to describe what you're saying. Okay, but you know, I've been doing this for a little while. I understand the difference between analysis and comparison. However, when we approve this, how soon from the approval do you get the contract signed?
So legal is working on the contracts. After the approval last week, they've already provided draft contracts with Aqualia. So they are supposed to provide comments back and red lines by the end of the week. I would say we'd have contracts to sign next week. If this item is approved today, sir, yes.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. So in accordance with what Councilman Cantu is talking about, there may be some companies that may want to talk to you about your scope and whether or not they could beat that price, right? Now, you said you have to vet it, but you have a little bit of time here because we could always ask for a motion to reconsider this ordinance, right? So I would suggest you just do a little bit of homework, do a little bit of price comparison. At the very least, it could maybe get you to lower the Aqualia price if need be. But I would like, you do have a little bit of time and you do have the, option for us to do a motion to reconsider. Okay, thank you.
Councilman, when the motion to reconsider would be in the future or today? In the future?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the next.
No, like we have up until the next council meeting to do a reconsideration, just a 2-signature memo, just like what Councilwoman Vaughn and.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't.
Okay, so I just want you to take a look at it.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for this because I think the pricing's okay.
Yeah.
Right? I don't have a problem with the price. I'm a little concerned we don't have the discharge figured out yet or how much that's going to cost.
We have 3 options.
But I'm a little concerned about that. However, I didn't think the pricing was bad, However, if somebody can give us a better price for containerized desal, I'm not opposed to looking at it since we didn't go through a procurement process.
Yeah.
It's an emergency process.
Let me speak with Nick here so we can look at it.
Okay.
We can look at it.
I'm okay with that.
Work with, if somebody gives us the proposals, we'll look at them.
Okay, so that's all I'm asking here. I just want to,
we can look at them. We have confidence in this company, otherwise we wouldn't have recommended it.
I have no doubt in it.
And I
like I said, I voted for it last week.
Yeah, so we'll look at, we can look at it. We just need to get.
But I want to give us peace of mind here to say that we're doing the best we can to save money because we're going to go through this when we go over item 18 on how much money we're overall spending.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure that we, if it's a nickel dime here and there, we need to take it.
Sure, we can look at it.
Okay.
Just keep an open mind. I'm not saying go away from Aqualia. Like I said, I voted for it last week. Thank you for getting the groundwater information from our hydrologist in that letter. It still says some of the work needs to be done, but okay. Well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
So this is similar to some of the other procurement processes that we've gone through in our water endeavors, right? I just don't want the public to think we woke up yesterday and say, hey, let's give it to Jimmy because we like Jimmy. That we are doing these emergency, like when you did the pumps, like when we were doing some of the work at the Mary Rose pipeline, we didn't wait and go out for bid.
Yeah, that's right, Councilman. The Evangeline project, this entire project has moved through this process in this manner the entire time. That every approval has been in this manner.
Huh?
That's correct.
How much we spending on the Evangeline project?
Well, last week the approval was $196 million.
Okay. All right. I don't know the company. I don't know anything about them. I know we need to move fast. I just wanted the public to know that this is not abnormal. That we do normal procurement. This is a normal process through our emergency water initiatives, right?
Because of the time constraints we have. Yes, sir.
Right. Sorry, Councilman Cantu.
Real quick, I think we need to declare an emergency then. If we're going to spend millions of dollars of taxpayer money, we need to declare an emergency that we're going to run out of water. Be truthful to the public. I mean, I mean, you're just spending so much money, Peter. This is a lot of money that you're putting in our books.
Yeah, Councilman, the governor has declared an emergency for this county and I think about 60 others in Texas.
Have we done it? Has the mayor?
The mayor has not, and we're working, so over these next couple of weeks, we're working on when do we do that? And we're going to be working with state agencies, so we're working to develop that proposal if somebody wants to do it. Yeah.
But what are we working on?
We're working on what does it mean
The picture is very clear. We're running out of water. I mean, our lakes, what's our lakes at right now? 8%, 9%?
No, they're 9.5% combined, but that's what we're working on. Yesterday, we spent time with our modeler, Carollo. And we're going to be presenting an update on the prediction on when supply doesn't meet demand, and it's going to be sooner than November. I'll tell you that right now. So we're working on that. We're doing kind of one step at a time here. So this is our last water project conversation with City Council, and this is it. I mean, we brought everything forward.
Who could declare an emergency? Can the council declare it?
The mayor, the county judge, the governor, and the governor already has. It's been over a year that he's declared it. That's why we're able to use that power to do these emergency purchases with a little backup, because he's declared it. So the whole issue of curtailment, Councilman, you're talking about, that's what we're going to be bringing forward in March. We're working on that right now.
I'm just concerned. I mean, we're spending so much money.
I know.
And I just.
Those is mine.
Okay.
It's a lot of money, Roland.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I just want to correct a couple of things. You said Mr. Sinoni's spending all this money. No, he's not. We are approving all this money to spend. We got to own it. We're doing it. The other thing you said, that you will not be bringing any more water projects. We've got them all. We do not have them all. One that we've all been interested in is Barney Davis.
Yeah.
And for me, I'd like to see that come back on our next meeting.
Okay, good point. Well, let me say we brought all water types. So we have surface water, groundwater, reuse water. The last thing left, besides some atmospheric water, is desal. So we have this one today. Barney Davis, it won't be coming back next week because I have to meet with Rudy first.
Well, not next week. I'm talking about the next meeting.
Okay, let me work with Rudy from CPS Energy, and he and I are going to be meeting to talk about the concept of what would that look like.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because it sounded like that was it.
No, good point. There's two other, so there's this desal project today, and then there's two others that this council's familiar with.
Sure.
And I don't have them ranked, although we have 2.7 million on one, which is the Harbor Island desal facility that the Nueces River Authority is doing. And then we all know we have Barney Davis still, and we're working with Carlos Rubenstein, and we're working with CPS Director Rudy Garza on how to proceed in this, and how to proceed in the construct that he and CPS want us to proceed in.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because it sounded like.
Good point. I appreciate that, Councilwoman. Yeah, thank you.
And my other thing is, did someone come forward and say, hey, we can do this cheaper? Is that the reason? Did someone tell you that? Okay.
On which one? I'm sorry?
On this plant, did someone say they can do it cheaper?
Yeah, once the councilman gives us that information, we'll see how we can sit down with them, and we have to compare it to the Aqualia deal, which is a turnkey. They're going to run it for 5 years. I don't know if this company can do that. And we'll vet it out. We have no problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's just important to reiterate, and Peter, you can probably add detail to this, but everything has been under an emergency purchase or moving forward, because every person on this council has said we have to have water. We need water projects. And you have explained to us that going through, the normal process of procurement is not something that accomplishes us, racing the timeline. So I think it's important for y'all to say that over and over. I mean, you're right, we've spent millions upon millions. But the reason is the same thing we're saying, we're running out of water. We have to move forward as fast as possible, and there's a reason that there is an avenue in which not to go through your regular procurement process, and this is it. when you are in an emergency, and we are taking your professional advice, not only yours, but also our engineers and consultants and advisors and everybody that has a part in this. So I think it's important to note that, because none of us want to irresponsibly spend taxpayer dollars, but we certainly want to do what, you know, we're very, very hard working trying to do, which is bring water to this community. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, it's ratepayer dollars. I mean, all the infrastructure goes in, and whoever buys the water is who's going to pay for it. So, and consequently, it looks like our largest ratepayers are here. So they're very much interested, and I know they want us to expedite it. And I'd need to, in the last 7 years, of all the initiatives I've heard, I'd need to take off my shoes, use all my toes and all my hands, and probably have Mark spot me a couple of hands, so that way we know everybody's got a better initiative. I mean, today we heard about fog capture. You know, I mean, there's all those things. I mean, I had somebody tell me they're building a desal plant in DeWitt, Texas, and they're going to pipeline it from Victoria. And they needed us to write a contract with South Texas Water Authority, so that way they can go get private equity financing. I mean, they're all out there. There's a ton of people watching. I mean, and everybody's paying attention to it. And so we just need to be conscientious of that. We put ourselves in this position because of politics. And so now we're curtailment is imminent, and we need to be able to take care of all our customers. All our customers, we have a huge responsibility, and that's why we're in this emergency situation that the governor's already declared. So thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I keep hearing about the expense, and I understand the expenses, and we are supposed to oversee the expenses, but we also have to oversee the detriment to our planet, our environment, our people that live here. I mean, you acknowledge that the industry is here. Yes, they are here, but you didn't acknowledge like 100 people that were here earlier, you know, against this particular project in the Inner Harbor. But again, I just want to remind people that it's not just the money. Yes, we do need water, but we need to be responsible.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 5? Okay, there being no one, I'm closing public comment, and I will entertain a motion to. Yes.
I have not gotten up yet.
I asked and no one answered. Would you like to make public comment?
Rachel Caballero, D1. Again, the numbers are extremely high. We all understand that this community, most of this community, not the people in this room, the people that cannot be here, cannot afford another inflation of their water bills or any type of utility bills, because we can talk about these plants all day long, and nobody's talking about the electricity or how much that's going to cost and what that's going to cost the community, because that's another addition to these projects that nobody wants to talk about. So please consider the amount of money without procurement, without oversight, that is being spent right now, considering the history of certain people behind this counter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Susie Saldana, I really want to thank you for taking a look at this. I think it's important. I know that the money is costly, and I'm one of those people that struggles to make ends meet. But I also want to tell you that I cannot exist without water, and neither can anybody else. So we have to do the short term as well as the long term. So I ask you to take into consideration those things. Yes, it's costly, but can we live without water?
Thank you.
David Loeb, District 2. You're in a tough spot. And I know the math of how the water rates work really well, because I have to pass it through to tenants under law. And so the situation you're in right now is the worst thing for those of us who are ICL ratepayers is for you to shed more customers. because if use drops by half, everybody's bill doubles. The cost of adding supply is not as much compared to that. It would be great if you guys had the time and capability to competitively bid and procure all these water projects. I think item 18 is that opportunity for you. But you're going to need more than that can just provide, because you don't know where the bottom is on this. You don't know that you're going to keep getting 70 out of Mary Roads. You don't know how long you're actually going to be able to use the wells on the river. And it's terrifying and it's awful, but nothing will be worse for this community and for this government's budget is if you don't have enough water to sell to people. Because once it hits, I mean, you know, people are talking about their bill. When we don't have enough water to meet demand and the pressure goes down, you're going to have to declare a boil water alert, and a huge number of medical procedures that are life-sustaining for people are going to have to move out of town. You're going to be airlifting people for dialysis to San Antonio and Houston. So when HEB comes in and says, this is a health issue, this is a base commerce issue, they never do that. I don't know if you understand that. They have never walked into this room and made a political statement before that I'm aware of. That was news by itself, the fact that they were in here and then what they said. So yeah, it is an emergency. I would encourage you to declare an emergency and give the mayor the full emergency powers that she gets under state law. But you need to get moving on all this stuff. And yeah, it's going to be terrible for what we're going to pay, but not getting it done is going to be even worse. And so I really hope you take that into account on all these decisions and try to get together as a team and move forward. You know, there are folks out here that have been telling you for the last year, no, don't do this, do that. And what it's gotten you is a little bit of distance so far on a lot of different projects and not a whole lot of water actually coming into the system. And so I'd encourage you to listen to your staff and give them the tools they need to get moving. Their time is limited, their resources are limited, and they need all of your help in order to marshal this community and get these projects done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isabella Araiza, District 2. Sorry, didn't mean to be loud and boisterous. I just want to remind everybody that for 31 cents per 1,000 gallons, the largest water users in the coastal bend can use all the water they want, all of it. And we've been in drought stage 3 since December 2024, and it's still 31 cents per 1,000 gallons and all the water they want. And our Lake Corpus Christi has declined by 54%, and Choke Canyon has declined by 46% in 1 year. 31 cents, all the water they want. You worried about water and the drought exemption? Or sign the petition so that we can put it on the ballot so we can vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
I'm sorry, who made the second? We missed. Okay.
Was there not a second?
Do we get a second? Thank you, Mark. Okay.
The motion carries unanimously. The next item pulled was item number 12, Councilman Cantu. This is a motion authorizing the city manager to execute a 2-year waste disposal agreement with BFI Waste Services of Texas or Republic Services. Councilman Cantu.
There's no fees on here, and did we bid this out by chance?
Mayor, Council, Philip Aldridge, Director of Solid Waste. This is a revenue contract, so there's no fees. We don't bid it out. It's a contract that we offer any hauler, so they come to us and they want to utilize our landfill more. So by doing the contract, we'll bring more waste to the landfill, generate more revenue.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I move for approval.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Next item pulled is item number 14, a motion awarding a construction contract to McDonald Municipal and Industrial Division of McDonald Electric for the Ben Garza Gymnasium generator. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Ratna. I was curious if I'm understanding this right. We've already purchased the generator. This is the installation.
No, we haven't purchased the generator. This is a bid for the generator.
What other costs are we going to see coming down the pipeline for that?
The bid includes the generator.
I'm sorry?
The bid includes the generator.
So this 310.7, all of that is the full total everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I noticed that it lists 2 CDBG project numbers. And I had pulled the notes from last summer, July 22nd and 29th, where we were discussing the generator, and we had put aside $500,000 for the generator.
Sorry, Mike Dice, Interim Assistant City Manager. Yes, during the July conversations, we actually took $250,000 from the $500,000, and we allocated those to nonprofits. So this $250 that's here today is for this.
I believe what we did was we had a grant check for $160,000. $100 went to Habitat, $30 went to Rising Tide for the Safe Home, and $30 went to Rising Tide for the Wave.
Correct.
And
That
so
was
we made
from-
the generator whole.
That was from the water tower donation. Correct.
But because we took it out of that, and the original recommendation was to not fund their request, that was to keep the generator request whole at $500,000.
Again, my understanding was at that time, that was what the $250 was for. The bid today is covered under that CDBG money.
I printed all the packets from it, so it shows that. And I played it back to make sure my understanding was correct. So basically, the discussion up here was, why would we go forward with a generator if we didn't fully fund it? And so we left the 500 whole and used the check, this 160,000, to cover the requests for Habitat and Rising Tide. So we should have left the generator whole. So my question is if we kept 5,000 in the budget for that project, and this is coming in at a little over 300,000.
Correct.
One, there's a difference there. Two, it looks like we're actually taking a little money out of the general fund to cover a difference.
Correct. There was the gap, and that's being covered by that fund.
But if we had 500,000 earmarked for it, and the total that we're taking from the CBDG grant actual is 286,166.
Was 66. And then the general fund covers the rest, the 24,535.
So where's the 500?
I would have to look at that. If at this time, if it's not clear, we can pull the item and push it to another meeting. But that's what's laid out from the original adopted CDBG adoption back in July.
I had the item out, and I knew that I knew the numbers because it was such a long discussion.
Correct.
And so I said, oh, look, we're going to come up at a little cost savings. And then I looked a little deeper, and I was like, wait, what exactly is happening here?
Yeah, again, this is what's laid out in the finance plan. If we need to look back and clarify those, we can pull the item for another day. But what's laid out was what was adopted, is my understanding.
Peter, what's your recommendation?
Everything that was said, I agree with. I'm not sure what this general fund money is. Was that budgeted to begin with?
Correct.
It was always budgeted, or it's just budgeted now?
Well, with the discussion that we had, there was some gap money that was required from general fund, and that was included.
Like last summer, there was some gap money from the?
Correct, because we have to adopt the CDBG in August, so we had those meetings in July, the first and second.
We don't really need the general fund money, though. It sounds like there's about 250,000 in savings if we had 500 allocated, so.
Yeah, the original OPCC was right about 500, but this came in low bid. Obviously, we're under 300.
Right, so I don't know why we would use general fund money if we have plenty of CDBG money.
Peter, is it possible that we could get some information and revisit this a little later today? Or
Yeah,
do
we could
need
do
to push
that.
this
Why don't
back?
we do that?
We'll work on that.
What's that?
We'll get the information.
Yeah, just table it for now. We'll get this straightened out, and then we'll bring it back later.
We'll just go over it and
before
come
the
back
last
to
item.
it.
Okay, if you're okay with that,
Yeah.
thank you.
We're just going to pause on it, and we'll
Thank
come
you,
back to it.
Michael Dice. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so 14 we'll come back to.
Yeah.
All right, the next or last item pulled was item number 15, and this is a great news item. Motion awarding a construction contract to Barcom Construction for the Greenwood Sports Complex baseball improvements. Councilman Cantu.
Just wanted to say thank you guys for work on this project, and I think this is going to be great for the west side of town. Those baseball fields are pretty bad, so I just wanted to thank you guys for doing it and all the time y'all invested into it. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm going to follow up on that because this is something that has been a long time coming. $7 million is huge. That's a lot of money, but you know, Corpus Christi has always been and always will be a baseball town and a region. We're a baseball region. And so, you know, it's sad to say, but our sports fields are not acceptable. They are not up to par. And I think this is a huge step forward in really taking care of what we own, our assets. Right now, it's an asset that we really don't care for, but this is really becoming something. And if any of you know, this sports complex is huge, and it's tied into Salinas Park, which makes it, you know, really one huge complex. So I'm very, very excited about this, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, you've got three. You got Pony League, Universal, and Sparkling City youth leagues. This is going to affect thousands of children, thousands, not to mention their moms and dads who are sitting there watching all day. So thank you to Parks and really to the whole team, Peter too, because this focus has been, this is historic. There's never been a focus on our baseball field, so thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, pull out my timer. So, you know, back in 2019 when I was elected, Moses Leyva, who was out there for 40 years, he's retired, basically gave me a tour of them. And then Ray Mendoza, whose father played out at those fields, also, had come to visit. And so we had started looking at that. And I remember, I think I talked to Peter in 20, maybe 21, about putting on a bond initiative. At the time, I was only asking for $1 million. And then the mayor got elected, and I remember they brought it to us, and then it was the proposal was $4 million. And I remember at the time thinking, man, can we pepper some more throughout the district? And I tell that story because I was frustrated, and I said, well, what do the stakeholders have to say, right? And staff at the time, and I think Robert was brand new. You know, he had hair. And he had hair, and I said, what do the stakeholders have to say? And the assistant director at the time said, what do you mean? I said, well, Moses Leyva's been out there 40 years. Ruben Riojas has been out there 30 years. Ray's father played out there. And, you know, I mean, have we talked to them? And so we actually went back and tried to rework everything. And I have to give a big attaboy to Sergio. You know, Sergio has been working on this deal since he got here, getting all the leagues together, discussing all the options. And I also have to give kudos to the fire department because they're moving there. With us redoing that, we're going to be able to work some of that in with the field. I mean, to put that into the field. And then we went back out in 24 and got the additional dollars. So this has been a lot of work. You know, we need to thank Moses Leyva, Ruben Riojas, Ray Mendoza. When we do the groundbreaking, Rudy Acuna, who's the softball fields, I mean, this is their vision, and this is something that they've wanted to do for a long time. And those fields have been, I mean, I played out there. And it just shows you how old it is. So right across from I mean, it borders on District 2. I mean, this has been a project long in the making, redesign once we talked to all the stakeholders. And I think this also kind of led the charge now where we're leasing the fields and we're keeping them up because we're putting so much investment into this. So congratulations to everybody. And I still wanted to give Sergio a real big thank you because I know he's been working at this tirelessly, and I know working with Janak, and I mean, great work and great work for engineering. And hey, Barcom, we're ready to go. So with that, I'd like to move for approval, but go ahead.
Yeah, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I think it's a great project, but I have some concerns. We are in a drought. We're going to put outfield grass out there. We're doing irrigation, outfield grass, field improvements, all of those things you need water for.
You're going to love this.
Okay, I'm sure I am.
Ratna Potamutu, Assistant Director of Engineering. We are extending the water effluent line from the Gabe Lozano Golf Club Center to the parks.
That's what you're going to use the water?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
well, thank you, Lord, because I was wondering where you were going to get the water at, and that would have been a really bad look for the public.
Yeah, so it's going to be reuse water, and it's been netted out of the, we've talked about 16
Okay.
million.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
16, is it 16 million, right, MGD? Yeah, so we've netted out of that equation the water that will be needed for this project.
That would have been nice to know ahead of time, and I wouldn't have said a
No
word.
worries, that's an easy question, so.
Okay, well, the public needs to know that. When they see
Exactly.
things like that, they need to know that we've not gone nuts up here with water. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I just want to be brief. I just want to thank everybody that's been part of this project. And it's things like this that I think as a community that we need, especially for our youth, because anything we can do to get them away from a TV and off social media and out there in the open, outdoors, being involved in baseball, that's a win for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
I'd like to move my second and deed it to Eric, because he made it happen in the last 2 years.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Great news. Okay, now the item we've all been waiting for. We're going to go to Section J, that is individual consideration items. We have one item, number 18, which is a resolution authorizing negotiation of a design-build contract for the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Treatment Plant Project with Corpus Christi Desal Partners, or CCDP, a joint venture of Acciona Agua Corporation and Mostech Industrial Corporation.
Right, Mayor, I'm going to introduce this item, and then we'll have a number of presenters that will present this afternoon.
A number of,
What was that?
a number of what?
We'll have a number of presenters.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that
Didn't
will
hear you.
present this afternoon from the company, Corpus Christi Desal Partners, or the partnership, I should say. Let me just begin with a little background context. So 4 months ago, in November of 2025, working with Dan Leindecker, he and I knew that there was still some interest on the council of considering this Inner Harbor desalination facility and location. And so Dan and I, with some help of some of the other partners here, developed what we called then, and was still calling it, was a no-cost path forward proposal. And so what that meant is that the firm known as Corpus Christi Desal Partners was willing to be priced focused first, and that's what for this council was a big concern, as it was for many in the community. When the price tag for the project rose to $1.3 billion, it was just too much, many thought. So the strategy on this option was to consider price first, and hopefully back in November, the goal was to bring forward a project that was just as good or better for less than $1.3 billion. And so to accomplish that, we presented to City Council on November 18 this concept with the teams that are here today, and we asked City Council to approve this plan so that we could move forward. City Council did. I think it was a pretty strong vote to move forward with this plan. And so in November of last year, we provided Corpus Christi Desal Partners with all of the material that we had obtained from Kiewit through the 10% design process. So that includes things like 10% design, cost estimates, strategies on what the plant would be under that design. What Corpus Christi Desal Partners did then from November to early February, mid-February, is develop that at no cost to us, a proposal that's focused on price, and today they're going to present it to you. It took them about 12 weeks. They worked diligently. They put a lot of hours in, and so you're going to see it. You're going to see in the presentation there a lot of meticulous work to be able to talk to the council today about their proposal for this facility. So today, remember, there were 3 votes. The first vote was to move forward with the plan back in November. Council did that. We're going to request today another vote. That is that if you like this price, you would vote to direct staff to develop a contract. And it wouldn't be approved today. We would bring it back in April timeframe or May, depending on the far field study. And so today's vote has no price associated with it either. There's no fiscal impact on today's vote of the City Council. There was some concern on that in the community. They thought that you would be approving the project today. You're not. So today you would be approving a motion to direct us to develop a contract that would be brought back in the April or May timeframe for a contract for this firm, Corpus Christi Desal Partners, to design up to 60%, to build a demonstration center, and then to have a guaranteed maximum price. So that action will be in April. So today is just to say we want a contract to be able to do those 3 things. So let me just introduce, that's just kind of some background. Let me introduce, we have 5 firms here today, 5. And 2 of them are the 2 entities that are in the partnership called Corpus Christi Desal Partners, 2 of the 5. The 2 primes, that includes Acciona and Maztec. And then we also have Ardura, a local firm, Ardura. And then we also have part of the team that would be doing a lot of the work. They perform a lot of work in the city today. They have offices here. They also have offices in Houston. That includes Raytech and Rava. Okay, so the 5 firms are here. So let me introduce the people then of the firm. So with Acciona, we have two of the leads here. We have Efrain Rodriguez, and he's going to present in a little bit. We also have David Crespo. He's a very smart engineer that is kind of the brains behind a lot of this, and so we're glad he's here today. David, thank you for being here. And then from Maztec, we have a number of the executives and leads over the project. We have Dave Bergstrom is here, coming in. Thank you, Dave, for being here. We have Chris McGehee is here as well. Chris is going to present as well. You know Chris, you've seen him before. And we have some of their teammates who are the engineers behind what we're going to show today. That includes Carl Ziegler and Nathan Hoyle. Thank you both for being here. We saw you last week as well. And then, of course, we owe a lot of thanks to Dan Leindecker for, is it 30 or 40 years, Dan, with the city? I hate to ask, but 4 years, yes, I thought it was 40. So Dan Leindecker has been working for the city in our water and wastewater for 40 years. He's a local. And he understands local context, and that's why we feel confident in this proposal today, because it's driven with a lot of that local context. So Dan Leindecker's here. He's the principal with Ardura. And then Logan, we all know Logan Burton. He's here as well. Logan, we want to thank you for being here. And then from the 2 firms that are part of the team, we didn't expect them to be here. We're glad they're here today as well. We know them from other work they're doing. Greg Reyes. Greg, there you are. Greg, thanks for coming in today. We appreciate it. And then Chris Smith is also here with Raytech in the back. And then from Rava, they're doing a big project at Owen Stevens, I believe, right, Nick? Rava? Greenwood. Where is it? Greenwood, sorry, Greenwood. So Rava's here, a big firm with a big portfolio, and Fran Paz is here. So I want to thank Rava for being here as well.
I'm sorry, what firm is that?
That's called Rava, R-A-V-A. Yeah,
Okay,
Rava.
I remember.
Yeah, they were awarded the Greenwood contract, which is a pretty sizable contract, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's those are the 5 firms. So the presenters this afternoon is going to be Efrain Rodriguez from Acciona, Chris McGee from Maztec will present, Dan's going to present, and then Nick is going to present. We heard some comment about we don't know what the rate impact is to the customer, and we do, and we're going to show that today via Nick. And finally, I did want to thank Chad McGill for being here. We know he is with Senator Adam Inahosa's office, and he's been tracking our project and providing help on other water projects, he and the senator. So we want to thank them as well for being here and for helping us through this drought. So thank you, Chad. So with that, Mayor and Council, we're going to have Efrain come up then. And the Council should have a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. There will be a video kind of midway through. And so this will be a good presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Efrain. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the time to come here and explain what we have been doing over the last 12 weeks. We have been working along the lines of the MOU that was approved last year, trying to find a solution that is suitable and it helps address the needs of the city. We're going to talk a little bit about the overview of our partners, high level. We're going to give you a little bit of a project update. We'll talk a little bit about the timeline, and we'll go through some of the cost details of the revised approach that we're bringing on today. On Acciona's side specifically, I just wanted to highlight a few things. We have a total of 575 million gallons of water that we treat today on 25 different plants across the world. We have built 92 seawater desalination facilities across the world, and 4 of the largest ones. And the reason I bring this up is because this has been key in us being able to identify an alternative solution that can be more cost-effective while still delivering a 30 MGD plant that is going to be an adequate facility for the long run.
Thanks, Efrain. Thank you for having us here today. Talk a little bit about MasTec. From our standpoint, we're a nationally ranked local construction firm with large infrastructure capabilities. We have $4 billion in bonding capacity, over $14 million a year in revenue as a large infrastructure contractor. We employ over 35,000 employees. We've got 90 years in the business. And our ENR ranking, we're number 5 in the U.S. as far as Engineering News Record goes for our ranking. And you can see we've got some other rankings there in the other industries that we work in as well. Thank you for your time.
We can turn it on. Hang on. Rebecca, are you turning it on?
There you go.
There it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Dan Leindecker with Adura. Adura, we have 30 years of experience, over 30 years of experience here. I was making myself older, Peter, than I was. Yeah, but for Corpus Christi and for the city, and we're intimate with your water system. We know it very well. With that local knowledge, however, we're also backed by over 2,500 professionals nationwide, so we can call the resources as needed to make a successful completion of this project.
Rebecca, would you turn this microphone on so we've got them all on? We don't have to mess with anything.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, they'll stay on.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
But now Ephraim's is off. There we go.
I think that works.
They're all going to stay on, and actually, if you can turn this one on as well, in case someone needs to come up, they're all ready to go. There we go. All righty. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you so much. As it was mentioned before, we have started working on this path after the MOU that was developed. We have spent a lot of time reviewing the work that has been done to date with 2 main purposes. One, understanding the level of detail that was developed, trying to leverage details from that so that we can help guide our solution, and also trying to identify what we can do to help with the schedule, because we understand the need and the priority for the project and for the water to be available. Assuming that this moves forward today, what we're looking for is the approval to commence negotiations. Like Peter mentioned, there's no commitment today. We basically would like to, assuming that this looks like an approach that is acceptable, to sit down and develop those details so we can bring them back in the April to May timeframe. The far-field study will be continuing in parallel. It's something that we're trying to manage in a way that we can move the schedule forward with minimum impact to the ultimate solution of or date for the solution. We are proposing a combined phase 1A, 1B. The purpose of that is to expedite the implementation schedule. Mainly what that means is that we will be looking to start the design at the same time that we start the demonstration facility that is required by TCEQ. We would then move into the 60% design to get the GMP validation, and the expected completion, if everything goes according to plan, would be the end of 2029. A few of the topics that we included in our revised approach include the review and leveraging of the existing information and work done today to help address not only the approach that we were taking, but also the impact to schedule. to reevaluate water characteristics and finished water specification. This is done with two purposes in mind. One, to make sure that the facility would be adequate and that would be designed in a way that would operate under the needs of the city. We are leveraging our experience, which is why I wanted to highlight some of those details from Acciona, to make sure that we find the most cost-effective solution. And in doing that, we are using all of proven technologies and systems that we have experience with. We didn't want to try anything new. We didn't want to come in with anything overly complex, just a proven technology that so we can deliver a facility that can bring the water in a reliable manner. We have developed alternatives that will help us adjust the facility design as we progress to 60%. And the purpose of that is to make sure that we can drive an approach that is centered on price certainty. There are things that are going to come up that are going to be unexpected, but our approach, and I'll talk a little bit more about it, includes some levers that would allow us to make some adjustments to mitigate that impact. And we also took advantage of leveraging local resources, like we mentioned earlier. The reason for doing that is in combination with a detailed review that we have done of getting unit cost to the right place. We wanted to validate local pricing so that we don't have that uncertainty on our side. A few of the things that are included in our modified approach that helps us get to a more cost-effective solution include these items that I'm going to describe in a minute. But I did wanted to highlight that when we evaluate each one of these, and we evaluated other options too, the intent was always to have a facility that has the capability to do 30 MGD and that it can do that in a reliable manner. We did not want it to compromise the quality of the facility or the operability of the facility or even the impact to long-term operational costs. We wanted to have a facility that is a sound facility. And if I can say maybe as a sidebar, we would be more than excited to be able to operate your facility. So we wanted to build something that we would be happy to operate. And that helps us guide through this process. But some of the things that we looked in our approach was the relocation of the raw water pump station, the update of the raw water pipeline, both the alignment and the type of construction, some design and construction approach adjustments. We changed from 7 to 6 RO trains, reverse osmosis trains, without compromising the treatment capacity of the plant. This is done through our operational experience on how we can run the system in a way that can allow us to do that. We are removing the 2 additional tanks that were being considered originally upon evaluation of the setup. We don't believe that they are needed. We're optimizing building design. We are taking an approach of pricing systems individually, and that gives us a much more competitive price. And again, we use the local price validation to make sure that we can get some certainty around those numbers. I'm going to show a few pictures of the facility. This is a general layout. I did wanted to highlight that this is a rendering that we developed based on the specific details that we have been working on over the last 12 weeks. This is a representation of the design that we have developed. It is something that it takes the design to a place that is a little bit more developed than we typically would be at this stage. But we realized very early that it was going to be very important for us to be comfortable that we can drive that price certainty. And in order to do that, we had to have this level of detail done. Here we have a few other views, a side view, a pretreatment view, which shows some of the technology that we're bringing. On the pretreatment side, this is one of the examples where we took an approach that combines the drive for cost efficiency with the need for having a sound and robust facility. This selection of a system is something that we are very familiar with and we have installed in some plants. It's more robust as it relates to the treatment capability, but it also can be built in a smaller footprint. So it drives some savings on construction side, and it also drives some long-term savings on power. So it was a combination of factors what led us to this solution. Here, there's the post-treatment and disinfection, which we also make some modifications to optimize the reverse osmosis building and the pressurized filters. Now I'm going to show a little bit of a flyover overview of the site with some of the renderings that we developed. And what I wanted to highlight here is, again, the level of effort that we put in was because we wanted to get to that place where we could feel comfortable coming today with a solution that we think it's going to be a really good solution for the city. So I'll play it. It's supposed to have audio, but it's not coming through, which is not a big deal.
It worked yesterday.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So this is just an overview of the site. This is the intake pumping station in the new location that we developed, or that we identified. This is the start of the pretreatment, showing the active DAF and some of the chemical tanks that will be on site. These are our pressure filters as another one of the steps in our treatment, right before the reverse osmosis, and this is the reverse osmosis building. Cleaning place for the membranes. Some chemical storage. Here we have the post-treatment and disinfection systems. Our residual treatment. This is the administration and operations building to the left. Our electrical buildings and substation. This is the overall site. It's not that obvious, but if you notice clearly to the side where the site connects to the local community, there is a sound attenuation barrier that is being included in the project to make sure that we mitigate any potential impact that may be there. Looking at the current status, we are looking today at determining if we can move forward to the next step, which would be commencing negotiations. We would then move to phase 1A, 1B for the design and demonstration plant and price validation. And on the bottom side of that, this slide, we're showing some of the key milestones that are upcoming. The dots in red show the two next items where the topic will be brought back to council for review and approval. When we looked at the revised approach, these are some of the topics that we identified to help us address the topic of how do we drive price certainty. These are those levers that I referenced earlier. It includes items like design revisions, availability adjustments, equipment redundancy, capacity and performance review, early procurement strategies to secure pricing, and optimization efforts. With these items in our toolbox, we feel comfortable that as we progress the design to 60%, we will be able to achieve that GMP validation once we get to 60% design. On the project timeline, we have here a few highlights on some of the key topics. The main thing that I wanted to show here is that this is the detail that we developed to help us get to a completion where the plant can start producing water by the end of 2029. It is a realistic schedule, but it is very tight, and it would mean that we will have to work together with the city in close coordination to make sure that we can all make all of our milestones and make sure that we can achieve that timeline. Looking a little bit at the pricing, here is a high-level comparison of the two phases, phase 1 with phase 1A and 1B combined, and phase 2. As you can see, the revised approach that we're bringing today, it provides about 25% reduction on the cost that were evaluated at the previous stage. And this is something that we are fairly comfortable with, but it also comes with a different approach, like I described before, to help us make sure that we adjust the design in a way that can allow us to maintain that price target. A little bit more detail shown here on the construction costs, just to highlight that we were looking at the overall project and we were trying to find optimization and cost savings everywhere. And if we look at the line items individually, we'll notice that that is exactly what we did. So you don't need to go through the individual numbers, but just wanted to highlight that for reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ephraim. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. So when you talk about project costs and rate impact, which we all are very concerned about, total project cost is $978.8 million. The annual operation expense is estimated at $32 million. That would mean the cost of water for the project per 1,000 gallons is $8.05. Our current raw water rate is $1.18 per 1,000 gallons. This is a rate that is paid across all customer classes. Everyone pays the same rate for raw water. If you add this project to the mix, the raw water rate would increase to $3.48 per 1,000 gallons, or it's an increase of $2.30. If we take a step back and look at the average monthly bill impacts to our customers, the average resident who uses 6,000 gallons of water a month would pay an additional $13.80 a month for this project. The average commercial business, and what we've used is, think of a larger restaurant or a Walmart possibly. Their commercial bill, their average bill would go up $46 a month. Again, that's an increase. And then a large volume user, that monthly bill would go up $207,000 a month. Couple of things to note on this slide itself. Previous calculations had the $6 million that we get from the drought surcharge exemption fee. Just to keep these numbers consistent across the board, comparing them to all our other projects, that is not included in this. So if you do include that $6 million, the rates would be less expensive. Additionally, the bonds, the revenue bonds, the interest rate, as you recall, we have SWIFT low interest bonds for approximately $755 million. We used a bond rate of 5% to make up the difference. We do feel that the Texas Water Development Board will continue to be supportive of the project, which means we will be working towards a lower interest rate. So that is another opportunity for these costs to go down, among with other grants that we would continue to pursue, both federal and state grants. Upcoming steps and actions. We've talked a little bit about far-field modeling in the committee. The qualifications from the modelers were due February 23rd. That's yesterday. That information is being compiled. The modeler qualifications will be provided to the far-field committee on February 25th. That's tomorrow. The committee will be tasked with providing feedback on those qualifications by March 2nd, the end of the day, March 2nd. And then we have a far-field modeling, our next far-field modeling advisory committee is on March 5th. At that time, we will discuss any comments from the committee as well as the staff review and recommendations. Additionally, there was an RFQ issued for an owner's representative. Qualifications have been received. The city selection panel is reviewing those qualifications. With a positive vote today, we would negotiate a contract with the owner's representative, which would also contain an independent cost estimator. We would then potentially bring that contract back to council for consideration in April of 2026, the same time we would potentially bring this contract back. We've talked about the city manager's plan and his plan for an operations and maintenance agreement, a long-term agreement. A positive vote today would allow staff to begin the work to prepare a request for proposals so that that document could be issued. We would then issue that in the April timeframe as well and seek proposals for a long-term operating agreement. Staff recommendation and what we're asking today is for the mayor and council to authorize us to negotiate with the Corpus Christi desal partners, allowing for the development, allowing for a contract that would provide a guaranteed maximum price, demonstration plant, and design up to 60% for the Inner Harbor seawater desalination plant, which is an important step in the diversification of our water supply portfolio. With that, the team and I will stand by for questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Who is somebody, oh, Dan, did you have something to say? Oh, I think, yeah.
Probably hit the
there you
wrong
go.
button.
Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
I guess we might as well get started here. Okay, so you mentioned the $6 million that we would get from industry on the 31-cent drought exemption surcharge. It's been calculated just on one of those large water users that we would actually make $2,172,600 if we were to just follow our own drought exemption plan. So I know you make it seem as if we're making, you know, a lot of money from industry on this exemption, but I just wanted to point that out. But again, back to this Inner Harbor plant. As you all know, I have not changed my mind. It is still just the worst place that you can put it in. I mean, I think most of y'all were sitting here listening, so I'm glad y'all were listening to the people that it will directly affect, especially the Hillcrest community. Whatever we do to them shows how we treat the rest of our city, and if we're willing to sacrifice them, then what does that tell you? So it has not changed for me. I mean, it's like building a house on a unfounded foundation. I mean, if it's not, sure, you can build a fancy house or whatever, but if the foundation is not solid, I'm talking about the far field modeling and in the science. I just don't understand how y'all can keep moving on this project and not see that, you know, that it does not make any sense for us to continue on this project. That's why I was never for it to begin with, to keep going on this, because it's like we're back to Groundhog Day, the same thing. It's almost the same amount of money. So, you know, again, I'll continue to oppose this. I will stand up here for our planet, for our environment, and for our people.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Nick, so one of our top priorities is cost certainty, and I think you all, that's an understatement. But can you explain how this revised approach improves confidence in our guaranteed maximum price versus the prior estimate?
Sure, Mayor. What I can honestly say, working with this team over the last 12 weeks, well, first, it's been a pleasure, but one thing that they have done is they've dialed in really closely on actual quantities. And then the other approach that they were committed to was obtaining pricing from the local contractor community. Mm-hmm. Instead of not using an estimating book or estimating guide, they went to the people who are going to do the work and provided estimates for that. And that's how they developed the estimate that you saw today.
And we're not going to get something of less quality.
What they've presented, it's the same 30 million gallons a day. It's meeting all the treatment standards. It's meeting the TCEQ permit requirements for both the intake and discharge, and we're also meeting the requirements of the Army Corps of Engineering permits.
Okay, and looking at the timeline, construction runs through 2029, and obviously the time, you know, we're trying to beat the clock here with this. So what do we see as major schedule risks that could impact that delivery date?
You know, I'm gonna let Ephraim or Dan Leindecker answer that, just because they've worked very hard on mapping this out.
Yeah, one of the things that it's outside of our control to some extent would be the review of the permit after the demonstration plant. That is one of the reasons why in our revised approach, we are prioritizing that, and we want to start that as soon as we start the design. That gives us the best chance at working together with regulators, ensuring that we do not have unexpected impact from there. That's something we will obviously work together on to leverage the contacts and the relationship that we have at all levels. I think that's probably one of the biggest drivers. The other item would be once, assuming that we are able to move forward, once we get to 60% stage, we have some strategies of identifying early procurement packages that not only helps us with the topic of maintaining the price, but it also helps us with the schedule. So we have looked at those key items that tend to drive some of those impacts. Those are two of the major ones, and we think we have an approach that helps us mitigate those.
Okay, great. And my last question is, obviously there's been several design modifications to the project. So one example would be going from 7 to 6 RO, the racks. So how does that affect the resiliency to the entire project and the redundancy as well?
So that modification is one that we have done based on our experience building and operating this type of system. We are confident that we can deliver this system with this design, and we have done it already, where we can maintain the 30 MGD capacity with a availability of 95%, which was the goal. That has not been sacrificed.
And you have built how many plants?
We have built 92 facilities
92
worldwide.
facilities worldwide?
Right.
And operate?
We operate currently 25.
25 of them?
And 4 of the largest ones in the world.
4 are the largest. Do you mind telling us where they are?
I don't know out of the top of my head, but
Okay,
I have somebody that may know.
Oh, if he knows, come on up. I'm curious, yeah.
Yeah, so we operate plants worldwide. We have, for example, Adelaide desalination plant in Australia. We have Tampa desalination plant in Florida. We have several assets across Spain. We have also assets in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai. And well, we have as well in South America, in Chile, and mainly worldwide, and as well Hong Kong. We have a huge desalination plant as well in Hong Kong.
But the 4 largest ones are...
Yeah, the 4 largest ones that we have built recently are Jubail 3B desalination plant, that it is in Saudi Arabia. It is 600 megaliters per day that I will need to translate to gallons per day, but it is like 6 times this one. We have another one in Saudi Arabia as well, that it is Al Howar 2, that it is 630 megaliters per day, that it is more or less 6 times this one. Adelaide desalination plant is 3 times and a half this one. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions before I get to a slide I prepared. What is going to be the cost of that pilot plant?
Go ahead. I can answer that. So I do want to give you the right numbers. So if you recall from the last project, we had what was called Phase 1A and Phase 1B. In this approach, we're combining both of them. So Phase 1A and Phase 1B is combined $78 million, and that will include the full demonstration plant, which is a TCQ requirement. So as you recall, it's a new water treatment plant. TCQ does have to permit the water treatment plant as well.
Okay, did you give me a price?
Yeah, $78,600,000.
No, that's not, no, just for the demonstration plant.
Oh,
yeah.
So just the demonstration plan is $12 million.
$12 million, Councilman.
12
But that is part of that $78 million.
Yeah, it's within the 78, but the price just for the demonstration plant is $12 million.
Okay. They'd mentioned the Farfield study. Will that be done prior to signing a contract with CCDP?
So what I can say is it depends on what date in April we bring it back to council. I would imagine that in April we will have Some of the work completed at this moment because we haven't, we're just selecting the modeler. I can't comment on their time frame.
Is it important for you for the far-field model to be done before the contract is signed or not?
What I can say, Councilman, it's important for me is for all of this to happen in parallel. If you look at all of our projects, including the brackish groundwater RO, in the essence of time, we're moving forward in parallel paths on all of these projects. That's why it's important so that we negotiate while the modeling is going on and bring that, so we can bring that contract back to council.
Okay, I've got a slide that I want to kind of go through. Okay, if you could pull the slide up, please. I want to kind of go through the projects that we're doing now and compare it to the Inner Harbor project in a total here. So just looking at the projects we're doing, because we're going to do these anyway, because all these are going to be delivered between 18 and 24 months, or even before that, to achieve roughly 74 million gallons a day, understanding that the eastern wells are temporary because they're only on a 3-year permit. But we're going to get to 66 million gallons a day once all these things are put into place. I rounded on some of them. And we're going to spend, roughly just about $1.1 billion with an annual OpEx of $14.8 million. Now, I compare that to the Inner Harbor desal plant, which is almost $1 billion, for 30 million gallons a day at twice the OpEx. Now, it's not that I don't think it's a good project in the sense that I wish it was probably about $200 million less so we could get to the $750 million. But that puts us at a capital cost of about $2 billion, a little over $2 billion. Okay, go to the next slide, please. So currently, and this is directly from page 342 and 343 of our operating budget book. So these numbers are, you can go look at it from our current operating budget. But our revenue bonds, we owe, if you add in the principal and interest, is $2.4 million, $2.4 billion. That's just revenue bonds. If you throw in the tax obligated bonds, that bumps it up to $3.1 billion or $3.169 billion. Now, if you add in all the projects that we're looking at for this year, or for what the projects we're doing, considering the groundwater and reuse projects that we're doing at $1.112 billion, the desalination, Inner Harbor desalination, 979, I understand it's 978, 7 something, And then we also have a CIP for $179 million. That's going to be additional $2.2 billion that we're going to be putting in principal. Now, I just made an estimate of $1 billion. If you look at our debt obligations under interest above that, so I just kind of made a calculation there. So we're going to increase the amount of debt we have by $3.2 billion to pretty much double the entire city's debt in just water projects that we have going. Now, I understand that you kind of outlined that it's only going to be $46 for commercial and $13 for that, but that's just that project in isolation. We're going to do all the other projects on top of that, plus our current CIP for the projects we're doing now, like at Owen Stevens, like the chlorine generation, on-site chlorine generation, a lot of the IDIQ programs. I mean, we have lots of money that we're spending here. So I don't want to have a false sense of how much we're going to be paying as citizens or ratepayers as to how much this is going to go up. Now, you're going to have to bring this to us on the overall project list, not just the individual water projects, but also all the other debt sources that we're going to get. And this doesn't even include our wastewater debt, right, for the projects that we got going with the consent decree. So what I want to be very clear, and if you go back to the previous slide, please. And I want to make it clear that I don't want to demonize any of our industrial partners here. I think there's a lot of good people at Valero, Flint Hills. I see Roger, I see Darcy, I see Kara, I see the guy, I see Gulf Coast Growth Ventures. You know, I see a lot of folks here, and you know, they're here. They've invested in our community, and we're going to get them that water, 66 million gallons a day. So I want to be clear about that we're doing what we need to do to make sure we don't go into curtailment, but we have some limitations, and I'll save my rest for the next time.
Okay. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can use the little projector like we do when we tally up the boards, I'm sorry, I didn't have the technical foresight to present it in the way that was digital. So I'll bring these over so you can pause my time.
No, actually, you're fine. I think it can, right in that next one. Is that what we're doing? Doing the overhead?
Nick, yes. Can you ask that gentleman? Yeah. I'm sorry, sir, if you would just move over. Thank you so much.
Oh, I thought it was the other one. No.
Who's the best seat in the house?
Yeah, absolutely. Get it,
Here it is.
There we go. Okay, can you hear me? So what I have here, I spent the weekend going through books and presentations and things over this project. So I pulled our presentation from July 22nd, 2025, and this is slide 14. So this was what we were discussing for Inner Harbor last time it came around. The first column, you see the initial budget, which was $757 million. The estimated rate impact to our residential users, commercial, and large volume. And then, of course, in the next column was all the cost estimates for that project to go up to $1.2 billion. And then over here, I will just make note that we had the grant figures listed. So we went from the $757 million to $1.2 billion. So this was the presentation packet that we received on Friday. We did get a presentation packet in our emails yesterday. This doesn't quite, yes, it does. It does actually match today's presentation. So this is the current proposal at $978.8 million with a 13.80 cents average monthly bill increase to the resident, and then 207 to our large volume users. So there's a couple things I wanted to point out. So in the last year's presentation, between the two cost estimates we received, we went from $9.96 to $11.38 for a residential ratepayer. We were at $462,986 for our large volume. In today's presentation, at $978 million, 13.8 to 207. So what I did over here was I put these numbers basically in table format. This is what we just saw on the last page between the QIT budget at 757 and then the 1.2 billion, and then you have the residential, commercial, large volume, and OpEx, operating cost. Now if we add today's numbers, they're all still the same. 978, and then I added the new residential, commercial, large volume, and OpEx. So looking at last year's presentation, with $757 million project cost and the ratepayer monthly addition of $996 going to $11.38 to the $1.2 billion, the project cost changed. The initial cost was only 60, this cost here was only 63.7% of that cost, while the 9.6 was 87.5% of this cost. Now we add in today's number. So assuming we've already broken that down, now we're gonna add in the new project. So the Corpus Christi desal partners numbers here, and then the Kiewit 1.2 billion project here. Under the CC desal partners, our new residential rate impact monthly is 13.80. At 1.2 billion, the residential impact rate was 11.38. So if we look at the overall project costs between these two presentations, our new presentation is 82.3% of last year's. However, our residential rate pay cost change is 121.3% cost difference from last year. Now if we look at our large volume, under the Kiewit 1.2 billion, our large volume was going to pay $462,986, and under the CC desal partners, it's $206,948.68. So back to our percentages. We have heard it said in the media a lot that the new presentation is about 25% reduced in cost from the last. Our residential rate difference is about 21%, a little over 20% increase from the last. The large volume users, however, the new bill is about 44.7% of the last cost. So that was my last slide, but what I put all this together was to evaluate the presentation we were given last time at 1.2 billion, the presentation we have received this week at 978.8 million that we're being told has a significant cost decrease. But this is the numbers that we are also receiving.
Okay. Who would like to,
Camille Terrace, Assistant Director of CCW. So let me address first the difference between the large volumes, the 207 to the 440. The 207 we're using, the presentation from July used the largest large volume user using 244 million gallons per month. I used in the presentation what we presented to council for years, which is that average large volume user at 90 million gallons. That's why I specified that on the title, the 6,000, 20,000, and the 90 million. So that's why there's such a big discrepancy between the 407, and the 207, because the volume went from 244 million to 90 million a month. When it comes to the impact per month, I do apologize, I'm recovering from bronchitis, so I have a little bit of a raspy throat. Just like Nick mentioned, to make it apples to the well program estimates, we removed the $6 million in the drought surcharge, which increases, obviously, if you remove $6 million of revenue, it increases the rate impact. We also changed the assumption when we were presenting in July. The assumption was that the interest rate above the SWIFT was at 4.3%. Obviously, that's no longer the case. Those estimates were for prior years. We saw new bond sales. We increased it to 5%, which also matches to the well projects. And thirdly, and this is the biggest impact as to why the price would change, is the volumes. The billable volumes for the city have dropped since 2023. The estimates in July used higher billable volumes before the drought restrictions. The estimates for the current project are using current billable values. I didn't want to over-exaggerate because that impacts. I went with realistic numbers from 2024.
For all water sales, not just diesel.
For all water sales, yes.
Right.
So overall water sales. So they're
selling less, meaning it's less customers, right, to distribute the cost?
Less volume sold, yes. So we use the annual less volume sold. So all of those create that discrepancy in the presentation. So it's not comparing apples to apples. That calculation from July used different parameters, different assumptions than the current one, which uses the most current information.
That was very detailed. I appreciate that. However, to me, while I understand you're describing that it's not apples to apples, it's apples to oranges, there is a strong element that it is apples to apples. And what we are looking at is project cost, impact to the ratepayer, water yield, and debt. So when I look at this project, and in our briefing, they went over all the details to try to get us the most cost certain as possible. Our project cost is almost $1 billion. It was 1.2, and our impact to the ratepayer has gone up by over 20% in our residential rate class in this proposal.
Yeah.
That is accurate. It was.
I have to come. I'm being told I have to come back. Sorry.
Well, you can respond.
As parameters change, all costs, the rate changes. Just like I can give you an example, Nueces River water. If we pay off the debt in a couple of years, that water becomes even cheaper because there's no thing. If we issue new projects and we add, reconstructions to the dams, that cost goes up. The price per water and the rate impact will never be static. That is not something that is going to remain. This is what we approved and will never change. Water changes in price as we add or pay off debt, as operational costs decrease or increase. There's always going to be fluctuation. What this was presenting is realistically what we're looking at right now. I don't want to over or underrepresent what the cost is. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Councilwoman. It is a higher cost, but that's because of multiple aspects that were either removed, like the $6 million, B, circumstances of volume being lesser than prior, and C, the interest rate.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Scott.
I mean, I was with you until about the third sentence.
Okay, cool.
20 minutes ago. But my point being, Peter, can we put this in writing? I mean, if we don't move forward today, then I don't know, I need it in writing, but if we do move forward today, I think those are legitimate questions. I'd like to see her presentation, and if there's some difference in apples and oranges, I'd just like to see it. That's all I was going. So, Dan, thank you for being here. So let me see if I get the general timeline. So general timeline, you're asking us to allow y'all to negotiate an agreement. You come back in late April, early May?
Right, correct, Councilman.
Okay, and that would be to get us to a 60% GMP and do the pilot study as well?
Right, that'd be a contract to do three things: design the plant to 60%, do the demonstration plant, build it out, prove it out, and then develop a guaranteed maximum price.
Got it. And that would ultimately come back to us in May?
April. The goal was April, but we're going to gauge it based on how much far-field work is done.
I get it.
Yes, sir.
Well, no. So, right. So you're going to bring the contract to get us 60% somewhere to make sure it kind of is in line with the far-field model system. And if we're not, then you'll explain why we're not aligned.
Yeah.
But then based on this document, you would bring us, if we approve the 60%, you would come back in 1st of April next year with a 60% GMP, and it's a yes, no. Yeah. And if we pulled the trigger April 1 of 27, it would be operational in 4th quarter 29?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, there you go. See, I got that. Weird question. Does your project have the direct air capture technology? In the Hewitt model, it came in and injected oxygen, injected air into the process. Does it?
For the discharge he's talking about, bro?
Well, I think they did it early on in the
you're talking about the
Hewitt model.
okay, they do. Explain it up front. It's a little different. It's more robust.
You know, I should have asked it this way. Does the water effluent that comes out more oxygenated than when it came in?
So, right. Yeah.
Sorry.
David's going
So as part of our design, we have what we call the ActiDAF, that it is an Acciona proprietary technology, that it is a combined filter with let's say, the DAF, that it is the flotation part. So the bubbles will be in the pretreatment. So we are providing a more oxygenated water going back as well.
Okay, I probably shouldn't even ask that, because I'm not sure I'm even know what I'm asking.
Councilman, can we put up, oops.
The answer is yes, Councilman.
Oh, go ahead, Dan. Can you put up slide 2, and we'll show it to the councilman. So this is what David just said, the DAF, dissolved air flotation. It's a way to suspend the solids, and you skim them off. They're going to put up slide 2, but the Acciona model here.
DAF, not DAC, right, DAF.
DAF,
Yeah.
right.
Well, there you go, it's been a while.
This dissolved air flotation, Councilman.
This device actually has 2 treatments in one. So it does the floating of the solids through air in the bottom, and then the water also goes through a sand medium at the bottom to take out even more heavy solids. Right, Efron? Yep.
I apologize for asking.
I don't know what slide 2,
point was,
back up one. I don't know why they're on 3. There you go. Say, there it is. So that's the DAF, the dissolved air flotation and media filtration system. It's unique to Acciona's business model. The Kiewit one just had air flotation. This has 2 treatments in one, 2 pre-treatments in one system.
2 for 1. It's a good thing where I come from.
Right.
That was back to the comment about a smaller footprint, Councilman.
Oh, really?
And which is less concrete, which drives costs down.
But what I recall was that the effluent is highly oxygenated, which is what we're all worried about. Worried about the effluent creating dead zones because it loses its oxygen, but you're actually having more oxygen coming out than went in, which I think is a good thing.
Right. So it is a different approach, but it achieves the same outcome. That we do add oxygen through the process.
And then, Nick, you're telling me at the same time, we're going to come back with an owner's rep included with the independent cost estimators to kind of sign up at the same time. If we do go forward, then we'll have an opportunity to move them forward, but also hire our own people to look over their shoulders, right?
That's correct. We would like those paths to be in parallel and be at the same time, approval at the same time.
On the owner's rep, right?
Correct,
Yeah,
yes,
and
sir.
then we're going to work with the firm here because we think that we don't want to overbuy owner's rep services. So the last contract, we had a pretty big price, had a price tag. We think we can bring it down in this one and not have so much owner's rep in the mix.
And then you're going to have a long-term operation agreement for us to deliberate and vote on about the same time? What's the timeline on that?
So the plan would be to release the advertisement for proposals in April, right? So then that would be advertised for questions. It might be 60 days or so. So that will follow. The immediacy need for that wouldn't be as quick as the owner's agent, of course, but that would follow.
Okay.
And that was a recommendation I made. You know, one of the things we've heard consistently is some concern about the city running the facility, and we don't need to run it. And so I'm recommending that we source this out to another party for 30-plus years. And Acciona could be one of those potential companies that propose. And so to the question of, is this design robust? Is it high quality? Acciona knows that we may have a request for proposal. So in their design, they're going to design something that they would like to run, right? Not something inferior that's going to break down, that's going to cause them a lot of trouble. So I'm not saying they're going to be the operator, but they've kept that in mind as they design this to have high quality, because in operating 25 plants, they know how to do it, and they want to make sure this is operable for a high quality company like their company.
Okay, we're in conversation with Texas Water Development Board. I mean, we've had this big, long conversation about the SWIFT funding and defeasance and all. If we move forward with this project, do we feel confident that Texas Water Development Board would support it and not demand we defease that bond?
Yeah, so the loans are approved, so we could move forward with the loans as approved. And Texas Water Development Board continues to be supportive of this project.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Last couple of questions, I'll hurry. So permits, do we have a permit for the LI Ranch?
We do not.
Do we have a permit Do we have approved permits for the Evangeline project?
We just have a production permit. We do not have approved drilling or transport permits.
Do we have our bed and banks permit for the Western well field?
We do not.
But we're hopeful, I get it.
We're working on it.
And we do not have a discharge permit for the Ed Rochelle property or the general Western.
Yeah, that would be bed and banks as well, yeah.
And does NRA have Harbor Island? They have permits for the Harbor Island project?
They have a draft intake permit for Harbor Island.
And I'm just playing games here, I'm sorry. And it's not even late in the day. Do we have all the permits we need to move forward with Harbor Island? I mean, Inner Harbor. Can we do Inner Harbor without any additional permitting?
So the additional permit that we will need is the TCQ permit. That's for the new water treatment plant. It's associated with reviewing the demonstration data. What we have is the TCQ intake permit, the TCQ discharge permit, and the Army Corps of Engineers permit, which are the significant hurdles.
Got it.
Those are in hand.
I wrote a note here, don't let the perfect get in the way of the doable. I think this is a doable project. I think it's fully permitted. I wrote a note about the Charlie Wilson's War cautionary fable. You know, we'll see. You know, we'll see. But I appreciate you guys being here and offering up this opportunity to move forward. And I don't know why we wouldn't get you to at least a contract late April and then have a long conversation about where we want to spend our dollars. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. A couple things I wanted to just kind of talk about, because I think one of the moving parts, or the hardest thing is, as a council, is that when, you know, in the past, when we talk about price, and I think, unfortunately, when and I'm not picking on Hewitt, but when the train came off the tracks, is basically the last meeting that we had, even, and there's been illustrations. And I say all this because when we do that comparison, I want to make sure that you use the most current information. Because at the end, and I think what was the end for Hewitt was the fact that they sat here and they were at $1.5 billion, and their operational cost was at $60 million, if I remember, to operate the facility. Because one of the things that was what came up was I asked during that time frame, I asked the city manager, and I also asked Council Member Cantu, because they had a separate conversation with them and gave them a separate price than what they were giving us. And that was kind of the thing that I was trying to come forward and say, okay, can you please give us an idea of where we're really at? And so I want to make sure that whatever we do in terms of a comparison, that we use the latest data. If we're going to compare projects to projects, vendors to vendors, whatever the case is, and I want to make sure that we do that. But I can tell you one of the things that has impressed me the most, probably with dealing with this group now, is the fact, number one, there's a couple things, but one of the biggest things is that when we sat down with Hewitt, and we talked about what the price is. What does it cost for you to operate, and your cost of goods and everything? They took a hypothetical in terms of looking at the industry as a whole, where this group here actually did their homework and they priced it based on what the local cost is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so we were able to identify that cost and hone in on that cost a lot better. But that was done repeatedly on several things. And even the cost of labor. I mean, one of the things that I talked about was, are we going to use local labor? How are you know, because labor costs, that's a big part of your proposal. And so I just want to make sure when we get into this comparison mode for whatever we do, we show slides and we compare these things, that we use the most latest data. That way we can compare apples to apples. Because that was part of my biggest bone of contention, is the fact that we hadn't even got into the project, and I dealt with that vendor, and there was cost creep even before we got to the end. So thank you. That's all I had.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so I just want to repeat, so this is just to authorize the negotiation of a design-build contract. This isn't a contract. We're not executing any, I mean, once we negotiate that, then obviously it's going to be back to the council. It's just today the public was basically saying we're going to spend this money, you know, or whatever the case is. This is to authorize the negotiation of that contract.
Correct. And
So-
it's just a design services and the building of the pilot, of the demonstration plant.
Yeah, and what is it? So at that point, and then you're obviously going to bring it back to us at some point, so that way we can approve the next step. And I just for the public and for those of us that are anxious, yeah, we're still going to have to wait a little bit longer. For those of us, those people that want us to be cautionary, we're exercising prudence simply because of the sensitivity of the public, that public. So therefore, obviously, there was several talk about we haven't even completed the far field study, they haven't done anything or whatever. Well, it's still going to be, we're still going to go through that process, but we're just negotiating the contract. So, go ahead.
Correct. Yeah, we're going to do both at the same time. We're working on the far field with the committee, and then we're going to develop and negotiate the contract to be brought back to council.
Okay, and, just going back to the variance of the costs, I guess, so this additional cost that you were determined, it's SWIFT adjusted. So if the Texas Water Development Board, which just seems favorable, and what are their interest rates versus what you have illustrated here?
So the interest rate for SWIFT for the past issuance was 3.5%. We use the full remaining amount of the 757 to fund the 978. The remaining portion, I believe, 200.
No. My question is the interest rate. If we go back to Texas Water Development Board for the additional, just for easy math, 250 million. Mm-hmm. That interest rate is going to be below the 4.3 or 5 that you calculated in the rate here.
Yes, it would be assuming that, again, nothing seriously changes with interest rates. Going on historical, it should be at 3.5. Right now, that rate impact that is currently shown on the slide is at 5%. So we're talking about 1.5% lower.
Okay, so that's an additional adjustment to help reduce the rate. The other thing I have is I just want to mention here, I think, and I hope Valero doesn't get upset with me. I'm sorry, don't get me thrown out. Don't get me thrown out. I think that was their number of about, their bill was going to go up about 4, because they're using about 9 million gallons
yes,
a day.
So the presentation, I reviewed the slide, the presentation was using 244 million gallons, 1,000 gallons a month, which is a Valero size operation, around 9 million gallons a day. What I've presented is what we do when we do the budget, a average average large volume user at 90 million.
Yeah, like I think Lyondale uses maybe 4. I see some people nodding, yeah.
Yeah.
So then that's still almost twice what this is. This is about 22 point, this is 90 million gallons. So if they're using 4 times 30, that's 120.
Yes.
So it's still more.
It's a aggregate average. So not the lowest, not the highest. The average that we use when we do presentations to council for the rate impact. That when Andy from NewGen has the slides, we always use 6,000 residential, 20,000 commercial, 90 million large volume.
So Valero's water bill is going to go up probably, like we said, about 400,000 a month. 400,000 a month, yeah.
90 million twice, actually it would be more than that, because 180 million would be 400,000, and then you have to add another 60 million thousand gallons on top of that, so probably around 600,000.
So their water bill is going to go up $600,000 a month to be able to finance this.
Yes.
And they may run anyway. Anyway, what is it? And then in addition to the 31 cents, which I know is nominal, that all of industry has put in about $6 million, but their water bill is going to go up about $600,000 a month. And I know mine personally, I mean, we've got my 93-year-old mother. We're empty nesters. My 93-year-old mother and me and my mom. My wife. I call her mom on occasion. Mamacita linda. You know, I know she's watching. We use about 3,000 gallons a month. So our bill is going to go up about $10. $2.30 per 1,000 gallons.
Yeah,
so $6.90. So my water bill is going to go up $6.90, which I'm sure You know, if somebody out there, you know, senior citizens, they're probably using 2,000 to 3,000 gallons. I'm a senior citizen. I'm going to be 60 this year. So I want to be included in that. So my water bill, all our senior bills are going to go up about, $7 a month for this facility.
Yes, for this specific project, yes.
For this specific project, and I'm being facetious here, and I'm subsidizing Valero's $600,000 water bill. Okay, so what is it now? The other thing I want to add, and this is also being facetious. Let's see. Thank you. So, okay, I'm going to go back to, and first off, I want to thank the team with DSAL Partners, Acciona, you know, Ardura, and Dan. My hat's off to you. You're the local guy that's really been putting in. I mean, Greg's local, might as well be. You know, he's done a lot of work here. So, but
I own 2 houses in Corpus.
He pays taxes. He pays taxes. There you go. So, you know, the local people who have really been involved that are really making. But I just want to. So 92 desalination facilities built by Acciona worldwide, and you're managing, once again, I'm going to go back to this, 575 water treatment facilities?
No, 575 is the total million gallons that we manage
okay.
on those 25 facilities.
Okay. 550 plants managed?
Total, yes.
Okay, 555, yeah, so that's what it is, but 92 desalination plants. And out of all those, how much that affected the environment adversely?
We haven't had any issues that negatively impact the environment. In all of them, we are very strict with our compliance with our permits and our discharge and all of the monitoring.
So I just want to say that to the public. They've got a track record of 92 desalination plants that they've built, that they haven't had any adverse action to the environment. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I've got a bunch of questions and probably won't get to ask all of them. Mr. Sinoni, I want to make it clear, this $78 million that we're talking about on phase 1 and phase 2, I think, that has nothing to do with this contract right now. This is costing us nothing if we vote yes. Y'all are going to go back, get a contract, bring it back to us in April.
That's correct, Councilwoman.
Correct. No money is being spent.
There's no money in today's vote. Today's vote just directs staff to develop a contract that would total $78 million that has to come back for council approval. It's not going to be approved today.
Someone asked me that, so I want to make sure.
Right.
Okay, are y'all currently right now looking for grants for water projects?
We are. We're constantly looking. We're in the queue, or we're eligible for $25 million from the states, $1 billion that's available today. The $25 million is based on our population. I've made a trip to Washington, D.C. The mayor has made a trip to Washington, D.C. We're asking the federal government for help, for help, primarily grants, non-repayable grants. We continue to advocate at the state level as well for additional direct help. We know that Representative Villalobos got us monies for our Western Wells as well as the Mary Rose Pipeline, and we're looking for more participation in this next legislative session. So the answer is yes.
Okay, and I think Hinojosa is always trying to help us get state funds as well.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me on that.
Okay, the far-field study does matter. It matters. I think it matters to the most, all of us up here. So I understand y'all have only had one meeting. That's a concern for me because you guys know they're going to bring it back, and it would be nice to have that far-field study before we move forward.
Right.
So I'm hoping that when y'all meet again, that y'all find someone to do it and we get moving. And how long do you think it's going to take?
Right, that's the goal. So the one meeting is not for lack of not wanting to meet.
I know.
It's just timing. So we met to organize and talk about the product and the work plan and the commitment. And then we assembled, we've been assembling far-field modelers, and we wanted input from the committee. And so now the list, we needed some time so people could submit. The list is in, and the next meeting for the far-field is next week, March 5th.
March 5th.
And I do want to tell I'm going to have to email her still or call her, but it's going to be open to the public.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the first meeting wasn't, but I've overruled the team, and we're going to open them to the public if they want to come in. It's they can't, there's no questions, no participation, but they can hear at least. And so the goal is that we want as much of the far field done by April as possible. And when we get closer to that time frame, we'll give you a more certain recommendation of whether you approve consider the approval of the contract in April or wait a few more weeks, depending on how much is done. We have to juxtapose that desire with the goal of bringing water on. So we don't want to delay this project too much, but we have to see where we will be, and we don't know because we don't have the modeler yet. So we'll have more information in the coming weeks on what we'll recommend on timing.
Okay, is this design capable of making a consistent 30 MGDs no matter what the bay condition is due to the wind and other factors?
So, yeah, the design is 30 MGD approximately 95% of the time, but I'm going to let Ephraim expand on that to answer the question.
So the design it's developed for that, but the design comes with what we call a water envelope. That defines what is the water that is expected. It's based on the historical trends at the intake. If there is an extreme event like a hurricane or something like that, those levels may go out of range. In that case, there are a few things that can happen. Sometimes we can adjust the plant to make sure that we protect the facility and just reduce the production. If it's a major event, we may have to stop the plant producing for a little bit while the water gets back into condition.
Okay, so have you done some in the U.S. plants?
I'm sorry?
Have you got plants in the U.S. that you did?
Yes.
Okay, and where were they? Is it Tampa?
We have one in Tampa that we have been operating for 20 years now.
Okay, so you know that some council members went to both the plants, California and there, and they were not working. What would be the reasons they would not be working?
So in the case of the California one, I do not know. I know with the facility, I don't have a lot of information on how they operate. But in the case of Tampa, they do have a structure where they use it when they need it the most, because it is expensive water. So they have a very wide variety of sources, and they balance it in a way that they use the less expensive first, and the desalination facility becomes the last trigger.
So it's not going to be running all the time?
It's not. That one is not running all the time, correct?
Okay.
Councilwoman, can I add to that? So Tampa, when we went, they were doing a major, I wouldn't call it remodel, but they were doing a major makeover of the racks that the RO filters rest on. It was not designed by or built by Acciona, and the then company that designed and built it didn't use the highest quality materials, and so the racks, the bolts were rusting and things were falling, so they replaced them. So that was just happened to be going on when we were there. And then what Efron said is what they told us as well, is they don't turn it on all the time because they have a lot of sources of water supply.
Okay.
In the case of California, it was just dumb luck that there happened to have been an earthquake recently before the trip, and that impacted the room where the reverse osmosis devices were, and so they wouldn't let us go inside there, and obviously the plant wasn't running. So.
And these are things the public needs to hear because it's out there.
But I'll tell you what, I went a trip before that delegation, and it was running, and it was running in full steam, and we got to see the whole thing. So it runs, but what we've talked to the community about and this council about is that we don't want to run all of our water supply projects 24/7. You want to rest some. Same thing with the desal. You would want to rest it for maintenance, or if there's plenty of water in the western reservoirs, you don't need to run this most expensive source.
No.
So it's not intended to be run full throttle every day, every year. It's going to be dependent on what water supplies we have, what's the maintenance schedule. So it has to be. We have to be able to utilize the sources in a way that's most economical and takes into consideration conditions like weather and also maintenance cycles.
Okay.
Yep.
Dan, this is for you.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the biggest issues is the discharge. Is that going to go into the bay or the Nueces, the Nueces Bay or the ship channel? The discharge?
It's going to the ship channel.
Ship channel. Okay. There are oil rigs out there that have been abandoned. So are there any, is it because of the pipe size that you can't use it where you could just connect to that and take it out into the ocean?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually two things. One, the permit only allows the discharge currently. But under your hypothetical, if we did amend the permit to go utilize an existing abandoned pipeline, oil and gas pipeline out in the ocean, there's none currently that we're aware of that meet the 54-inch size. There's nothing big enough to be able to push it out there.
And then you would have to wrap it.
You would probably have to rehab whatever pipe you did find if we did happen to find a 54-inch.
So it's not feasible?
Yes, ma'am. Not feasible at all.
It was a good idea, just not feasible. Okay, and I think this is important. How deep the channel is, how deep's your intake line into the channel, and what's the depth of the discharge line, how far are they apart? Because that does matter.
Yes, ma'am. The distance between the intake and the discharge is approximately 2,000 feet, just over 2,000 feet. I believe the intake is at elevation minus 25. Thank you, Logan. Logan's our technical expert also. Yeah.
He's earning his
He's my
money.
right-hand guy, yeah. And our discharge is approximately at the same depth, but over 2,000 feet apart.
Okay.
And the ship channel depth's approximately 54 feet, I believe.
And where do the fishermen fish mostly? I mean, what's a good fishing spot?
One of the world-renowned fishing spots is the Laguna Madre and Baffin Bay.
And what's the conditions of the water?
The salinity is typically way higher than it is in Corpus or Nueces Bay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is just a question that someone asked me to ask you. Would y'all be willing to develop and operate the plant and sell the water to the city of Corpus Christi?
I think that's something that we could consider if that would be an approach the city would be interested in.
Okay. And I think something's important that you need to tell them where the trucks are going to come through in that neighborhood.
So we are looking at a estimated maybe 2 trucks per day, and this is a combination of chemical deliveries and handling of residuals. But the facility has designed with a layout where the entrance and the exit would be outside of the community, so they wouldn't have to drive through the
You
community.
wouldn't have to drive through the neighborhood and.
Yeah, specifically, Councilman, to be on Nueces Bay Boulevard.
Correct.
So that's a heavy haul road today that is used for heavy haul. So there's no plan to go through the neighborhood.
It's important for the
one line
neighbors.
in, that Nueces Bay Boulevard goes in, straight line, and it's going to come out. There's no cutting through the neighborhood. There's no,
And that's important.
right, exactly. We recognize that.
And a fence.
Yeah, so there's a security fence around the entire treatment plant, similar to Owen Stevens. There's also what will be a nice non-see-through fence that will be decorative in nature to kind of provide a buffer, if you will, from the inside of the plant to the neighborhood. So I think it would be the eastern side will have a nice decorative wall that'll protect the plant, and then the rest of it will be a fence. Security is important in any water treatment campus, and this will be no different. So this will have security and then an aesthetic measure as well for the neighborhood.
It'll also act as a sound, help with sound, a sound wall. It'll be about 12 feet tall is what we're estimating right now.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, a couple more. My time will probably run out. I think it's so important that everyone understands we are really in an emergency right now. We thought we were going to run out of water in November. It's going to be sooner than that. So we have to do something. And I've said from the get-go, I've been for desal, just not for the price, and I want to make sure it's safe. But if we don't do something, those wells at the river, we're going to keep relying on them. And that is why I think you said 5 years or more that you were going to use those wells, Nick. You said that. So this council needs to remember that because we are affecting the rural areas. And that's been a big concern for me. And they are our neighbors, and we should be concerned about that because we supply water to different counties. So that's a big issue for me. So I understand the importance of this. You said, and I love your accent, but sometimes I have a hard time understanding. They're all shaking their heads here up here. Maybe they understood. The outside of your control, I'm worried about the price. What could come outside of your control that would make the price go up? The one thing I like about you is I think you were able to bring the cost down because you're so experienced. You've built 92. So you know how to do it where Kiewit did not. And so that is very optimistic for me.
So I would say that right now we have not identified anything that is a major concern. However, we know that unexpected things can come up. And that is why our approach was developed with creating those levers that would allow us to make adjustments as we move forward in case that we run into something that today we have not envisioned. But because we're designing a plan that we have already designed and we have already built, we are fairly comfortable that with those level of details and the validation of local pricing, we should be able to meet that number.
Okay.
Can I just maybe have Dan also talk, because this is a big part of their proposal, is that, and we have it, we shared it with you, but there's a number of already contemplated ways to reduce the cost should pricing go up unexpectedly, like a tariff, like the president now put a 15% tariff. That could have an impact, something like that, or a hurricane or some really unforeseen thing. But the team here at Corpus Christi Desal Partners already has a list of things that they would in priority order trigger to bring price back down. So it's still within that 978 or so.
Okay.
Yep.
And Jason Hill asked a really good question he wanted me to ask, and I'm going to do it. He said the Texas Water Development Board has been pretty strict with the city when it comes to this project. Will they allow us to build a plant that is less than 30 MGDs? It seems like the size of the plant was a big part of what got us more loans for the project. Would we run into legal issues with the water board if we built a 10 MGD instead of a 30?
I don't think so.
No.
But it would be a more expensive water, if you build a similar footprint, the cost would just be now divided by a lesser water output, which means it'd be more for every ratepayer.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to say, I hadn't asked you guys too many questions because I'm fully confident that you could deliver what you say you deliver, just by the people that are involved. And it fully justifies our reason for voting against Kiewit. I want to remind my fellow council members, that they voted for Kiewit and would have spent $300 million more than what you guys are offering. So I just want to remind that it fully justifies our reason for voting against it. However, and I'm going to be facetious here, like my favorite fellow council member here, leave it to him to make it seem like his mother is subsidizing Valero.
Hey, I pay the bill.
When realistically, he's only talking about this project, and I warned against that. It's not just this project. It is all our projects. And if you could bring that slide back up, the first slide, and I really want to emphasize this, is that we're going to be doubling our debt. Not that slide, though, the slide I provided.
Yeah.
We're going to be doubling our debt.
Yeah.
We have to pay that back, and once we borrow that money, we have to pay it back. Our hands would be tied in terms of rates. The second page.
Councilman, and if you don't mind, Rebecca put his time on hold, so if you don't mind if I can step in. So what you showed is accurate, and nobody in this team is denying what you're showing. It's the truth. We're going to pass out what we talked about. We've been talking about this, but it's a compilation of all the projects that now this will be the third week in a row that council could potentially approve, and it shows.
Well, I just took this from your
I know,
yeah.
We have
presentations.
we have one that looks a little more pretty than up there, and we're going to.
The only thing I did was add the CIP for water.
Yeah, that we don't have in this list.
That was the only thing I added in there because that is debt spending as well, for the most part. So it's not that this project wouldn't be good in it itself if we didn't have the situation where we had all the water boils back, 9-10 years ago when Mark Scott was on council. I'm just messing with you. I'm trying to emulate my fellow council member here with this facetiousness. Okay, so this is real money.
Yeah.
We're actually going to, we currently have $3.169 million in debt right now, according to our budget book on page 342 and 343. So if you want to go check it. Just in water, these projects, including everything that we're doing, it's going to double what we currently have right now in just water. Okay, so it is going to add a lot more to our rates than the $7 that is, that his mother is going to pay for to subsidize Valero. So I just want to say that, but with that, we're not leaving industry out in cold. Previous slide, Pete, please. And I understand we're kind of relying on groundwater here, but this is under the, there's still a few more projects coming up. And this is a question I want to ask associated with this. If we do this, we're doubling our debt. We won't be able to do any other projects, right? There just won't be enough money. So you're saying this is it? No more other projects?
No, we didn't say that.
So how would you pay for it if we're going to double our debt?
So the, Councilman, so the debt limit is based on the rate, right? So just so we understand it, the more debt, the higher the rate. But the next two projects would be operating. They wouldn't be debt-based, and Councilwoman Vaughn talked about this. So we have two additional projects that the council will talk about in the coming weeks and months. That's the Harbor Island desal facility. That would be an operating agreement, no debt. It's a take or pay. And then the other one would be Harbor Island, and according to Rudy from
Barney
Davis, Barney Davis, that would be also a operating expense, no debt involved.
Well, you still, your operational costs or your take-or-pay contracts or whatever those may be still add to your,
It does.
It's still an obligation.
It's going to add to the rate. It'll add to the rate, but it won't add to the debt portfolio. That was your question on debt.
No.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the debt leads to rate increases. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's
right?
correct.
So if you double your debt in water on a $189 million operational budget,
right,
you're going to have to more than double your rates.
That's what we just passed out, and it can pretty much almost confirms that, Councilman.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get across here.
Yeah.
Our goal is 70 million gallons a day. To try to
yeah, it's more than that, really, but yes.
That was our goal. So we can get out of drought restriction stage 3, so we can get to a point where we can water our grass again. Okay, this will be us well above that, right, with the additional 30 million gallons a day. There's no problem with that if we had customers for it coming through. It's chicken or the egg thing.
Yeah.
But then this can't be expanded in its location. You can't discharge any more than what you're doing.
Right now, right, given the circumstances.
Right. So that was my challenge with, my biggest issue with this particular spot was that you can't expand it. I have no doubt you can do a good plant for what it is, just like Tampa. Tampa's what, 25 million gallons a day? Okay, so because it's in a bay as well. It's a little bit more open bay, but still, you have some limitations due to the environmental constraints, which has been described here. I want to say that I have like I said, no doubt you guys can do it. I'm concerned about how much debt we're keeping as a city, how much we're going to have to increase our rates. And, I understand that, maybe everybody here can afford it, but not everybody can. Thanks.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, I, for one, I find it very frustrating that little discrepancies, like what size volume user is used to give us a rate amount in this presentation versus this one.
All right.
How, I find that very frustrating to be asked to make decisions when we're comparing numbers, when we don't even have the slightest indication that there's variance.
Well, we don't have what, I'm sorry?
The slightest indication that there's variance.
Okay.
On this slide we got last week, it does say for the 90 million gallon user, but there is nothing on this to indicate that there's a difference. And this was issued by CCW.
Right. Yeah, and we explained it, Councilwoman. I think Camille.
But you see my frustration.
Excuse me?
But you see my frustration.
I do, but Camille explained it, and we, Camille's this will be a second budget cycle, so as he understands the business, he's getting better at having methodology and consistency, and as the several council members and the operators have said, we want to use most current facts. So just an example, the interest rates changed over time.
Peter, to me, this is an issue of no determined standard. If we don't issue from an operational standpoint what our standard is for presenting this stuff, the data is going to be everywhere.
Well, that's what so right now, Camille said it. Yeah, the standard 620 and 90,000 would be the going forward standard.
Right, and those are the categories we use in budget time and the rate presentations at budget, which
I get all that, Nick.
Our goal was to remain consistent with those.
I get all that, Nick. I totally do. And I appreciate the presentation, but please allow to hear. That's very frustrating to me. That's very frustrating to me because someone who clearly has tried to keep up with all the math, now my thought is, okay, what else wasn't? So I'm saying that this is a great example, and I hope that going forward, I think that needs to be our new expectation, is that there's a standard, but not just in CCW, not just in one department, two departments, but across the board. We really need to have standardized information.
Yeah, we agree, Councilwoman. We try to stay as
appreciate
standard
that.
as we can.
Is it possible to get this that you just handed us up on the screen where everyone can see it?
Yeah, put that on you have your copy, Nick?
I don't know if we have it electronically.
Put it on the eye in the sky.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Put it closer to Chris, I think, is where it goes, yeah.
I appreciate that.
Chris, you're Vanna. You're our Vanna wife today. Thanks.
Yeah, here's a clean copy. Right here, Nick.
We're going to use a clean
Okay,
copy.
yeah.
I had my notes on there. There you go.
I have 2 points and a question. My first point being, all this information that Councilmember Hernandez has just presented on our debt, it's easy for us to sit here and just say, yep, those numbers are correct. Yep, those numbers are correct. But the reason they're important is because they represent boundaries. So just because we can go out and purchase every project that we want to, does not mean that this organization or our ratepayers can facilitate that. So one of the biggest reasons to me last year, one of the biggest reasons that I was not in favor of the Inner Harbor project is because in no stretch of its imagination did it impact curtailment timelines at all. None of these timelines do either. The end of 2029, if we go into curtailment now, by the end of 2029, I don't know what condition we'll be in. So this project still holds no bearing on curtailment. With that fact sitting there, if we out debt quotient our organization and our ratepayers, what opportunity do we have to secure a project that is at all remotely farsighted? To me, that is the key to keeping our promise about the wells. If we are going to use them intermittently, we have to be able to follow through with that promise.
Right.
30 million gallons a day in 3 to 4 years does not keep that promise. What it does do is tie our hands to keep that promise. So on this screen thank you guys for putting that up there. If everybody looks on the first green column, that very bottom number, 2952, is what we're saying is going to be added to the residential ratepayer.
That is correct for those mentioned projects.
And let me just, Councilwoman, let's just explain real quick the numbers here. So this assumes the project costs and the operating costs divided by 30. But just to clarify, these projects take years to develop. So this is somewhat of a simplistic view. It'll be, the year one will be less than that, and year two will be a little bit more, and so on. So eventually it'll ramp up to that number. But this is not 2027 that we're going to pay 2952 more.
Sure.
It's just for modeling purposes, just takes.
What I wanted to point out, though.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Second to bottom column on that first green section.
Right.
1380. It still remains as almost half of that impact in that column.
Correct.
That's correct, because it's almost half the debt. The cost CapEx.
It's about half.
Yeah.
Before we have any change orders or tariffs or anything, it's essentially half.
1.1 to 978, but yes.
Yes. So that's my point there, and that is why when we look at all of our debt, that ultimate comparison is so important. It's not that whether or not the numbers are true or false, it's what is our capacity to provide a long-term sustainable water supply. Our wells are not it. I don't know how much water we're going to ultimately be able to maintain of Evangeline, but we have a commitment to this region to provide water. And if we go forward in that direction and we tie our own hands, what are we supposed to do? That's the crux of it to me. So thank you for showing that. I just wanted to make that point because we all got to see it, and I wanted to make sure everybody else got to see it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman, for putting that on that skylight there. That was good.
Okay. Councilman Cantu.
Okay, this question is for Dan. Have you seen the report that the Port of Corpus Christi did on their studies?
I have not looked at it closely, no, sir.
Have you heard anything about them at all? Good or bad?
I've just heard that they looked at numerous sites throughout the throughout the bay.
How many times this year has the Tampa Bay plant been turned off? Do you have any idea?
I do not know.
I don't have that information, but as I mentioned, it is driven by the client's direction. They tell us when they need the water, and we can ramp up very quickly, and we just meet their demands. I mean, it's one of the beauties of having a multi-source system like they do. They had these same issues 20 years ago. They were in the same situation 20 years ago. Now they have a system that allows them to have that flexibility.
If we don't run the plant much, say we turn it off a week out of a month or something, the cost per thousand increases, correct?
Not really.
No?
No, because the way that the long-term contracts get set up, they have a fixed component, but they also have a variable component typically. So the way that it gets structured, when the facility is not operating, the costs are lower.
Okay. When do you think the Farfield study will get done?
So what we're going to do is on March 5th, we'll meet with the committee, review the qualifications. Then I have to ask that question to the selected modeler. We'll want their input from that. Of course, the goal is to get as much work done prior to any April council meeting as possible. So we'll have to update you, Councilman.
So let me ask you a question. So if we approve you to go forward with the contract today, you come back in April with the contract, we vote yes for Inner Harbor, and the Farfield study has not came back yet, and we're going to authorize $78 million. Do you think is wise for the city of Corpus Christi to spend $78 million not knowing if that Farfield study is going to come back bad? Do you think it's wise to spend $78 million of taxpayers' money without a study back, not knowing if it's good or bad?
Sure, and I think you're asking my opinion right now.
Correct.
Sure, understood. So yes. my opinion would be I'm going to take all of the information that modeler has to date, and then I'm going to make the decision right then and there. So I'm not going to make that decision today until I have as much information from that modeler as possible.
Yeah, Councilman, we can't, we have to get more data on how long it'll take to do the Farfield, but the goal is that we're going to see how much material is available. If we think it's substantially enough to make a recommendation, we'll do it. If it takes a few weeks longer than April, then we'll probably recommend that. Let's wait a few more weeks. The more Farfield results we have, the better. We know that that's important for the council. If it's going to take months and months, then we may say, you know what, let's start the contract. Doesn't mean we spend 78 in one day. And then if you started the contract, two things could happen. One, the Farfield could give us some information that they have to redesign something in the district.
Can I see my time, please? My time up.
And then secondly, we could just cancel the whole contract if there's a fatal flaw. Yeah.
So have y'all even tried to get any contracts looked at, signed? I mean, what's the progress on it?
So we're working very hard on contracts. And I will tell you, they are effluent contracts because that will offset our water supply demand. So as you know, this council approved an agreement with Valero and Flint Hills. And then we are also working we have letters of intent from multiple other organizations as well. And we're working very hard on those contracts because they will offset our demand and help our situation.
So this is going to cost estimated $978 million. What guarantee can you give the public that's not going to have many change orders for monies? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's so easy to give us a price because a lot of contractors come to the city, bids a project, and then comes back with change orders of hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars. Now, this is a big project, so what insurance are you going to give us if we approve this $978 million contract that you're not going to come back with a whole bunch of change orders of $150, $200 million to go back to the $1.2 billion. I mean, what guarantee can you give us? Can we all put it in the contract that we're not going to have any change orders that involves money?
Do you want me to answer that question, Councilman, or CCDP? I think we both can answer it. I'll let Ephraim start, and then I will follow up from a CCW standpoint.
So I would say first that it would not be prudent or responsible for us to make that type of guarantee or commitment at this point. We have done a lot of work, but we have only been working at this for 12 weeks. So we are very comfortable with a combination of our experience and the data that we have developed, that we have a good number that we can work with. We have used our experience to develop that, but we have also used our expertise to develop an approach that would help us maneuver through all of those topics. Once we get to the 60% design, we would get to a much better place where we can start looking at some commitments. And I'm just trying to be upfront and honest about the place we're in. We have moved very quickly, but we still have some work to do to be able to get there.
I just feel that you guys came to us with a price under $1 billion to get our attention, and that's my opinion, because if y'all would have came with a price of $1 billion something, we wouldn't be looking at it.
Councilman, that we just threw a price up here for a number is not the case. The reason we showed you that model tonight was because that allowed us to drive quantities and get very, very good quantities. How many cubic yards of concrete, how much rebar, how many linear feet of pipe, what type of pipe it is, all of that. With that, with our partners at MasTec, they were able to gather those quantities and then reach out to the local market and get local pricing. So what we're saying, it's not just a number that we threw out there. It is a number that we're willing to sit here and bring to you publicly at this early stage, along with these levers we talked about, that if, as we progress and we find something we didn't think about in the last 12 weeks, even though we think we've covered a whole lot of ground, that we can go back to that and say, look, we need to adjust this to be able to cover this increase in cost that we might have found, to be able to hold the top line number.
So today's vote is going to cost us no money, correct?
There's no financial commitment with today's vote.
Okay, so it doesn't cost us anything of the city doing the contract?
There's staff time.
Staff time. How much do you think staff time are we spending on this contract? More or less price. How much do you think we're going to spend on staff time?
Yeah, I don't know if I can comment for.
It's probably, let's just take, let's see, March, April. If it's 4 weeks at the labor rate, I'm not sure what our attorney makes, but, it's probably 20,000, maybe.
20,000?
Maybe that with benefits and everything. Okay. 15, 20,000.
Have you guys ever built?
But it's budgeted, it's in the hired staff, yeah.
Have y'all guys ever built a plant in a dead-end chip channel?
So we have a number of facilities that have similar situations. I would say no two facilities are the same. So we evaluate that.
So like our Inner Harbor, nothing like that?
Exactly like this, no. We do have one facility in Javia in Spain that has a similar setup. And the Tampa Bay facility, even though it is on a bay, it is a very shallow bay, so it does present some of the similar challenges. But again, they're all different, and we adapt our experience to the specific conditions of the site.
So there's going to be a total of 3 votes. 1 vote today, if it passes.
Yes.
A vote in April for the contract for $78 million.
Yes.
And then you're going to come back with a guarantee price. What date is that going to be?
That will be April of the following year. Basically 12 months after the...
12 months.
27.
Doesn't take that long for a guarantee price?
And we are compressing the schedule. Again, we tried to do something that was realistic, but aggressive.
Okay. With that comes 60% design of the entire plant. So that's the timing that takes. Also, the pre-described TCQ requirements for the demonstration plant.
Yeah, for the demonstration plant, there's approximately 6 months of review time with TCQ.
mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, it's going to cost us no money to go forward. But again, I don't think we want to waste your time. It's just, it's concerning because of all these water projects that we're doing. I don't want to bankrupt the city. I mean, this is a lot of money, you know? I don't even know why we're in the water business, Peter.
Peter.
It's a tough business.
Yeah, I know it's a heavy decision, Councilman, but we're here.
Yeah, I just, it's concerning. It really is because, I mean, it costs us nothing to pay our water bill, but there's so many people out there that are struggling with the water bills. And we got some screwed up policies here in the city. Whenever somebody wants to make a payment arrangement or they got disconnected, they want 50% down. I mean, water's public safety issue. I mean, we shouldn't be doing that to our residents, you know, and that's other stuff that we need to look into because, I mean, people are gonna have a hard time paying this, you know. I don't think anyone's up here right now has a budget of $1,000 a month or $700 a month. I mean, when you're in a budget like that, you're looking at every single nickel and dime. And that's the people who I represent. You know, I'm not worried about the loud ones on Facebook making threats and you better do this and do that. I'm gonna represent my people. And that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna worry about them, that's for sure. Thanks.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I had mentioned that I hope that the plants would come together and maybe come up with some kind of fund to help people that can't afford the water bills to pay them. I'm hoping that's going to happen. I hope there's some kind of organizing going on with that because I agree with you, there's so many that can't. I do not believe you got this number out of a hat. I've known you for a long time and I do trust you. And I don't say that to a lot of people that work for the city, but I do. And I think you've got a really good group of men on your, and I know Greg and met the others, but trust him. And I think you've done a good job. In the length of time that y'all had to come up with this, I think you did an excellent job. And I'll just say this. I don't think that the desal holds any bearing, we're right, on curtailment. It has nothing to do with curtailment right now. What we did is we got other sources because we were worried about curtailment. We did that. We did our job because the previous councils did not give us any other options. We had to get them, and we did it, and we worked very hard to do that. So what's our option? Run out of water? We cannot run out of water. We are in an emergency situation. I hope the public hears that. And if you're watering your grass in the backyard, which I've heard some are, you need to stop it. We don't do that. My husband's done it one time accidentally, and we got fined. So I keep telling that. I need to shut up, don't I, Dan? But this is serious. I just hope the public understands how serious it is. I don't want to spend money like this. I do not. But today, this vote does not spend any money. You bring it back to us, and we take a look at it. And I thank you all for the work that you've done.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to Tampa Bay. What type of customers does Tampa Bay desalination plant provide? Like to who? Who are the water customers there?
They have a combination of industrial, commercial, and residential, but the split is different.
It is different. How different is it different?
I don't have the percent, but it's more on the smaller side.
Thank you. It's more for residential.
Yeah,
Would that be correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so the demand for this desalination plant is, here is at least 60% that goes to industry. Okay, what I've been listening is that for this price that you're offering, the 757, that doesn't even guarantee the 30 MGD. I mean, it could go, if we want to stick to that price, it could go as low as 10 MGD, right? I mean, or how, did I not, is that not correct?
So, correct.
I mean, Dan is nodding, so.
The number that we provide today, it's for a facility that produces 30 million gallons per day. What we have identified is that in the most extreme of the scenarios, if something were to happen that none of us could have foreseen, something like COVID comes up and prices quadruple, we would have to look at adjusting the capacity, and we would bring that as an option. It would still ultimately be the council's decision if they're willing to sacrifice the production to maintain the price.
Okay, I mean, like you said, not all, none of these projects are exactly the same, right? I mean, you've said that. And we've been told, and this is, not we've been told, we know this, that this is a closed bay system. So, I mean, I can't imagine ships going in and out and in and out and not creating some kind of reaction to, the desalination, the intake and the outtake. I think I wrote down that y'all are only, half a mile apart, the discharge from the intake? And I just can't see that happening with all that traffic going back and forth. How do you explain that?
We do not have concerns with that. Obviously, the modeling will confirm that, but based on our experience, we think that the systems that have been positioned in a way that following the permits that have been issued and the treatment that we have developed, that it would operate properly. In addition to that, once the plant is operational, there are very stringent monitoring processes that get implemented where the water gets monitored and it gets verified, and that happens in every facility. So we would be following those same protocols to confirm that as the facility is operating, there's no material impact as it was intended.
Well, I keep going back to the same thing, which is the port eliminated that, that place, the inner harbor. I mean, for a reason. They listened to science. And it wasn't just one scientist, it was more than one. So I just can't, still, well, let me see, how much time do I have? Because there were some other questions that, thank goodness that we have some really smart people around here that submit some questions. I don't know if they all got answered. Let me see. Some of the, okay, there was, you all did mention there was possibly only 92% availability. Wasn't that somewhere?
So that is another one of the levers that in the event that we have to make an adjustment, we could shave 3%, moving from 95 to 92%.
Okay, so that would mean that it would go down to 27.6 MGD.
No.
No?
No, basically what that means is that it may have to run a few days less. And that is something that would probably happen naturally anyways. Desalination facilities are usually not a baseline facility because they are the most expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably something that it would be not even noticeable, but it would be an adjustment that could be made to maintain the 30 MGD capacity. So whenever we need the water, we can run at 30 MGD for 3 months, 4 months, as long as we needed to, but may have to have a few more days down.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of you would have to, cut back on your production or right? That's all I'm saying about the oil and gas industry. Why can't they cut back on production, 8% or whatever the percentage is, for us to have enough water to not have curtailment? So again, it can be done. You just stated it. So let me see if there's any other things. In the proposal, there are multiple cost levers. Okay, I guess, was this question asked in the proposal? There are multiple cost levers that mention reducing the plant's online availability. Has this been factored into the unit cost of water, and will CCDP be able to guarantee the online availability? I think that was asked by Carolyn. Was that asked by you or not? What did you say? This question about the multiple cost levers that mention reducing the plant's online availability. Has this been factored into the unit cost of water, and will CCDP? I think you just answered that it would just go down for a few days, right? Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I apologize.
My apologies.
What I'm saying is, has this been factored into the unit cost of water, and will CCDP be able to guarantee the online availability? So you just said yes.
Yeah, so it has been factored in the sense that as long as we adjust the design as needed, the price will be the same. So it has been already factored in. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all for now.
Okay. Councilman Cantu.
I've got a couple of questions. Where's Peter at? He's probably listening, right?
Hi, Councilman.
Sorry.
No, no problem.
Councilwoman Vaughn asked you to bring back the Barney Davis
Right.
discussion. And then you're going to meet with CPS, correct?
Correct, yeah, I'm going to meet with Rudy Garza and our consultant,
Carlos Rubenstein.
Carlos Rubenstein, who's going to help us with the PUA concept for.
So you guys got a price for 12 weeks, within 12 weeks, more or less. Is that something you can do at the Barney Davis site, that you can get a price pretty quick?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, we could, this team here had the benefit of some of the design drawings in there. So the way the Barney Davis will work is CPS wants to have a third party, like a P3. They don't want the city to run it. They don't want the city to build it. Nor does CPS want to do it. So we have to get a builder, a design builder operator. And we don't have that yet. This team here, when they were competing for the project, they studied for over a year the Inner Harbor, so they had a year's worth of knowledge, and then they've seen the last year. So they worked with 2+ years, plus 10% design drawings to be able to get this price within 12 weeks. That compared to no understanding of what the plant would be at Barney Davis. They could probably get a real like an industry means, you know. Yeah.
I only spoken once. This is my second time. You want to rewind the cameras, you can. I only spoken, this is my second time speaking. And I think we should give her the question she wants to answer. I think this is a very important discussion. I lost my train.
Yeah, so on timing, it would be tough to get within 12 weeks a price for what, because we don't know what the concept is. We don't know intake. Well, there's options for intake and discharge. There's utility. There's energy costs. It's not as easy as we might think that you can just buy the gate rate. CPS has already told us that. There's some federal regulations that they have to adhere to. So there's a lot of unknown variables. What we do know is the location and the power plants there. We know who owns it, and we know discharge options.
Do you guys think the Inner Harbor project, the Inner Harbor site, safe for the bay?
We do. That's why we're are you asking them? Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
And you guys never had any doubts before?
I don't think we were in a position to be able to say that before because we had not reviewed the details. But the work we have done over the last 12 weeks gets us there, gets us comfortable. And if we would have felt any differently, we would have come forward and tell you here. We look for long-term partnerships. That's what we have been saying from the beginning. So we would not do something that would compromise our relationship with the city in the future.
And my understanding is there's only one pipeline for the discharge and the intake, correct?
That is correct.
And the old plan was 2 pipelines for each, correct?
2 pipelines for the intake, 1 for the discharge. Right. We modified that in a way for one of the cost-saving mechanisms, in another way, because that is the typical way that we have. We have the necessary operating protocols to operate for 50 years with a single pipe.
Yeah. I understand, some people say, well, Barney Davis is not permitted, this is permitted, but this is not going to save our asses right now. It's not going to. This is not going to save us right now. And I hope, Peter, that you guys don't do and declare an emergency within the city after the elections. Because the last time y'all did it after the elections to go to stage 4 or whatever the case is.
I think it was 2 or 3. Well, we won't, Councilman, because we.
I just don't want the city to play politics and declare an emergency after the election cycle.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be sooner than that.
Well, it should be last week because we're spending so much money.
We're going to finalize that tomorrow morning, in fact. So
that's
let you know.
Will you come after her?
Oh, great. I just have one question. Have you all ever built a desalination plant in a neighborhood?
We have built plants that are near neighborhoods.
Where?
And that is, I'll have to look at, can you share some of it?
So yes, we have built several. The last one we are building is one in Australia.
Where?
In Australia. Perth. That it is the Alkimos desalination plant that it is currently under Alkimos desalination plant that it is currently under construction. It is very close to the neighborhood, just 100.
What was the last one you said?
Alkimos desalination plant.
Artemis.
Artemis, okay, thank you. In Australia, yeah, I heard that. All right.
Nick, can I just ask Nick a question? Is the Owen Stevens treatment, where is the Owen Stevens treatment plant?
It's on Leopard and Hearn, Hearn is surrounded by residential areas. It's basically on two sides of it is residential. It's commercial to the north.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxton.
2 seconds. At the last time that we were briefed on Inner Harbor, we were of course told that this period was a deferred research period for the last 12 weeks or whatever it was, until we say yes. So my question is, being that in about 30 days there's another vote, is the clock start ticking now for that deferment? Like what if the answer is prevailing today and in 30 days it is not? So does that backdate the deferred payment starting then? Is it just 30 days of that payment?
The deferred payment for the SWIFT loan you talking about?
No, I'm sorry. I had asked, I said it's very generous for CCDP to say that they weren't going to charge us for 12 weeks of looking over this.
Right.
There was not going to be an upfront cost. And I said, so does that, nothing's free, so that's, I assume, going to be charged once we say yes to the whole project, if we say yes. And they said yes. Well, it's like deferred. So my question at this point, if that is deferred, if there's a prevailing tonight and then a dissension in 30 days, do we then pay the 12 weeks plus 30 days?
They'll have to answer that. I don't think they're paying. Go ahead.
No, there may have been a misunderstanding. We're not charging for the work that we're doing up until we get to that contract.
To the contract?
Till the contract, correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, just, Peter, I forgot to tell you how much I appreciate you and Nick and all the team that, I know you guys have been working around the clock and dealing with the 9 laymen and, I had the question, I don't mean this to be a dig. I just want to say that I had the same question about the numbers, and I just picked up the phone, and I said it here just so that way it could be heard for the public. I just want to say I think that's a good practice so that way we can have a clear understanding and we just but I understand the frustration. I know this isn't going to stop. Curtailment is imminent, and curtailment is imminent because of inaction over the last decade. I think I heard Mark one time on the radio. He said Marvin Townsend, who was back in the 50s? Yeah. He said, 70s. He said, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. And then that was in the 70s. So, so what happens is that it rains, and then we go, because we're reluctant to expend the dollars that.
Right.
And so that's the thing. We have to act because we're in the worst drought that we've ever been, and we need to move quickly. And I say it all the time ad nauseum. What this does is it brings certainty for the community. And as I've said before, it's said, I joke around that in my deposition, which is never played out loud, by the way, for public comment, with the exception of one person. But I said, I was asked, what do you believe good government is? And I said, providing a predictable regulatory environment. And what this does is it provides predictability for our partners. We're in the enviable position of all these other communities. There's some here that obviously don't feel that, but that 50% to the majority of our water goes to industry. And what that does is that provides consistency and and predictability with regard to the user. Because we know if somebody's invested $10 billion into a facility here, then that facility is going to have to run for 30, 40, 50 years, 60 years. And that provides us with stability to be able to have predictability for the rate. The other thing is that I just want to also add that our bond rating actually, the way we're looked at by the rating companies was lowered simply because of our reluctance to invest in future water infrastructure. So I just want to say that for the public, the longer that we, where's my time, by the way? Because I get worried. Oh, I got plenty of time. Anyway, I'll be quick. Is that the longer that we wait, then the less predictability that we have and the greater uncertainty we have for the rating companies. The other thing I want to go ahead and praise Valero again. In addition to their 31 cents, they're investing $100 million into a pipeline. $100 million. Now, I guess what we're going to take, $7-8 million off, 7-8 million gallons a day off that we're going to lose revenue on, right? Because, not a day, but their water reuse is going to be how much when it's built to full capacity?
8 million gallons a day.
Yeah.
And they will be paying for the reused water.
Yeah, so they're going to pay for the reuse water, but the actual amount of revenue that we're going to have, but they're paying $100 million up front to be able to do that.
That's correct.
So, and that's going to extend it out. So I just want to thank our industry partners for them and their commitments, because those are the contracts they have. Maybe we may not have a contract, but I could tell you if somebody puts $15 billion into a facility, they're not going anywhere. And so, thank you for your commitment at Corpus Christi. And that's all I have. And with that, I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. At this time, I'm going to ask the public. I'm going to ask the public for comment. If anyone in the public would like to make a comment on item number 19, please stand in line here. First, Dr. Ariza, just come on up. Go ahead. Are y'all ready?
Hey, Dr. Araiza, District 2, I wanted to point out just briefly, we've been watching these water meetings and city council meetings for 10 years now, and there were so many times that people had raised issues and concerns around the impact on the bay with desal, and before the council voted yes to proceed without doing their due diligence, they often said, this is going to cost us nothing if we vote yes today. So I want to point that out. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that when you look at that document that was showed today about the desalination cost for the residential user, the commercial user, and the large volume water user, I really appreciated what Councilwoman Paxton did with the data comparing over time, Kiewit and then this project. But what I did was I compared the rate per 1,000 gallons. And so if you look at what the residential customer will pay per 1,000 gallons, they're going to pay $2.30 for this desal plant. When you look at what the commercial rate's going to be per 1,000 gallons, which is comparing apples to apples, commercial businesses like I think you said Walmart, they're going to pay $2.30 per 1,000 gallons. And then when you compare large volume water users, what they pay per 1,000 gallons, they will also be paying $2.30 per 1,000 gallons. That is not fair. Big shout out to Cheesema Collective for collecting data to look at how our high volume water users are, how much water they're using. And I used their data that they got from you or from Sam Pat, and then also what you produced about the high volume water users. And I used Exxon, Valero, Flint Hills, just the top 3 users. And I want you to know that if we use what Exxon and Valero and Flint Hills use, and we compare what they use to what the average household uses, just those 3 corporations use the equivalent of 146,404 households. So I want you to think about that, because then what I did is I went to the census and I looked at, well, how many households are in Corpus Christi? Corpus Christi in 2025 only had 118,741 households. So 3 of the largest volume water users use more water than the entire households in Corpus Christi, and they're going to pay the same rate per 1,000 gallons as residents. This is not fair. You are right. We are in an emergency. If we are in an emergency and this water isn't going to be online in time, the other water isn't going to be online on time, then what is the solution? The solution is to end the drought exemption. and to then impose the drought surcharge that you all passed in 2025. Because if they're not going to conserve water, they should pay for it.
Thank you, Dr. Araiza. Mr. Swatila, you spoke on this item earlier,
No.
according to...
My brother, that was my brother Bruce. I'm Dale Swatilla.
Wow. Rebecca? Just kidding.
He had his shirt on backwards so you could read the right part.
Thank you, sir. Sorry about that.
I'm Dale Swatilla, District 1. Last time here, I mentioned Miami's desal plant was designed for 27.5 million gallons a day and had taken 5 years after opening to get to that 27.5, and that its average daily production has only been 20 million gallons a day. I also said before that your Inner Harbor desal ain't in the harbor, it's in the Hillcrest residential neighborhood, and will probably average 25 million gallons a day instead of the 30 it's restricted and designed for. Many desal plants I've researched average below what they're approved for. Since past city leaders promised the Exxon plant in San Pat County 25 million gallons a day, I have a money-saving proposal for you to consider. Just build a pipeline straight from Hillcrest across to Exxon. Instead of spending sending desal water from my neighborhood to Owen Stevens for processing and then to Exxon, there's no need to treat it at Owen Stevens because Exxon can use the water as it is from Inner Harbor desal, and that will take the burden off of Owen Stevens' drinking water plant. And also, why don't you change the name to Exxon desal, since what it produces is all going to Exxon's plant anyway. And one other thing, why should the people of Corpus Christi have to pay $1 billion for water that leadership foolishly promised to Exxon? Nobody asked me or any of my neighbors if we wanted to pay for Exxon's water. And why not let them, Exxon, build the desal plant with their own money? Anyway, when you're pumping that 25 MGD to Exxon, just remember your commercial. Every drop counts. Please say no to Hillcrest desal or Inner Harbor desal as you can.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Maria Teresa Cavazos Gutierrez Merkovich. My grandfather was the first butcher in Corpus Christi with a refrigerated meat market.
Ma'am, can you state your city, please?
My city?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, January 17th, 1956 at 2610 Dempsey. We left Dempsey when I was 2.5. Where do you want the people in Hillcrest to go? Calallen? This is ridiculous. What is the Fed today? 3.5? We're upside down. We can't pay for the Harbor Bridge without drilling for water in Timbuktu. These people are not from Corpus Christi, Texas. They operate in Saudi Arabia, Florida, California, not Oklahoma, not Texas. I will give the city $5 million to vote no today.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Callie Walker, District 2. I'm here representing Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, an ExxonMobil and SABIC joint venture manufacturing facility located in Gregory, Texas. Our site supports more than 600 direct jobs and pays nearly $25 million in taxes each year to GPISD and the county in which we operate. About 1/3 of our employees live in Corpus Christi, 1/3 live in San Patricio County, and the remaining third live throughout the coastal bend in Texas for the most part. We are residents who contribute greatly to the local economy and quality of life, both through our jobs and our personal lives. Our plant creates the raw materials that preserve and package your food, stock hospitals with life-saving medical supplies, and make up the fabric that we all wear. As rate-paying customer of the San Patricio Municipal Water District who gets water from Corpus Christi Water, we strongly encourage this council to move forward with the vote today to begin negotiations on a potential contract with Corpus Christi Desal Partners on the Inner Harbor Desal plant. This project remains the only project that can offer drought-proof, long-term supply and is fully permitted with significant funding available to build. As we have seen other projects encounter challenges and delays, it is increasingly critical that we complete projects for which we have already overcome those hurdles. I just want to also remind everyone, industry is made up of residents. Inner Harbor is for the security of residents as well as the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Captain David Heasley from Corpus Christi, Texas, District 3. I was sitting back there listening to all that smoke and mirrors and bullshit that everybody's been putting up here from this row.
Sir,
so I did my own Fairfield study.
Sir, there's no profanity.
Yes, sir, if we can refrain from using
Pardon me.
profanity.
I did my own Fairfield study, just trying to figure out why they haven't got theirs done yet, so I did my own. Pretty simple Google search. I asked Google, I said, is it a good idea to put a desal unit in an inner harbor busy ship channel? I'm a captain. I'm very familiar with offshore desal units. I'm very familiar with ones that are being used in the Caribbean and on vessels and shipping, et cetera, like that. So I'm very experienced in the issue. So Google says putting a desalination plant in a busy inner harbor ship channel such as Corpus Christi is generally considered a poor idea due to severe environmental risks and operational challenges. Key issues include creating toxic dead zones from high salinity brine discharge, damaging marine ecosystems in low circulation areas, and drawing in contaminated industrial water, which makes sense. The ship channel is pretty much kind of like a catcher's mitt with a southeast wind blowing Lord knows what in there. Discharge concentrated brine into confined low circulation waters of an inner harbor can lead to significant loss of fish, plant life, blah, blah. All that stuff was already laid out to y'all by Hart Research Institute, marine biologists. Y'all remember they sent you a report she pretty much ignored, decided you're gonna do your own inner harbor Fairfield survey or what have you. We're 12 weeks now past waiting for that, still don't have it. Why? Why is it 2 days late when it's supposed to be here yesterday, but conveniently it's not here today? It's going to be due tomorrow? Explain that to me. I want y'all to make all this stuff make sense is what I'm getting at. Make it make sense to me, make it make sense to them, because they're the ones that have to pay for this. But none of this makes sense. You got professional people that are in the marine biology business telling you, oh, it's the worst place to put a desal plant. And then you want to tell us you're going to put a bubbly machine into the brine effluent line to make things better. That's more BS. That's more smoke and mirrors. You're going to be sucking salt water in at a rate of 1 gallon and pouring salt water out at a rate of 3 gallons. 3 to 1 is what you're going to be doing, but it's going to be about 4 times saltier than what the intake is. So you're basically going to create about 66 million gallons of bad water.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
To Mayor Guajardo and council, I know it's been a long day, so thank y'all for being patient. My name is Deanna King. I'm president of the local NAACP chapter, and I'm also a product of the Hillcrest neighborhood, and I live in District 3. NAACP has been here in 2024, 2025, and now 2026, and we're taking the same stance. The NAACP is strongly opposing the construction of a desalination plant in the Hillcrest neighborhood also known as the Inner Harbor. NAACP believes that this project is environmentally racism that would impact the Black and brown community. Also, this desal project plan in the Hillcrest neighborhood is another form of discrimination, as it would add to the existing industries surrounding Hillcrest. There are other sites, such as Barney Davis, that is a better fit for the desal plant economically, environmentally, and socially. There's also been other studies on other proposed plants or proposed areas, 21 to be exact. We're not against desal plants. We know we need water, but the NAACP is against the desal plant being constructed in the Hillcrest neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King.
Good evening. My name is Marlon Lytle. I'm from the Hillcrest neighborhood. You know, my heart has been broken this evening because majority of the people here is for desalination. But if it was going to be in their neighborhood, how would they feel? How would they react? How would you react? 4.5 years ago, the late Pastor Adam Carrington informed me the city of Corpus Christi had sold water they did not have. I did not know what he was talking about. And now, I said, guys, it's true. If we had gotten on this earlier, we wouldn't be here today. The Hillcrest neighborhood residents do not want a desalination plant in the neighborhood. We do not. We have been through, the Hillcrest has been through so much. We want to take back the neighborhood and have a neighborhood to be proud of. They say they have a desal plant in a neighborhood, but where in the neighborhood? Is it on the side? But this one's going to be inside the neighborhood. So we asking you to vote no, if you can, and if you will, and let's wait for the far field, Marlon. But again, say no, because if it's the wrong place, let's not waste time or money in the Inner Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Reagan Reeves, Corpus Christi, District 2. I can appreciate that all of you have diligently listened to a lot of comments about this issue today and in the past. But I don't know, I can't imagine that you've heard enough, given everybody here today and this being on the agenda. I don't think it's lost on anybody in Corpus Christi how serious this issue is, and I really believe that it's a serious thing to consider building this not only in the Hillcrest neighborhood on top of our citizens here, but in a closed-bay system where even without the far field model, I feel we have enough information that it's just not responsible. It's not ethical, and again, I've said before that whatever cost goes into building this sort of structure is, you're not going to be able to get back the amount of harm that it will do. So I ask you again, please vote no on desal today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sierra Bernard, Corpus Christi, District 4. My taxes went from $7,000 to $9,000 this year, so I'm here. I formerly worked in nuclear radiation physics and engineering. Let me preface this. Valero uses 9 million gallons per day. Gulf uses about 14 million gallons per day, and residents 15 million gallons per day. And this desal will produce maybe 30 million gallons per day. Just because we have 10% of water, I want to let you guys know, does not mean that that water is safe. Arsenic is rising. It is the most chemically dangerous stage we see with the rising arsenic. I'm here today because compromise is unavoidable, but it has to happen at every level, not just on the backs of residents. First, the public needs to hear the hard truth. Desalinization is no longer optional. Surface water is collapsing, groundwater quality is degrading, and rainfall is no longer reliable. Doing nothing is not a plan, so yes, citizens must compromise and accept a desal as the only viable long-term water source. But that does not mean sacrificing the bay or our environment, which brings me to council's compromise. Cheap desal is not acceptable. And not acceptable in the current proposed location. Desal must be made and built with the best available technology and location, including the Department of Energy's zero liquid discharge, so we don't waste a crisis for a permanent ecological damage. That technology exists. It costs more. I hear you guys talking about price. Maybe we took a trip to DC. Okay, guess what? Flint Hills, Valero, y'all take a trip to DC. Y'all go to DC and ask the Department of Energy for money, since we are the ones shouldering all the responsibility for the national GDP through our oil export. Sorry, got heated. We are one of the largest oil export ports in the world and the largest in the country. National GDP depends on the city's water. That makes our water system a federal asset, not just a local utility. You're being asked to fund advanced infrastructure locally while industry consumes the majority of our water and plans to expand demand drastically, actually 30-fold in the next 50 years. That's not shared sacrifice, that's cost shifting. Let's talk about leverage, because compromise without leverage is surrender. If federal agencies are not moving fast enough, we are not powerless. An immediate 25% mandatory industrial water reduction, followed by 50% next year, unless federal funding and high-tech desal is secured. When a single refinery uses 9 million gallons of water a day, a 25% reduction is not existential. It's reasonable participation in a regional emergency. This does three things at once. First, it protects public health. As water volume drops, contaminants go up. Second, it does not punish residents. It affects industry, the sector that benefits the most from the water and helped create this situation in the first place, by the way. Third, it forces federal engagement. We can survive without industry for a while. The national economy cannot absorb a disruption at the Port of Corpus Christi. That's the leverage. That's the checkmate. Thank you for your time. It's precious, and we don't have any left to spare.
Thank you.
Susie Saldana, District 2. Okay, so you're going to be voting on them bringing you a contract, not on the desal plant today. Got that right? See, some people haven't gotten right. You're not voting on the desal plant itself today or coming up. What you're going to be voting is on the possibility of a contract. Let me tell you, you need to take a look at the long sustaining rate of water. I don't like it being in the Hillcrest. That's my area. However, I also don't want my grandchildren 10 years from now to be having this same conversation. And that's what's going to happen if you guys don't take action. We need a long-term sustaining water source. And it isn't going to be anywhere but desal. I hear people saying, I'm not against desal. I'm not against desal. Well, then stop talking about being against desal. Stop being a representative, because my representative is not representing me, because I'm in favor of desal, and she's opposing it. So she's definitely not representing me, because we need water. We need it for the schools, we need it for the hotels, and if you don't have it, a few years from now, guess what? You're not going to have schools, you're not going to have a town, you're not going to have anything. This town is going to dry up and die. We need water. Thank you for the things you're doing now to do in short term, but we need the long-term solution also. So search yourself and see what you want to do for Corpus Christi. Because to me, anyone that just kind of says here, says no, 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 are anti-Corpus Christi.
Thank you.
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. First off, I want to say to the lady just exited the podium, we already don't have schools. We're shutting down schools. You know, I'm one of those that I'm not opposed to desal. Location is where I'm opposed of. Build it where you can multiply. Somebody said earlier, I think it was Sylvia, where you can add on to it. You know, the best location for Corpus to get water. We're just out of water, literally, but it's not the city residents that are consuming all the water. What have we done for the refinery, for the high volume users? It's for them. The facility that they're building out in Gregory, you know, the one they put online that that has a beautiful glow at night, that you think it's the moon because it's brighter. If you go just past that, they're building a great big facility that I'm pretty sure that the city of Corpus Christi is in contracts for to provide them the water. We are never going to get out of water restrictions because the high volume users are taking it more than we can provide it. With the desal plant that they're proposing, or the 25 that they are, kudos to them for doing all the work. But Sylvia also asked the correct question. How many of those have refineries? How many of those out of the 25 that they're managing are for refineries? We are different in the fact that that our biggest users are refineries. I need a home, and I want everybody on this council to pay for it. I want a butler, I want a door person, I want a maid, and I want a cook. And I don't want to pay for none of it. Would you want to build me my house? I think not, because it doesn't make sense. That's how the residents feel for footing the bill for this refinery, for this desal plant. Make them pay for it, not us. And the last thing I got before I run out of time, of course, I started coming to the council meetings because I started hearing the stuff that was going on here. And when they changed the time to, obviously I haven't been here in a while, but when they changed the time for me to come out here, of course, as when I got out of work, for those that actually work and that need to work, you know, now is the only time that we have to come out here. You know, when y'all moved it to noon, it really hurt a lot of people, and obviously it's probably for certain reasons, but thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David Loeb, District 2. I want to go into the rate stuff you guys were talking about, because, yeah, it's going to be brutal. And I did my own math separately from Camille, and about half of that rate increase is your loss of customers. So when I said earlier, the worst thing, the thing that's really going to hurt you is lower sales, that's what that is. So it's $1.24 if you're using 137 million gallons a day. You know, if you're going back to normal, that's what it is. And there's not a whole lot you guys can do about that other than actually have enough water to sell. And I want to be really clear. If you have 130 million gallons of supply and the lakes are empty, every time a pump breaks on anything, you're issuing a water boil. Every single time. Because you got about a day, actually you have about 8 hours of storage out at Owen Stevens. And so if people are pulling more than you guys are putting in, pressure's going to drop. Pressure drops low enough, you're ordering the TCEQ mandated water boil. And certain things stop, and everybody gets the message. So you're shooting for higher than 130. And I just want to, you know, when I was on council, we had a really strong tree advocate, and she came in one time and she said the best time to plant a tree is 5 years ago, but the second best time is today. And I'm, you know, she's on council now. And so, yeah, it would have been great if the council 5 years ago had pulled the trigger and built this plant, but they didn't. I was really mad in 2017 when the consolidated wastewater treatment plant to do the deal with industry was done or was canceled by council, and now you guys are kind of doing it sideways. That by itself is as rate impactful as this is, even though you don't have a capital cost, because you're taking 8 million gallons a day out of the treated rate and putting it in the raw rate. So that's $25,000 a day in revenue loss that the rest of us have to make up. So these people who are like runoff industry, get rid of them, doesn't matter. If you get rid of them, then all the rest of us have to pay more to compensate for the fact that they're not using water. The cheapest solution is to go buy more water. The problem you guys have is you've got one project that's actually got permits and it's ready to go, and it's this one. And I would love it if over the last 6 months, you'd taken those other 5 projects and all of them were permitted and all of them would give long-term reliable supply. The reality is they're not. If I had a criticism of staff's proposal, none of those ground wells are going to produce water, that amount of water every day for the next 30 years. It's not going to happen. So you need to double the per gallon rates on those. Thank you. Vote yes, get going.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zunini, for a statement of fact, could you confirm if in fact those rates that I had questions about were definitively calculating in loss of customers?
I don't believe they were, Councilwoman. I can't confirm it, though. The rates that Camille had in the spreadsheet you're talking about? Excuse us just a second.
Yeah, so what the comment that Camille made and how those rates were calculated were previously we had higher water sales, which leads to higher revenue. So the costs get distributed differently. Well, the rates that Camille presented today and we proposed are with the lower amount of water sales, less revenue coming in than we've had previously. So the rates are affected by that.
So it's lower. It could be the same number of customers, just less use of water.
Which is what we've asked them to do.
Exactly.
So there's not a direct confirmed correlation between loss of customers and those rate differences.
We haven't calculated that. Yeah, what we're calculating is, we just calculate based on reality, less water sales.
Not in the rates presented.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Let's move on. Statement of fact.
A word of advice on the trees: water the trees, starve the lawns.
Go ahead.
I'm Robin Cox, District 3, and I know we were talking about the bills earlier and you said that they might help the homeowners, but for people like me that are landlords, I know they're not going to help, and we've got to pass that on to our tenants who already can't make it. I know a lot of you don't believe this, and your pay scale is way different than most people's. Most of my tenants make $25,000 a year, $30,000. I know y'all can't believe that, but for them, a $10, $15 increase, let alone a $50 increase, will put them under. It will be the deciding factor on if they can put food on the table or buy shoes for their children. And I know earlier Roland said he has a deposition. I've got it on my phone. I don't think any of us want to hear it again. We already heard you enough. So, but I can't play that. But it's going to be a cost factor. And for those of you who don't know about the Australia plant, I also looked it up on my phone on YouTube. You can look up what the desal plant has done to Perth, Australia, and to Lincoln. There's dead, stinky fish everywhere. It does have a long term. You can look that up on YouTube. Everyone feel free to do it. Sorry, I keep straightening my shirt. You never know who's videoing me and wants to put me on their show. So for those in the back who are always videoing me. But the desal plant, the desalinization plant will affect things, and if it's in, and I know we need water, but the first thing we need to do, like Carolyn said, we need to start finding people who are watering. I'll run through Country Club at night, and there's people watering their lawn, and with no bias, I'll say, hey, you know we're in stage 4. I know, but I'm not losing my yard. I'm not losing my yard. You can do beautiful things for those of us who have friends and family that live in Arizona and New Mexico. They live under drought restriction. They've learned how to do it. They don't water their lawn all the time. They rock it in. There are ways to do it. We are all acting like self-entitled teenage girls. So we need to stop doing that. Secondly, Hawaii. Hawaii is surrounded by water. You better turn your water on and off. You even go to a hotel in Hawaii and it says, turn that water off. Everything is hand under, it barely pours out. But back to people not making enough money. I live in District 3, and that's where Eric represents. Half of the bus are teachers in that area. Teachers don't make enough money. Y'all's shoes cost more than their water bill. They can't afford it. I mean, your bar tab over there costs more than most people's water bill. So let's try and think of other ways. Desal's not the way, but if we have to put it, I know a great location in Kings Crossing that people would love to have right in the back, right by some neighborhoods. I think it'd be awesome.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I'd like to make clear and emphasize that the gentleman here said that there has never been a plant like this built in a semi-enclosed bay system. They skirted around it. They played government word jumbo bureaucratic BS, but they have never built a desalination plant in a semi-enclosed bay system. We have to remember this. We have to remember this. And for the folks coming up here saying, well, we are workers here, we go out to eat here, where's the money? Bring the money, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures. Bring your donation to all these projects. We're still waiting. The problem here is, and we all know this, but it's not being relayed to the community, is that CCW, Peter Zanoni, and the 4 pro-desal people, including old council members and mayors, oversold our water to industry, and now you're scrambling because no rain has come. You're scrambling, and you're draining our lakes to give to industry. That is the truth. That is the truth. How many cities in the United States are successful cities that do not have refineries in them? How many cities in the United States have been successful without refineries in them? This fear-mongering has got to end with all these bureaucrats. We're done with the games. We're done. What we're going to do, if this continues to drag out, is we are going to vote on desal, and that's going to be in November. And we've got your number now, and we've got all the recordings, including the depositions, including the second depositions that are about to be held. And we are going to continue to hold you guys to a standard of being ethical and moral. That might be something new for some of you, but it's going to happen. Have the day you deserve.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Bob Paulson, District 4, Corpus Christi. I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Industry Association. Coastal Bend Industry Association supports passage of this item. It will help diversify the long-term water supply portfolio for the city, and we see it as a critical and urgent need to continue to move forward. Keeping the project in the pipeline and keeping that pipeline full and flowing as smoothly as possible is critically important for reasons that David Loeb pointed out earlier today and then reiterated here just a few moments ago. We support moving forward in parallel with the completion of the far-field model as suggested by Acciona and recommended by staff. Contrary to many claims made here earlier today and recently that we don't know how this project will affect the Bay, we actually know a tremendous amount. The primary purpose of the permitting process was to determine that very thing. It's a long and robust process. It's been covered many, many times here before. Having gone through that process, the city got permits issued by TCQ, but not only were they issued by TCQ, they were also reviewed and supported by the EPA. EPA and Region 6 under the Biden administration, I want to add too. Plus, there have been 3 additional modeling efforts that have taken place over the last decade, all that return very consistent results to what we saw in the permitting process. The additional far-field model will provide some beneficial information, but it's absolutely not necessary. It is absolutely not a necessary precursor to entering into negotiations and contract development with Acciona and CC Desal Partners. Again, we support the passage of this item, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment. And I guess I have a few seconds left. I'll just say I'd like to suggest that in the future we have some sessions, maybe with city manager comments about how rates are determined so that we can talk about fairness, talk about the drought surcharge exemption fee and what that means, and also if the council were to elect to implement surcharges, how they would have to be implemented. Because I think there's some misinformation, some lack of understanding that's being conveyed at public comment, and it's not really being addressed by the city. And that would be, I think, very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Arlo Nichols. I'm a proud constituent of District 2. I work in and around Taft on the wind turbines, and I often get a good view of Gulf growth ventures. And I know they use around 12 million gallons of fresh water a day to make plastic. And I see all that steam coming up and going off into the sky, and it's quite a sight considering how barren a wasteland it is surrounding that area and how we've had no rain for so long. And I think that this is just how the world works. But I'm realizing that the way the world has worked is not how it's going to work anymore. The droughts that we are in and the droughts that are coming that are greatly worsened by global warming are going to get so bad to an extent that I don't think we can imagine and that our kids are going to have to deal with. I beg you, Council, to not continue with doing things the way we've done them. There's going to be a lot of CEOs that make tens of millions of dollars a year that are going to be so happy if you continue with this insane plan. But there are going to be thousands of residents of the city that you represent that are going to be so disappointed yet again. And that'll be how the way the world works. The rich win, and the rest of us get screwed. So I'm begging you, listen to all the people that came tonight, people that, like me, came from work to talk, because that's how much we care about this. I don't have enough money to buy a house. I don't have enough money to have kids, but you can give us hope in this crazy world. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, haven't seen you guys in a while. Gilbert Aguirre, District 5, District 1. And you guys have a fish tank? Or a swimming pool? I'm sure a lot of you have pools. You ever come out of your pool and it's green all of a sudden? Okay, you have a cup of water and you start putting a bunch of contaminants in this water. You're in the Navy. It's not going to come back. It's going to regurgitate back into itself. And I see all these people over here saying, oh, these things going to work. No, it's not going to work. And you tell them, you're asking the guy you're going to pay if it's going to work. Oh, yeah, it's going to work. Great. You know what I mean? And you guys are giving money to people ahead of time. Like, you know what? Drop this thing. We already dropped it. I have to wait so many days coming in here talking about the same damn thing. And we could be doing other things, helping other things that are the responsible things. Instead, we're messing with the same damn thing. Putting a water plant for these guys to use every day in their backyard so they don't have to run pipelines and screw everybody else. You know, you had a good idea with the other one. You already have a pipeline going out. You know better. You know better. Y'all know. You do. Sometimes. Like, the guy over here on his phone, forget it. Spend our money. Here's my pocket. Stick your hand in my pocket. Spend all my money. Like, come on, guys. I'm the last one here. Listen to the truth. The truth. Okay, it's not going to work in there. It'll work somewhere else. I'm all for desal. I'm all for the future. But putting it in the inner harbor so you can kill everything, and hopefully it'll get out to the ocean somewhere in Port Aransas after you kill all that fish. You know, common sense. Don't y'all go to the restroom and get on Google sometimes? Do it. Because you guys are listening to people here that are getting paid. Everyone here came out MMR or something from the my son went and worked for that damn plants. You know what he told me? Dad, everybody there, they're from a place called Beaumont or Houston. And they bring in shifts. So you're not, all these thousands of jobs that you guys are saying, they're not here. You know what? Bring some IT jobs. All these buildings are empty. You can bring in somebody here with some computers and have them create data centers in these big buildings instead of depending on fossil fuel. Really? Really? That's all I gotta say, is really? Because you guys sound so crazy. Everyone's on the comments going, what the hell are they doing? What are you doing? You have control. Put these guys in whatever. They have money, they have boats, they have big ass houses. I came from work right now. Look at my hands, they're hard as hell. Work every day. I build every day. I cannot build how y'all are building. No one can build the way they're building, guys. Corpus Christi, you know, they can't. These guys are just messing with your money. That's it. Like, how many minutes? Oh, 8 seconds. Ooh, I can ride a bull. Yeah, ride a bull, because we all got to ride that bull to live, guys, together. This guy already ran out over there, maybe the park.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay. The motion carries 5-3-1. We're going to move on to Section L, which is our public hearings, items 19 and 20. Item number 19, ma'am, ordinance annexing a 1-acre tract of land located along the south side of FM 43, east of County Road 47, and west of State Highway 286, per petition by the landowner, which is BRBG Investments.
All right, good evening, council members, mayor. Michael Dice, interim assistant city manager. Get this going. We have before you today an annexation and rezoning for BRBG Investments, LLC. The location is off of Weber Road 43 in London. It's just before you hit the London Pirate Way, Old County Road 33. It'll be on your left-hand side. Again, the location map, this is an annexation for a 1-acre lot fronting 43 for purposes of a dental office. This is the conceptual plan for the office, parking, and septic location. We did want to highlight this is on septic. They are almost a mile from the nearest wastewater connection. As you'll see, the parking lot fronts Weber Road 43, and we'll have plenty of dentists ready to go for the London area. So with that, staff and planning commission recommend approval of the zoning. And as was brought up last time with ESD 1, Chief Wade is here. ESD is not going to contest the annexation, and we're going to submit a service plan to be in compliance with the new state statutes. And I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so I just, I know that when I talked to Chief Wade about doing the process, we got to make sure I don't want to leave anything to chance. I don't want to have our citizens pay twice, like they do in Cal Allen and like doing on the island in Flower Bluff.
Correct.
I don't want that to continue, so we got to follow every single process. I don't care what they say. We just got to follow the process.
Understood.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 19? Okay, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to, you did? Okay, did we have a second? Yes. Great, submit your vote, please. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 20 is zoning case number ZN 8771, Jason Luby, District 2.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Andrew Demas with Development Services with tonight's loan zoning case, case ZN 8771, requested by Jason Luby. The request is from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the CG1 General Commercial District. The property is located within District 2, and on three sides we have residential development. As emphasized on the next slide, where we do show that again on three sides we have residential development. It was annexed in 1951. On the loan side to the west, which is Ayers Street, is the only side that has adjacent commercial development. Of the 34 notices sent out, we received 0 in favor and 1 late addition in opposition, which mentioned comments as increase of traffic and potential crime. Based on analysis and recommendation, so this was presented to the Planning Commission, we determined that the request is inconsistent with the comp plan. It is inconsistent with Plan CC, the future land use map, the surrounding neighborhood. It is on a residential street, so opening the door to commercial development would not be compatible with the surrounding properties. We did have further discussion with the applicant of potentially doing a special permit. The goal was still to continue with the CG1 request, so that option was not taken. So with that, we recommended a staff denial to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission agreed and also recommended denial. With that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for the explanation. Do we have the applicant present tonight?
Yes, the gentleman is right here.
He's here tonight. Perfect. Thank you for sitting through this very long meeting and front row at that. I understand that you have intentions to develop this property into...
No, I don't have any interest in developing it. My family's owned it since 1950, since before it was even annexed into the city.
Wow.
And it hasn't changed since 1950.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please, and city?
Jason Luby. I believe I'm in District 3.
Okay,
but
thank
I don't
you very
know
much.
what this property's district is.
Thank you.
That's
Mr.
fine, sir.
Luby. What do you have in mind for the property that you're seeking the zoning change?
We've been using it for 76 years. And we're farmers and ranchers, and we have other interests. We did some marine work for a while, and we bring our equipment in and put it in the building, work on it, fix it, and then we take it back.
So you're not asking to change the use, you're not intending to change the use, you're just trying to change the zoning?
I was under the impression that the middle building and the lot to the west was commercial.
Okay.
And then the city showed up, I don't know, 10 years ago, showed up and said that the yard area there was residential. Now it's really screwed up. They say that it's all residential now. Mm-hmm. Since I applied to have it changed, it's what they suggested that we do. But what I want is I want the council to make it what it is. It has never been anything else but a fenced construction yard with a metal building. And I don't see how we could hurt the neighbors. The entire street of Archer Street backs up to commercial property. I mean, are they being damaged by those commercial properties? I mean, in 76 years, I don't remember anybody complaining. I've never heard any ill words about it.
It sounds like they're just trying to make sure that the use and the zoning match so that there's no issues.
Yeah.
So what our staff is saying, because it is right in so much of a residential area, is that if you would allow a special designation rather than the general commercial, then we could pass that, it would match what you're doing, and everything would be fine.
Well, I'm not, he wanted me to present a business plan. I'm not presenting any business plans.
That was what they told you needed for a
Yes.
special? Andrew, could you provide clarification on that?
Sure. So when it comes to special permits, we have to specifically identify what the business will be, and it is bound to that specific business. So if the application stated vehicle sales and repair, to work on cars, park them on the lot, we're hearing a different story of not wanting to use it now and to sell it.
I think there may have been a confusion here. So how do we get to the zoning that works for this residential area that Mr. Luby can continue to use what he was doing?
So the item would be tabled, and we can come back with a special permit itemized with specific vehicle sales and repair or parking with buffering that you're going to have around it, hours of operation, screening, all those typical things.
We don't have hours of operation. We're farmers.
It sounds like his operations fall somewhere between these two zoning classes. How can we make this work?
What I'm referring to, we did collector cars. We did Lincolns, Ford, Thunderbirds, and a lot of convertible cars, and Corvettes and a couple of Porsches. And
Very nice.
That's what we do there.
Sounds like we're looking at about 80 years, so I'm curious that this isn't something that was grandfathered in, but what I would like to do is come up with a solution that Mr.
I'd
Luby
like
can
to
work
come up with it, and I mean, I personally think that it needs to have the designation that it had before it was even annexed into the city.
Sure,
And
but now that
it
it's in the
needs to
city,
call
it's
it
got to
what it
max
is.
our.
It's a construction yard with a metal building on it and an office.
Andrew, can you work with that description for a special?
A construction yard, if we open the door to that, that means that any future buyer or owner would be able to have a construction yard in the middle of a neighborhood.
Well, Haas Construction rented it for 3 years, and the city looked the other way. We told them, I said, well, you can't come here because the city said that we can't park anything on this land because it's residential.
For the special permit, Andrew, if we go that direction, I think his concern is that he doesn't have the information that you're looking for on that. Can we get the data that he has and make that for the special like you're recommending?
Yes, we can have the conversation again that we've previously had.
And make it work for both?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how I got to RS6 if they've been owning the property for 80 years, since before it was in the city limits?
Excellent question. So the property was purchased in 1950. It was annexed into the city in 1951. This entire neighborhood and was developed as single family. The metal building that was more than likely built in 1950 can remain, since that would be an existing non-conforming structure.
Well, that's what I'm asking. He hasn't changed, the family hasn't changed the use of the property. The properties around them changed. So how did they get lumped in with the other properties? How did his property get zoned RS6 when they never had an RS6 usage?
So just as the previous zoning case, the standard zoning that was applied in that era was RS6 when it was annexed, and you would be able to keep the use until it ceased operating, and then you would have to construct homes.
Okay, so I looked at it, right? It still has a county road with bar ditches on the side. It's not like it's, we didn't really do them any favors by annexing them, it seems like. But, and I looked at the structure. The structure looks like it was built in the 50s. It doesn't look like it ever had houses on it.
Never.
So I'm wondering how we, as a city, changed the use of a property that they've been using before it was in the city. I don't think, I don't know if is that authorized? Can we just go and arbitrarily change his property?
We did not change the use. We annexed it. So, for instance, along Yorktown, there are several properties.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, when we annexed it, we just automatically assigned it a
RS6.
Okay, but RS6 didn't come into existence until way after that.
Before it was called R1B. That existed before the name change.
But so we assigned a property use to it that it was not being used for.
We assigned a zoning designation.
You're
We
right.
did not change the use.
Okay, so why does he have to come back now and get a zoning change when he's never changed the use?
That was the decision made by the owner, so if he.
No, that was a decision that they suggested that I do.
Okay, so are you asking them to change the zoning and pay for it when they've never changed anything?
I already paid $4,000.
Hold on a second, sir. I'm chastising him right now. So help me, I mean, because you're putting them in a spot to where they've always used a property a certain way. And now we put, way back in the past, put a designation of zoning on it that probably they weren't even aware of at the time. And now we're forcing him to change zoning and pay for it while he's never made any changes to what their use of the property is.
If a person attempts to obtain a building permit, a utility tap, that triggers having the appropriate zoning. If you continue to use it as it is, it would
Okay, so it's because they're trying to modernize or update the building that
Try to
they're
pull a
in?
building permit, you have to come up to the
Oh, my
modern
God.
standard, just as building codes require to the modern standard.
This is one of those situations, give me a second, sir. This is one of those situations where, we're making it difficult for our citizens to use their property the way they've always used it because of our own administrative functions. I'm almost to the point of saying, let's change their zoning without charging them because we're just causing them an inconvenience for this. Because, and I don't even know what that would be. I don't know if it's CG1, if that's actually how they're being utilized, or is there a CN1 that they could use?
Essentially, the use of having a construction yard with a metal building is more of an industrial use. CG1.
Construction yard?
Yes.
Do you use construction equipment there? Or just farm equipment?
That was the original purpose of it. That was the construction yard for the roads that were built in that neighborhood there, for all those neighborhoods.
Oh, jeez. Peter, I feel like we're giving this man administrative hell for no particular reasons. And if there's something we could do, I recommend we postpone this until their next council meeting, until we can come up with a solution. So we're not screwing this family around and their efforts here, because they have not changed the use of that property, and it's really our administrative stuff that's screwing them over.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the case. We can do that, Councilman. Did he come in for you said if you come in for a permit?
If you come in for a permit,
Did he come in for a permit?
A question was asked.
Was suggested by these.
Okay, the answer is no, he didn't then?
Apply for a permit to change it.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
they said it was residential.
You began to look for a permit then. You didn't process a permit?
At the time, if a permit is.
He asked for it.
No, I know, but the permit, you didn't get the permit, right, sir? Did you get the permit?
I didn't, we're not building anything there.
I know, but he came in for a permit.
Came in to ask what he could do with the property.
Okay, we can look into
explained
it,
to him the
Councilman.
process,
Yeah,
that
okay.
if he wished to change it.
You can table it, Councilman, and we'll.
Okay, I suggest we table this because, and I understand the planning commission, because they're operating under our sets of rules. But honestly, just as a person that wants good government and fair government, this is not fair at all.
Thank you.
This is not fair. And we need to come up with a solution where we don't, if they had this property and they were using it for something before we put a zoning on it, then shame on us for not catching that on the front side and causing them a lot of problems.
Why don't you make a motion to table?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to postpone to the next meeting and then come up with a solution that we don't, disenfranchise the owner from the way they utilize their property.
Do we need a second?
very much.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, great.
All right, Councilwoman Vaughn. Whoop, I'm sorry.
I'm glad we're going to table it, but I just want to say, I think you guys were trying to do your job, so I don't want y'all to be criticized. I think you were trying to do your job. Thank you.
Okay, so we have
Second. Also, we haven't opened the public hearing. I know Mr. Luby was speaking, but I don't know if you want to open and close. If you would open and close the public hearing, then we can vote, please.
Okay, do I have to have public comment?
Yes, sir. We have to. It's a public hearing because it's a zoning case.
Even if we table it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to open up for public comment. Does anybody have any Public comment on this matter? Seeing that there's none, I'm going to close public comment.
Close the public hearing. Yes, sir. Okay.
Hearing. So now we have a motion and a second to table this item.
We're postponing until March the 17th, which is the next council meeting.
So is that something that we just want to do by eye, or do you want to? Okay, I'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. The next item is we have a water supply briefing.
If you want to hear this, we can. You could go to the next business item. We already briefed on Evangeline in an exec session, and so I think we're good on this one.
Okay, I'm recommending that we do go to the next business item, which is a...
Were you not ready for 14, for item 14?
Yeah, we're going to go back to, we're going to we'll delay we're not going to do the water supply update, right? And then we still have the CDBG. It's just kind of late. I mean, if the council wants to hear it, you can, but it's getting, yeah. Do you want to hear it?
You said we had to go back to 14.
Yeah, we said we would go back. Unless you want to postpone that to next meeting.
No, let's do 14. We have the answer. This is on the pool and the CDBG. Yeah. So we're going to go to 14.
This is the generator and CDBG.
Generator, sorry. Not the pool.
Love pools.
Yeah.
Let me get back to this.
Councilwoman Paxton, this is the one that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Dice, you have the update?
Mike, I know you text, but we were very involved and I wasn't able to go.
Completely understand. I completely understand.
So if you wouldn't mind going.
So again, the questions of the funding as we go back to the July meeting of 2025 that assigned the CDBG funds. CDBG funds, with the use of the donation from the Ed Rochelle Foundation on the water tower donation, they removed $160,000 out of the CDBG to be used for, not 250 as I said, it was 160, to be used for other agencies. The gap that I said came from the 160. That was there to cover any non-CDBG related items such as design, things like that that CDBG doesn't cover. So with the 160 covering that and what was left, that money is now moving forward. So when you have on the, go to,
But
really the scope.
Forgive me, Mike.
Oh yeah, no problem.
If you watch the meeting on the 29th, it was on the second hearing, the motion that Councilmember Barrera made was to use the grant from Ed Rochelle for 30 towards the Rising Tide Safe Home, 30 towards the Rising Tide Wave, and 100 towards Habitat. It was to come from the Ed Rochelle. So the Ed Rochelle was designated as those so that we could keep the 500 intact.
Right, so what happened was the CDBG was, that money was pulled from CDBG and designated for that. The 160 was then put into the generator budget. So it's still the same amount of money, it's just the funding source. To fund the other projects, CDBG funded those nonprofit projects. The 160 was pulled in to fund what I kept saying.
Why would we move money around against the council action?
No, that was my
council.
understanding as the way it was approved.
Because the direct motion was to use the check. So I'm concerned, because I had actually followed up with one of the orgs after the meeting, and they were very grateful because they said, you know, we didn't get our full amount, but the money type is now different. So it's way less red strings coming from the grant from Ed Rochelle than the CDBG grant parameters.
So again, my understanding at the time was the staff, the CDBG staff who manages those grants, we don't have staff to manage other types of grant funds or funds in that nature, and that's why it was approved that way. Again, if there's further questions.
Okay, let's just table this item because it's not making sense. So can we table it and we'll have to bring it back? Yeah, I just don't.
I see that, if you watch it, it's very confusing, 100%.
What we
I'm
need.
just
It sounds like we haven't gotten any further than we were before.
Yeah, what we need is the sources of funds and the use of funds. So I can't see it, so let's just table this and we'll have to bring it back.
And I'm sure we can trace those.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we're just going to bring it back because nobody understands
All
it
right,
right
well,
now.
thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Okay, I remember it the way that.
I believe you're right too, but I
Paxton
can't
has
confirm it right
is
now, so.
it was specifically, we were discussing, I think it was Roland that actually made the suggestion to do it that way.
Yeah.
He did, because I was a little.
It was my
It was
recommendation.
his suggestion to use that 160 for the individual things because it was more flexible for us to be able to do it with that money
right.
than it was the CBG.
And again, we'll get that clear. It was understood differently, but the way it was.
As a matter of fact, we were complaining, and they were like, do we need $500,000 for a
We'll
generator?
get it cleared up and
Now we know
it
we
should be
don't.
written in the.
Okay, well, yeah, but I mean, but it should not have been, that was.
We'll get that clear.
We agree, Councilman, yeah.
We're going to have to ask Jennifer Buxton to come in and kind of go through that.
Unfortunately, she is out sick today, but we'll get it clear and we'll bring it back.
We're going to look at the record and we'll get, it sounds like
So I
what
make
Paxton
a
said is
motion to
what it is.
postpone until March 17th.
I don't, think- do we need to postpone it if you're just going to pull it for a minute?
Yes, we do, actually.
When we bring it back,
We're going to bring it back.
can we get the difference?
We'll have everything laid out.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, do I have a motion and a second to
Yes, sir, to
postpone the item?
postpone to March the 17th?
17th,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
We just need a voice vote on it.
Okay,
Okay,
we'll get it tightened up for the next meeting.
Second.
so we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
Ms. Paxton, did you second that, right?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. So we'll go ahead and postpone that. The next item that we have.
I'm so sorry.
Do we have public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, no. Did you want to speak, sir?
Yes, okay.
Come on up.
You can come up, sir.
Oh, he wasn't here, I guess.
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. I heard this earlier on YouTube when I was working. I probably should have been paying attention more to work, but kudos to Paxton for catching that. And I appreciate those that actually do due diligence instead of behind the scenes motives that some people on the council appear to have. But kudos to all those who bring those valid points and those valid questions and bring it up to those folks that should have the answers and not assuming this is the way we understood it or this, that, and the other. But kudos, I just wanted to say that, kudos to all those that bring those valid questions up and get everything tried and true and tested. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the next item we have is
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm so sorry. I know you're in a hurry, but could I please finish my sentence real quick?
I didn't know you had to finish. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
What I was trying to say, Peter, is when it comes back, if we can get the difference, and I'd be really interested, because originally I had asked to fill those requests with that bucket, and when that got denied, to fill the generator 500, if we could evaluate if we could fill those differences for those requests.
Yeah, for the social service agencies.
Those three, and
Yeah.
I can give you those notes if needed.
Okay, and we may want to just wait until everything's done in case there's a cost overrun. We could lay out the concept, but yeah, so we'll look at it.
Sure,
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Withdrew it. Okay.
Our next item is a reconsideration of motion awarding a construction contract to South Texas Building Partners.
Ratna Potumutu Engineering Services. We have a presentation put together, so we can go over that.
Okay.
Wish. Council members, before we start the presentation, for a motion to reconsider to be approved, it takes 2/3 of the council to do that. And a person on the prevailing side of the action, when it was taken last week, would need to make that motion, and then it need to be seconded. Once that action is taken and 2/3, 6 of you agree to do that, then we can begin discussing the item anew.
We're on that motion to reconsider.
So that's what we need to have. We need a motion from someone on the prevailing side to reconsider this item, and then we would need a second and then a vote on that before we can start discussing it.
Okay.
Councilwoman Vaughn, did you have something to say before, or are you?
Hey, I had so many comments and calls on this, and I think, and I don't want to criticize the staff, but I don't think it was explained to the public. It looks so bad, us building a pool in a drought. And we did not explain it to the public, Mr. Snoney. I think that needs to be explained so they understand the reasons we're doing it. And I would also like to say to the city attorney through you, that maybe in the future, on all of these contracts that we do, that we put that, what's it called, force majeure, where it's an act of God. Why was that not in there? I couldn't find it. I looked. Because when you have a drought, that's an act of God, and we could have said, hey, we'll extend it and do it next year.
This wasn't really a contractual issue. This is TxDOT putting the heavy on everybody at the time.
I know.
This was, if you decide to repeal this, it'll come back, because I remember the first time we tried to wiggle out of it, and I created the contractual ability to do so, and we were told that was not going to happen by people with that have a lot more power than us,
TxDOT.
way above staff level.
Well, if you remember, back then when they did the contract, the TC Ayers pool was still there. And they knew they were going to tear it down, and they forced us by Byron said, if you don't do it, we're not going to build a bridge. You have to pay $750,000.
We're discussing the item without the motion and the second to reconsider. So I'll just say it one more time and then I'll stop.
I'm going to change my vote. I want to change my vote.
We need you make a motion.
Can I make the motion?
Yes.
Make the motion to reconsider.
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second?
I wasn't on the prevailing side. Y'all were. Somebody else needed to make the motion. Thank you.
You were on the prevailing side, ma'am. Yes, you were. So you voted for it last time.
I voted for it. I did not.
You did?
Yes, you did, ma'am. You sure
I
did.
voted against it. Thank you. Yes, I did. I voted against
On the natatorium, or not natatorium, this item? No. It was 9-0.
I voted against it.
Well, we need to double check because she thinks she's changing her vote. And if
Yes, you're changing your vote.
I'm changing my vote to yes.
No, ma'am, it was a 9-0
Becca,
vote.
I'm going to argue. We need to go look at that tape.
Can you pull up the record?
I don't remember voting. It might be in the minutes. I'm going to go look at the tape tonight.
Yeah, we need to figure that out right now.
Can we just reconsider it?
You know what?
But what are we reconsidering? She
voted for you.
I don't remember voting yes because I was upset. I said we shouldn't do it in a drought. And maybe I did, but I don't remember voting yes. And all I'm saying is that because we have to do it because TxDOT's making us do it. And it's not that I don't want them to do it. It's just not during a drought. This is the reason that people do not trust government, because we make dumb decisions. Like we're in a drought, we should not be building a pool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we built a pool this time last year.
We shouldn't have done that either. I would have voted no had I been here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
District 5 had a pool the exact same time, but I get your point.
Well, whatever.
Okay, I get your point, but yeah. So do we need anything then?
No. If she says I voted yes.
She voted yes. Okay, so there's nothing to do. This item was so that she could change her vote from no to yes, but her vote was yes, so there is nothing to do on this item. Councilman, yes,
Okay.
Councilman Cantu.
Peter, can we have a press conference on this tomorrow or next week?
A press conference, like explaining it?
Like have somebody on YouTube or somebody do a press conference and explain to the public why we're doing this?
We can put together a social media video and that we have a show, City Hall in a minute or something like that.
Okay.
So we can do a show, and for the listening public now, it's not, TxDOT's not mandating it, it's the Federal Highway Administration. So Federal Highway Administration is mandating that we do this pool. I checked with Mike Walsh, the TxDOT district engineer, and he called the Federal Highway Administration. My question that he was asked was, can we get out of doing this pool until the drought's over? And the Federal Highway Administration said, no, you build it, and if you don't build it, then we're going to pull funding to include things like the Trestle Bridge in Flower Bluff, to include surface transportation grants. We don't know what monies they would pull, but they could pull all types of monies that we use for transportation and pedestrian mobility projects.
I just think the public needs to understand it.
We'll do that, yeah. We'll do a video that helps to explain it with some background, and We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Just do this presentation on the subject. I mean, this tells the world what.
It does, but we'll put it in the video. You know, people don't have time to read all
Nobody's
the
want
time.
to see all that.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Can we still do the motion to reconsider? Because I'd like to make an amendment.
What?
Look, I think that it's stupid for it to be 6 feet. It's got to be 8 feet.
Phil,
I mean, are you saying the people in the neighborhood can't swim in 8 feet of water? What are you trying to say?
who put, I mean, why?
Well, because they're going to make it 6 feet because and it's going to be a bathtub. Yeah. It's going to be a bathtub, and it's not good for lap swimming.
Okay, who put it at 6 feet and why?
Okay, so do you want to make the motion to reconsider, Mr.
But you know what, we don't have.
Or we discuss it?
So we're not discussing this right now.
Well, that's why I said it. I was going to say make a motion to reconsider so we could, so I can make the amendment.
Talk about it.
So that's going to
Councilman?
increase the cost of the pool?
It was always supposed to be 8 feet, not 6 feet. As a matter of fact, when we first started talking about this, we were talking about when you'd approached me about this because I was talking because of the pool over at Bill Witt, and the reason why we made that deep water over there so it could be cool in the summertime, so you wouldn't be swimming in a bathtub like you at Collier. Collier's uncomfortable to swim in, and it was whoever did Collier just was it was a terrible pool.
You're increasing the cost. Yeah, you're increasing the cost. No,
it's not increasing the cost if it was always supposed to be 8 feet.
Yes, it is. Increasing the cost.
I can check that and get
Can you
back
check
to
that?
Yes.
Because it was always supposed to be 8 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna, okay, so we're, there's no further business, so this meeting is now adjourned. Hurry up before I go.
We have a water supply update. We've skipped it
Oh,
now.
I thought did y'all skip?
We
You
didn't
addressed
have
it.
our wa- we
Yes.
didn't have our water supply update. I think we've skipped it last week.
I know, but he said he addressed, what did he say?
That wasn't for the public. That was the point of them being every week.
Do it next week, I know.
That,
Microphone on? This meeting's adjourned.